makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the M-Watch Breakdown here in week number 5, day number 1, with your host Arashi, where we take a look at some of the great, surprising clips we had from the previous week. Good, bad, and interesting, all in one package here at the M-Watch Breakdown. And today, it's going to be a couple of interesting clips for sure, man, because last week, as always in this season, has been a lot of different results here, different attempts of different outplays, and sometimes it works, but sometimes not so much either, right? So let's take a look at some of the clips right here immediately. We start off with, let's see here. There we go. This is a moment here where Erlan, in a very intense matchup here, game number 3 between RRQ and EVOs in the Classic Derby, walks into the bush right here. Interestingly enough, he flashed the emote right before he gets caught, and the team is just unable to help him out. Definitely a moment that turned the odds in favor of RRQ. And soon after, we're seeing again, seems like the SOD attempts here from Erlan. We've been highlighting this man's potential, his game instinct, his game sense, and the way he outplays and makes these very unpredictable maneuvers in the Land of Dawn. But when there's too much, when does the plays become too much? Because right here, once more, he goes in for a Spear of Destruction here, lands it on Moeza, jumps in to try and get a play onto Maybe. But look what happens here. With Moeza very aware of the possibility, with Moeza kind of shadowing Maybe right there, you can see that Erlan used a bunch of basic attacks onto Moeza, and as a result, just gets zoned away for a bit too long, and is unable to really get the outplay there. Now, on the other side of the spectrum here, when it comes to good results, we've seen a lot coming out of Annabelle, where initially he seemed kind of shaky, but out of nowhere last week he brought out that Lancelot, and look at that. In the neutral objective game, he was just good. And here, to the credit of Team Liquid ID, they just weren't really shadowing, weren't really zoning Annabelle away. If you look at the screen right here, Annabelle is allowed to just stay there on the sides and set up for that Thorn Rose Phantom Execution combo. Gets in, gets out, clean performance. Not once, not twice, one more time right here. In the midst of all the chaos, Annabelle, with his eye on the prize, gets that red tree barely before zooming out into safety. So, honestly, man, the jungle is where a lot of these a lot of these moments in the Land of Dawn are really focused on right now. And with the players in the jungle position doing so well right now, you can see right here, the fact that Annabelle is able to just find ways to kind of zone everyone away and then go back in to the safe zones right there and allow himself a clear window to get in, really avoid the focus from Team Liquid ID, and then get back in for the chase. That's ideal assassin gameplay, man. If you're playing an assassin, this is exactly the kind of scenario that you would want to see in the Land of Dawn. But soon after, by the way, on the other hand, we talked about Hazel on the Fanny for Team RRQ. We were thinking that maybe, right, the Fanny in the hands of someone that's very mechanically inclined like Hazel is going to do something really crazy. And, look for yourself right here. Hazel and Annabelle himself. 1v1 right here. It seems like Annabelle is already out. But out of nowhere, Hazel finds this route, predicts Annabelle's movements, gets him with the cutthroat over the wall as well for the shutdown. I believe they didn't really win that game either, but it just shows again that with the right mechanics, some of these heroes are just a real menace, a real problem in the Land of Dawn. So coming into week number 5, you can fully expect a lot of attention coming into the jungling positions. On top of that, we also have a lot of different changes with the new patch as well. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, that was the M-Watch Breakdown. And we're going to have it every Friday, so stay tuned for the same segment next week. But for now, we're going to soon throw into a short little break before we actually go into the opening here to watch the players come in, to watch the audience and the hype coming into MPL ID Season 15, week number 5, day number 1.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Hai guys, ketemu lagi. Jadi aku mau ngasih tahu kalau misalkan di week yang kelima ini akan seru banget. Jadi pokoknya kalian jangan pernah miss out because for the first time ever kita akan melihat kolaborasi besar antara dunia esports dan juga sports. Karena di week yang kelima ini kita akan ada kolaborasi antara MPL ID dan juga NBA. Di week ini kita akan ada kegiatan-kegiatan yang super seru. Yang pertama akan ada activity banyak yang kalian bisa ikut serta. Plus bakal ada yang aku dengar influencer dan juga para atlet NBA official yang akan datang ke MPL Arena. Lalu akan juga ada pembagian merchandise official NBL. Jadi kalian nggak mau pasti ketinggalan dong. Dan ini merupakan sesuatu yang sangat besar, gebrakan baru untuk MPL. Jadi siapkan energi kalian, langsung datang ke MPL Arena because this is not just a game. This is MPL ID X NVL. We own this.
Yap, sesuai dengan yang Etera bilang. Ini bukan main-main lagi. Ini akan menjadi mega crossover antara MPL dan juga NBA. Betapa tidaknya kita harus berbahagia karena kita akan menyambut minggu yang kelima di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Semuanya berbahagia, semuanya makin seru dan makin panas. Mengingat minggu lalu semua tim berjuang dengan sangat hebat. Bahkan kita hanya melihat 2-0 satu kali saja di antara banyaknya match. Dan kembalinya tim-tim di minggu kelima semuanya pasti bertanya-tanya nih, gimana jalannya pertarungan? Apa yang akan mereka bawa? Karena transfer window pun kayaknya juga makin seru. Dan banyak sekali hal-hal yang harus kita saksikan bersama-sama. Dan mengingat beberapa tim akan menutup match mereka di leg yang pertama hari ini. Ada Geek Fam dan juga Navi. Kalau Navi memang masih ditanyakan nih, kapan mereka akan men-score poin, match point untuk mereka. Saat ini masih kosong, belum ada yang mereka dapatkan kemenangan. Mungkin ini bisa menjadi jawaban mereka untuk sebelum masuk ke leg yang kedua. Dan Geek Fam pun kalau mereka menang bisa saja mereka merangkak naik ke klasemen. Sebelum kita menyaksikan bagaimana kedua tim ini mengakhiri leg yang pertama, izinkan Bunda mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua, para super fans yang terus mendukung, yang ada di rumah, yang ada di MPL Arena, dan khususnya kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official sponsor Head & Shoulder, official dari e-wallet GoPay, dan kita juga punya partner ini sport. Namun sebelumnya juga ada official coffee partner Good Day, dan partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa pula ada advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawk Band, dan supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan kalau mengingat tentang kedua tim ini, Geek Fam, mereka seperti sudah memiliki ramuan khusus dengan line up yang sudah pasti. Dan kalau Navi sendiri banyak sekali perubahan yang sudah mereka lakukan namun belum membuahkan hasil. Bagaimana nih? Kita semuanya pasti menunggu untuk Navi mendapatkan kemenangannya. Namun kita juga menunggu bagaimana Geek Fam terus merangkak naik ke babak klasemen, ke puncak klasemen. Dan dengan kolaborasi yang semakin memukau, MPL Indonesia X NBA. Bagaimana jalannya pertarungan? Dan bagaimanakah dari kedua tim ini meramaikan suasana di pembukaan match minggu yang kelima? Ini bukan minggu yang mudah tentunya bagi tim-tim karena patch juga baru berlangsung. Semuanya harus bisa beradaptasi dan memberikan hasil. Langsung saja kita akan buka minggu yang pertama. Inilah dia Geekfam dan juga Navi.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Catch it, Rashi. Boom, we got that slam dunk.
It's
Welcome
good.
back to MPL Indonesia Season 15, Week 5, Day number 1. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we own this, but we also are collaborating with NBA. This is MPL ID X-NBA that you are watching today, accompanied by your boy in red. Not in red, in a red tie. That's what I meant.
Right.
Mirko, I'm here with Realize and Arashi as well. How we doing, yo?
Red tie or red hair?
What red hair are we talking about?
Am I colorblind or?
You talking about Bigatron?
No, this guy with the red above his head.
What are you talking about?
Wait, so am I the only one seeing the red hair here?
This looks pretty black hair to me.
I'm gonna go to the to a doctor after this. I think
You
problems with my eyes. I
might
just
have
switched
to.
my glasses, by the way, so
okay.
that might be the case.
So it makes sense, you know, new glasses, maybe new colors that you are seeing today, Realize, but we're definitely going to be seeing some new colors here with the collaboration with NBA. You can see we got a lot more flair, and don't worry, because we have a lot stored for you guys back at home. If you guys are NBA fans, get ready to see some cool new openings, cool new stuff. But Arashi, what cool new things are we going to see from the patch?
From the patch? I mean, I bet we're going to see some picks kind of come out of the shadows right here because there have been a lot of interesting changes. I feel like these are changes that are on their own kind of small, but if you look at them in the context of the meta, right, it's going to kind of shift things around. Before that, though, it's interesting that we have a basketball team going on because you remind me of a certain Hanamichi Sakuragi, by the way.
Is that a Kuroko or slam dunk?
That's a slam dunk
That's a
reference,
slam
my
dunk.
guy.
Alright.
Let's go.
I've heard that is the better basketball anime, but
Hey.
who knows? Let's take a look at today's schedule, boys. This is Geek Fam up against Navi. We're going to be watching it right here, right now, but then we'll have that rumble in the jungle and Evos taking up Onyx.
Rumble in the jungle. Of course, if we take a look at the standings after this, it seems like it's not a sight to behold usually for Sonics at home or in the arena because you're just gonna see it for yourselves. 7th. That is not the natural habitat of Onyx.
Is it not realized?
It's not.
Okay.
We're used to being number 1.
The Sonics definitely don't think this is their natural habitat,
Nah.
but who knows? Maybe you guys back at home think this is. I will say something though here as we get into the standings. So far in Week 5, this is the exact same standing, or at least for the top 2 that we saw from last season. RQ and BTR were also topping the league just last season in Week 5. What's surprising is Evos is number 3. Last season, they were down in the dumps. 8th place, Arashi. So with the changes, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Bigatron, RQ, they looked solid. Evo's Ultra Ego, they kind of dipped last week, but with the new patch, do you think this will benefit the top teams or it'll benefit the bottom teams?
Oh man, I feel like it has to kind of benefit the top teams in a sense that for the top teams, they're already done. When they're pretty solid already. It's all about adapting to new changes. Whereas for the teams at the bottom, you know, they have to kind of fix their mistakes and also adjust to this. Just real quick, Valir here is definitely an eye catcher, man. So much more damage overall. Max HP damage, by the way. That's where it's interesting. In the meta where it's a lot of assassins, we see changes as well that kind of might bring some of these more fighter-oriented jungles back into the meta. But with Valir in the picture now, if you want a front two back, if you need a mage to stay in the back and stun people and do some damage, Valir is right up there with all these buffs, man. It's basically just a full-on buff. Right? There isn't a change, there isn't a trade-off, it's just all positive. Same thing for Clint, dude. Man, if you look at the numbers here, it's kind of ridiculous. The early game pressure now is definitely something that can swing the balance in that laning phase towards that hero for sure. On the other side, speaking of the late game, the counterpart to that early game of the Clint, Natan as well, with the stacks now stacking off one by one instead of completely wearing off. There's a chance that Natan is going to show up as well here if teams want to go for the late game, and Geek Fam is playing today.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you take a look at the few assassins that has been nerfed, of course, off the record as well, Suyo no longer has that magic damage as well. Usually he has that physical damage reduction and then the magic damage reduction as well. But now it feels like the assassins are losing their grip on the game and on the meta. And it feels like the mages. There is a possibility of a resurrection again, picking the mages, like you said, Valir and all those potential mage heroes to be picked, right?
And again, talking about mage heroes, Gord, right? Now your basic attacks can no longer proc the true damage, but now for skill number 2 in particular, it just procs, it just kind of applies the damage so much faster now, so you're gonna get multiple passive procs, and you're gonna have a lot of wave clear to work with. And this is a hero that some people already theorize has a place in the meta potentially, depending on your composition. Same thing for the Yi Sun-shin and the Leomord, especially that Leomord, dude. If you're planning on neutral objective control, oh, watch out, man. Leomord's about to ride in from the sunset with Barbiel.
Oh. Got to ride into with the horse coming in around you. I don't know. I'm trying to make NBA references here, but I won't actually watch too much NBA.
We need Sheffin, dude.
Sheffin is the guy for this job.
Sheffin, we need you here in the building. Not just for the hair cam for Head and Shoulders, but also for the audience topic voting. Half season is about to end. Can Geek continue their win streak? A, yes they can. B, it's Navi's time to shine. Or C, depends on their patch. Much they have adapted to the patch. And this is why I've been bringing it up. Will the teams actually be able to benefit through this patch? Because Na'Vi, even before the patch, you know, we've been playing on the same patch for quite a while, and they haven't been able to adapt, in MPL at least, right? And they've swapped in BQ Shy in the XP, Rome, Cars, the machine, and now we're seeing them have to adapt again. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, I think they're going to benefit a lot from this. Fredrin being buffed means that I think we might see Vincent back. No, I'm joking, but this is the old Geek Fam style. Back when they had Nile, they loved playing the Fredrin.
Yeah, the Fredrin, the Kai, and all those, you know, jungle, tank jungle heroes as well.
Utility.
So I feel like, yeah, it will fit Geek Fam to a certain degree. But again, I think for Makids, this is going to also be a challenge for him because he is well known for the assassins, right? The Suyo as well. But the Suyo has been nerfed, so where will he go after that?
It's a big question here. But again, half season mark right here for Geek Fam. Is this the comeback? Is this the pattern that's going to repeat itself? Sheffin, you know, just for the record, does not believe in such things, right? No pattern. But this is the pattern that seems to be developing here for Geek Fam. But you mentioned it again, Realize. Now for Makids, I feel like there's definitely a lot of eyes on him right now. Can he perform the same way, on the same level, when his go-to heroes are going to be banned out? Or even worse, maybe they're not even in the meta anymore.
All right, take a look at the scenario though, ladies and gentlemen. If Geek Fam win 2-1, 2-0, it's just if they win, they will secure top 3 in the standings.
Wow.
They were 6th, right? Right above of Onyx, so winning here means they will go all the way to number 3. That just shows how close it is from number 2 to number 8. Unfortunately, Na'Vi, they're going to have to get some more wins, not just this win, to climb up because they're currently 0-7 winless. Now, Geek Fam, you know, they have been known to come back in the later stages. Can Na'Vi do the same? You guys agree with, well, all right, let me ask you guys, Na'Vi or Geek Fam, who's going to take this match? Realize.
I think it's Geek Fam, obviously,
Geek Fam?
because Na'Vi, again, has to adapt to the patches as well. And the answer is there.
They agree. They agree with it. A, yes, they can, is the favorite answer amongst you people back at home. 61%. It's Na'Vi's time to shine, only 18. So, you people back at home.
Or Sheffin's people.
Sheffin.
Yeah,
Sheffin people, the basketball people. Go ahead, yeah.
The Geek Fam unity as
Geek
well.
Fam unity, basketball, Persona, he likes all those.
Right,
Anime
right.
people.
Anime people.
Anime people?
Kuroko.
What are you talking about?
That's you, Arashi. Arashi,
that's
do you think Na'Vi can't shine?
Ooh, I feel like in this situation here, with the changes to the patch and all that, even before, right? Geek Fam as a team, we've always kind of hyped up whenever there's a patch coming through. Because you never know what the War Crime General is up to, man. That guy is an absolute menace, and you just don't know, right? So if you look at the match history as well, last season, Geek Fam were able to actually get it done twice in both matches against Na'Vi. So definitely a tough matchup. By all means, we've seen surprises before, where Na'Vi out of nowhere will find a solution somehow. But I gotta say, statistically speaking, it's supposed to be Geek Fam.
All right. And while we're talking about Geek Fam, this is the thing. If we're talking about adapting to the patch, they've been great with Suyo. 2 wins. This is the streak in week 4. 6 games. that he's used Suyo on in week 4. And in total, you know, in MPL Indonesia Season 15, this is the guy to pick Suyo the most.
Yeah.
He's played it 12 times, 6 games in a row. He hasn't even gone on the Joy, and earlier in the weeks, we have been seeing him just on Joy. So Arashi, let's read what Arashi says. Arashi,
Oh man.
you don't get to see it. Never mind.
Basically, without the Suyo, due to the patch and all that, or the bans potentially in the matchup here, we have to wait and see to judge how well he's gonna perform here. Because you know, if he's only good on the Suyo, it won't be enough, right? We have to wait and see how he performs when he is tested by all these factors in the Land of Dawn. Looking at some of the highlights, though, he is definitely great at going in with that aggressive style with the Suyo, and he likes being up close and personal like this. And the Suyo is a hero that kind of allows you to do so. But like you mentioned, realize now with the reduction to the damage reduction removed, now being physical damage reduction, this means he's going to be susceptible to a lot of magic damage. So I guess Navi can kind of maybe rely on that if they really want to try and shut him down somehow.
Yeah, and not to mention as well the activation of the mages in the mid lane. There's going to be a lot of picks that you can really play and fiddle with. You know, talking about the mages that has been buffed, like Valor, for example. So that is going to be a possibility for Navi if they want to play that. And I think I have one concern for Geek Fam as a whole, seeing this whole make it scenario. I hope he doesn't turn into Vincent, in which Vincent was only viable in playing the Assassins, the Lings, the Fannies. He wasn't really comfortable playing the Fredrins and all that. Maybe to a certain degree he could, but I hope Make-Its won't repeat the same mistake. I hope he will be comfortable in adjusting to the patch, regardless of how susceptible Suyo is right now.
Yeah, I think that's the opposite though. I think it's Ray you're talking about.
Oh,
The
yeah,
ones
Ray.
that are really good on Assassins, not too good on
Yeah.
utility jungles. Vincent the opposite, really good on utility jungles. Assassins, we saw a dip, but you can see it's only a little bit of a diff, as the man pointed out earlier. Only a bit. He's number 2 in the jungler total lord, and this is also because Geek Fam, out of all the teams in MPL ID, have played the most games. They only win and lose 2-1. They can never get 2-0 victories. I watched Geek Fam's mic check the other day, and even Beloyski's like, when he was 1-1 against Ultra Ego, was like, damn, why can't we win 2-0? Why does it have to be another 2-1?
Is it the pattern?
The pattern.
Is it
Chefin-
a pattern?
Chefin doesn't believe in patterns.
Exactly.
Nor does he believe in lemon.
He doesn't like lemons.
We'll have to see today, right? Can Geek Fam prove Chefin right? Right? Can they break the pattern, to say the least? Because usually it's all about whether or not the game becomes geekable. But today, in a matchup where they are the ones kind of highlighted as the favorites, maybe you're going to see a bit of a difference here. A 2-0 would be a welcome factor here for all the Geek Fam fans, the Geek community at home. But for the Navi Nation, this is definitely a bit of a moment of truth. They've been on a downward slope, and if they don't start the recovery all the way here in the middle of the season, it's gonna be a bit too late to start doing so towards the end.
And talking about the mid-season turnarounds and what Geek has been able to do, I feel like that is possibly going to happen again because again, number one, patch updates is something that is going to be a spectacle for Geek Fam, but it has been proven in the past few seasons where Geek Fam were able to pull out a pocket pick and it works for them. They were the trendsetters. When they first picked up the Gatot Kacha in the hands of Beloyski, that is where they started turning the tides around. So maybe, just maybe, in the second half of the season or the regular season, they're gonna do just that.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they should. I don't know. For me personally, Navi, it's weird that we get to see one of the best XPs turn to here as an XP laner. He's up there as in like individual play. As roamer, it does seem like so far he's been average, if not below average. So to put a guy who's at his peak while in his best role to roam is a questionable move in my opinion, Arashi, especially considering Geek Fam have developed so well in the past 4 weeks. We're gonna see Bauman here as he slam dunks us to the Navi introduction. It's BQ Shy, Washer Paul, X Magic, Arashi, same lineup.
Oh man, it is the exact same lineup right here. We'll have to see how this works out, man. Usually we've seen them rely more on BQ Shy, but against Geek Fam, that might not be enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in the gold lane. We got the man, XBTR by the way, Shibe.
Boy Shibe coming in, always having a solid performance time and time again, despite how the team is lagging behind. But who's coming up behind him?
Following next, the man with magic. You can call him X Magic in the mid lane.
He's lost his wand, but slowly but surely, we hope he can cast more spells.
Oh, hold up. That's the XP laner new all the way from MDL, the rookie, BQ Shy.
BQ Shy is his name, but he is bold in that lane.
Hey, XPTR, by the way. Whoa, sure, Paul, that means I am Paul, the jungler of Na'Vi.
Announcing himself to the stage right there immediately. But finally,
hold up, that's the machine. It's Cars in row for Na'Vi.
The machine. Again, back to his point. Yeah, indeed, it feels very, very, I think it's very sad to see him in the roam, but I hope he does well, at least for this week.
we have to see what the idea is for the team, man. What have they cooked up? What they have prepared? Because they're up against a Geek Fam.
Well, here are the players, of course. Gobs, Maykids, Aboy, Beloyski, Chidera, still almost the same lineup. And of course, for Maykids, this is going to be a test for him if he will be able to survive the patch.
Let's welcome them. Geek Fam, first up, it's the gold laner, the gold digger from the hood. It's Chidera.
Look at his face, man. He looks excited to be here. Absolutely ready for the showdown.
Don't you forget in the mid lane, is it a man? No, it's a boy, the carry of Geek Fam.
A boy, of course, doing magic in the mid lane, has been able to provide miracles.
Hey, don't get gobsmacked, because that's Gobs in XP.
Ready for a challenge, man, again. Seems to be energetic here, knowing what he wants to do for his team.
The man who's only played Suyo last week. Let's see if he can play some new things here in Season 15, Week 5. That's Maykids in the jungle.
Maykids trying to kind of flex out his muscles here. And finally,
last but not least, that's the war crime general, the leader of Geek Fam. That's Beloyski.
This is where we will see the intelligence of Beloyski, the things he could pull out when the patch update comes in. So, of course, it's going to be very interesting to see how Geek Fam will adjust to this patch.
look at him, man. Stoic as ever there, right on the stage.
Chill.
That's the war crime general and his charisma, his aura here. But behind everyone is the coaching staff.
Of course, it's Aldo, Do, and Raiden with Bluffsy as well. Honora. And Dora.
Dora the
DSP.
Lower.
Called him Dora the Explorer for the longest time here. So for Na'Vi, they've decided to go with Washo Paul, not Aether. That's an interesting choice considering Aether, I think, has been performing better, at least in MPL. Okay, we don't know how scrims have looked for them. What do you think about this, Arashi? Is it because of the Fredrin coming in? We have been seeing more alpha picks, more utility picks for Washo Paul.
I mean, it's absolutely possible. Maybe it's also because, now when we say maybe, I think of a player now. It's kind of confusing. But yes, maybe it's because his issue mainly was the decision-making, the pathing, right? And they have a lot of time to actually kind of ingrain that into him, you know, in the long break. So maybe that's the idea, right? They can use that. And whereas Aether, he seems to have a better grasp, a more consistent and stable performance, but he lacks a bit more of that flair, of the X factor. So maybe they're trying to go with the player with the X factor and try and almost teach him, right? What's the right calls to make here on the big stage?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, for Washi Paul again, it seems like when Aether was playing and Na'Vi was slumping, we were all talking about how maybe Washi Paul would make a difference. But when he came into the lineup, it feels like everything is just the same for Na'Vi. So again, it feels like Washi Paul, it's going to be his day today.
Well, the key to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for Geek Fam is to exploit Karza's limited hero pool. He's only performed really well. He really shines on a certain few picks only. And along with that, it's always the duo, right? The EXP lane and the roamer. So Beiki Shai also has to be respected. They have to try and shut him down here because he knows how to make an impact when he gets those picks that allow him to do so. For Na'Vi, deny Suya from Maykids is the glaring, obvious solution here. Something they can try and push onto Geek Fam and punish Beloyski's additional movements when he's trying to make some of those plays. Because we know Beloyski looks and prods for some of those information, some of those potential engages. But if he gets punished every single time he does so, it's going to get very difficult for the team, for Geek Fam to understand what's going on as well. So that could be the angle that Na'Vi can use.
Oh, already a change here for Geek Fam, a team that is usually red-sided. Maybe in the patch they figured out something new. They are going to choose first pick as home team today. Na'Vi will be placed on red side as the away team. But Na'Vi have not had a good time on red. They actually like first pick more. So is this more of a patch thing, Arashi? Are we going to see some really prio picks that is that prio for first pick?
I feel like that's the initial assumption. By all means, for a team like Geek Fam, that's very cerebral, they're like thinking about these things. They might really also take a look at Na'Vi and how they don't really do well in second pick, and they're trying to force that onto Na'Vi. Because Geek Fam themselves, I feel like they can do pretty okay on both sides, right? But I think the immediate suspicion is the fact that there's something potentially new that they really want to get their hands on as first pick.
Another angle, though, is I'm kind of curious to see the bans. Will Fanny again be perma-banned still? Will Harith be there, up there? And if the bans do change, of course, the whole game plan in the draft changes as well. So, of course, the bans will dictate and determine how the drafting phase will go.
I think the Fanny is gone. For these two players especially. I think the Fanny will only be respected for the gods of Fanny, like Kyrie,
Hazel.
Ray, Fabian, maybe even. Not too sure about Hazel, because he did play like 3 games of Fanny, and those were all losses. So. Fanny has just not been able to find a lot of success this season. Annabelle sitting at 0% as well. Ray only winning once on the Fanny, even, and he's the Fanny guy. You would expect him to do well on Fanny. Kyrie, 50% win rate. Arashi, with the nerfs, are we gonna say goodbye finally? Thank goodness, the Fanny.
I think it's only going to be viable for a very few select individuals, like you mentioned, because it was nerfed a bit more as well in the current patch.
Let's take a look at the changes then as we get into the drafting phase. First one, right after the new patch. Geek Fam on blue, Na'Vi on red. Still, Hilda, Chip, and it's the Lucas. So that's something new.
Yeah, changes in the bans.
Not entirely new, but still not usually banned out this much before.
Yeah, not the staples like you used to see. The Suyos, the Fannies, the Hariths. Maybe Harith might just come through because I think it is still viable. Only a reduction in terms of the shielding, but still, it is very agile and still very, very much viable. Luo Yi, though, also taken away.
So Na'Vi immediately respecting all the macro tools available. If the pattern stands against Geek Fam, they should probably respect the Moskov as well. We know that Geek Fam really likes that style where they can kind of move around, rotate with the macro tools, the shortcuts, the diversion, also the Spear of Destruction. So that being said though, if they're going to focus and ban away the Moskov, they might have, they're then going to be letting go of the Harith, and we know what Chadera can do on that Harith.
Hey, cheer for your team back at home here in the live chat. Is it Na'Vi or Geek? Na'Vi currently winning 31. Where the Famunities at? Where's Sheffin at? Jusin banned away. So, I've been hearing a lot of Clints recently being like pretty good. I've heard that some teams in the Philippines during their qualifiers for SIBO have actually banned out Clint in the first phase. So are we expecting Na'Vi to take that out? So far, no updated heroes in the first phase of bans. It's been it's the old heroes that have been meta throughout the last 2 patches.
And it seems like Clint is, of course, a very, very viable option as well if you want to play the early game.
Oh!
But no, the Fanny is still banned.
Okay.
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
Okay, it's looking to be the Kalea first pick here. We're not going to see anything too crazy just yet. But don't worry, folks. I believe we will see something crazy very, very soon. Na'Vi response. Do they still take Suyo? Because that's been a natural response for the last time. This Kalea pick is also a good deny away from Cars. He's only played 2 Kalea games and 1 Cho so far in Rome.
Yeah, the Kalea definitely going to slow down any kind of potential Na'Vi wants to try and get, when it comes to the pick-off potential there. But if they want to go for pick-off, there's still options available, but what do they want to show first? That's the big thing here. Do they want to show their tools first, or do they want to show their lanes first? Because if they want to go and show the lanes, that's cool and all, but then Geek Fam will have a chance to kind of allow themselves to get a better laning phase. Turns out it's going to be focusing on the individual roles first. It's going to be the EXP lane and the jungle. Fovia is still very much a prio pick.
And the Joy now becomes a harder counter to Suyo. In the past, we've seen kind of mixed result. It's like 50-40% win rate for the Joy up against Suyo, really skill dependent. But now taking away the magic damage reduction, now being only physical damage reduction, the Joy has already had the better time in a 1v1 against Suyo. Now, I don't think Suyo stands a chance at all. Maybe if he's 4 levels ahead, then he can, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, but immediately in a 1v1 on equal terms, I think you're absolutely correct, man. The Joy is gonna be quite difficult, and on top of that, with the Phobias as well, it seems like they're trying to counter the jungle using the pigs instead, but Geek Fam immediately shows out that Fredrin. The all-new Fredrin, by the way. Welcome back, dude. After such a long time, when we were just glad to see him out of the meta, He's back.
He's got a free red tree in his first skill. And also, buff Novaria.
Yeah.
45% to 70% on the damage of skill 2.
It's an a boy pick as well, right, Novaria?
Yes.
Oh, same goes for Yezkiel, another team for another discussion, but it's very, very nice to see him back with the Novaria.
And as a response, the Faramis.
Interesting.
That is very, very interesting. With the Fredrin right now, you have an abundance, and I mean abundance of crowd control available to you. Your skills are just on such a shorter cooldown as well with the changes. So when you're grouping up together in a Nether realm, that seems like quite a disadvantage. And that's before considering that Kalia can kind of join the fight, join the fun, when just jump in there and knock everyone up.
And also, Arashi, it does look like, you know, for Geek Fam, the Fredrin is just so much value. Number one, because you can lock down the Phobius. When he jumps, he's going to get taunted, locked up, yada yada. But the Joy, this Fredrin pick, even an M6, was a counter to the Joy. We remember seeing it as a way to lock Mrs. Joy down. Mathilda will get banned away there, stopping the combo of Mathilda and Phobius. Mathilda, Phobius, Faramis, actually. But the Arlet is definitely an interesting one. They're trying to stop Gobs from getting a comfort pick, and this is pretty good. I think it's a good angle, because for Gobs, one of his heroes has been globally banned right now. It's the revamped hero Glue. So you take away the Arlet now, which is, I think, an interesting move, but I see. The Arlet is actually, yeah. I forgot completely, but Arlet combo with Fredrin, it's always just like CC, the Vengeance. Well, you'll have it reset every single time.
Right, you're going to be dashing all over the place. Na'Vi, great catch there, being aware of the hero combos. But for now, though, for Geek Fam, they're going to have sustainability and crowd control. Are they going to have enough damage to seal the deal, though? Because again, the Novaria has a lot more scaling, a lot more damage now. But you only have a single real burst damage tool, and the rest is kind of utility. Same thing for Kalia and the Fredrin. So I think Na'Vi, they want to double down, get some more sustainability. That could be an angle. They've banned the Moskov as well, but Geek Fam respond with a immediate Bruno ban too. It might be an angle for that Clint, Mirko. Maybe the early game is what both teams are looking for.
Again, the discourse of, Chidera's limited hero pool. He's only been able to play the carry, the Clods, the Moskov taken out. Will the Clint being reinstated back to the patch means that Chidera will have, an option to play with early game, especially when you have someone in the caliber of Baloyski wanting to play actively in all the side lanes. It means that Geek Fam can really activate that early game, especially if they have the Fred in the jungle now.
With the Freddy in the jungle and the Clint in the lane, then the Prio is going to be insane. And that's what's going to allow the Kalia to be a lot more active around the map as well. And Na'Vi, again, understanding the requirement for having a catch here, as well as a good front line over the Hylas. It's going to allow them to kind of ignore the Astral Echo that's going to slow everyone down, allow them to kind of barrel through and ignore a lot of these slows coming in from the Novaria.
With the Fredrin jungle, this technically allows carry XPs to come back into the meta, right? So I'm thinking maybe they might just go for a CC to deal with the Hylos and the Phobius, and then a Clint in the gold lane. But what else would be what would be another option for them to go for? Because I don't remember Chidera being a Clint guy, He's more of a, maybe even Beatrix over Clint.
Do you think the Harriet is still a valid response right here, Mirko? Oh, never mind that.
Ranger still.
Florin.
We're back to the Baloyski style of play. Healers for Baloy. The Granger, yes, has been nerfed. But it's actually, with a front-to-back composition, your dash shouldn't really matter that much. You should have enough CC from your team to peel, especially with the healing of Florin. And you actually deal more damage with your ultimate now. The damage scaling has been buffed. 100% to 120, I believe. So they still go for a full front-to-back composition here for Geek Fam. It's Novaria and Granger. But it's an interesting one with the Florin, definitely. Na'Vi. Now, for their gold, they try to just burst them down with a Clint, or we just see the Clint ignore Natan, maybe? No, too much magic, yeah?
Probably a bit too much magic.
Yeah, Clint.
Indeed, man. Sheriff Clint is in town.
Yeah.
So it's strong laning phase, but in the mid to late game, Na'Vi is gonna have issues, man. They gotta leverage all these strong laning picks to really get ahead in the early game. Because otherwise, this is basically a more annoying, a more difficult to deal with combo of the Granger Sicilian, right? Novaria and Granger, both with more damage in the long distance, with the Fredrin and the Novaria for the sustain, for the poking game as well. And Kalia can even heal everyone else. So there's crazy sustain and poke from Geek Fam. So Na'Vi, they have to try and get ahead before the game revolves around the dance, the neutral objective dance.
All right, lineup rating actually favors Geek Fam. Let's see if they can get it done with this composition. A lot of skill shots in hand with the Granger and the Navaria. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive deep into the land of dawn. You can see the Garuda wings of MPL ID take us right here into our first match, first game with a new patch.
Geek Fam against Natus, Vincer, or Na'Vi. Born to win, but still winless. Of course, they will try to look for the wins today.
Oh my god, that was brutal, man!
It's gonna be straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, the truth can't hurt. That's the
NBA.
thing. Straightforward.
Yeah.
Straightforward. Well, X Magic and Cars now just going with a 2v2. Beloyski won't be able to do too much when it comes to trading there with the Florin. Looking at the emblems though, Bargain Hunter and the focusing mark for Beloy. So a bit of best of both worlds. No tankiness built in at all. He's going to be relying on the positioning. And in that sense, Maykits and Gobs are going to be the one on duty to try and scout out. But they have a boy on the Novaria as well to assist in that department. For everyone else, Rupture and Weapon Mastery for Shive. So he wants to get some early game damage, but also wants to get full value from the items later on. Shive though!
Oh, he's very, very low. Thankfully, still able to escape.
Wow, I mean, that just goes to show the laning that you have with a Florin. It doesn't matter if you poke like if you trade like a Clint. If you have someone always there to help you peel and to help you get HP, I guess you're fine.
The Go-Go Gadget health dispenser here from Beloyski. But also the Granger, man. In an all-in, the Granger just has so much more to say with the Rhapsody. Look at this though, Maykits.
Possible dive, Maykits still waiting for his time to pounce, but Kars is still there, just backing up and peeling for Sive, absorbing all the bullets.
You can see just how fast the clear is for Maykits.
Yeah.
That change of first skill, 50 to 100%, times 2ing his damage. I don't think you can last hit against this guy. Just look how fast he clears the jungle. Setting up for Turtle, Rashi, who has the advantage.
I think for sure it's got to be Geek Fam, but they have to get there on time. Na'Vi already on it and already trying to rush it down. So trying to sneak it almost from under Geek Fam's noses. Wow. And they don't know. They're going to get it.
Free real estate for Na'Vi. The total uncontested. You would expect the tank junglers to really get prio on the objective, but this time, it's a big no-no.
Man, for Na'Vi, they're doing a great job using the lane presence yet again. But now Geek Fam, they're just trading. They're avoiding a lot of these dangerous trades in the early game. Na'Vi has more urgency, but Geek Fam are the ones who are able to actually rotate faster and almost orchestrate a dive earlier. They didn't really go for it, but that shows that they could if they really wanted to. That's definitely a factor that's in the back of the minds of Na'Vi.
Oh man, you can see the time prediction by our new application, Go Pay. Me and Naveen both went for Na'Vi. Hey, Geek Fam though, they look like... Wow, that damage!
Energy Eruption, as well as the Astral Echo reveals their positions. Gobs as well in the mid lane, chiming in, but no momentum to jump further forward.
Oh my goodness, that damage, the healing as well. The Geeks have been geeking. They saw the patch, they went full geek mode, they studied it. And Beloyski, man, understands something that Na'Vi doesn't. This is so far a 400 gold lead without a neutral objective. This is back to the old trading game because the prio that they have in gold is too much. Shive, the Clint's done. You need early game. Your scaling actually got nerfed.
Yep, Beloyski solo Kars. Just charge forward. A boy and Maykits comes with the backup. Glorious Pathway pop. Maykits misses the taunt, but Washipal just again rhythmically jumping in the backline. But still, Na'Vi unable to bring home anything into their pockets.
And this is where the Faramis pick really comes to haunt Na'Vi, man. What can X Magic do right here? He doesn't really win in the wave clear department against the Novaria. As you can see right there, that's what Novaria is notorious for. And he doesn't really win in the team fights as well, because Geek Fam are not looking for that one big moment where that Netherrealm is going to actually pay great dividends for Na'Vi. X Magic has to maybe just save it to save Shive, perhaps in the late game. Look at this though, Kars.
Beloyski very low. Shiva as well, just brawling with Chadera. A boy pops the Astral Echo. Kars stuck in no man's land, and that is one dead horse. Chadera gets the first blood.
Horse got put down by the guns of Chadera. Hunter Strike already. Na'Vi having prio over the neutral objectives, but this lead is going to snowball up so much, so fast. Chadera, he's on a roll already. He's got so much gold, and that's going to be a turret traded.
Chidera right now is 1,000 gold ahead compared to Shive on the Clint. So now with the turret going down as well, Geek Fam fully expect them to start pushing their advantage, man. With the fact that they have a Fredrin means that the stealing game is available right now to go into the jungle. And with a boy on the Novaria, like we mentioned, there's so many ways for them to sniff out where Na'Vi is kind of trying to hold out. And look at this, dude. More of this coming soon from Geek Fam.
Let's take a look at this fact. Why a new application GoPay. This marks Florent's debut in Season 15 after the hero was last used in Season 13 when Beloyski used her against Onyx in a loss. Make it!
Oh, car so low, make it, jumps forward, but BQ Shy is there to back up with one push towards the turret. BQ Shy against popping to the backline. Watchy Paul wants to come in, but no time to do just that.
No one is dying. Everybody's healing back up so much. X-Magic didn't even need to use NetherRealm.
And again, that kind of shows that he has no idea when it's going to be beneficial to pop that NetherRealm at all. It's so confusing for Na'Vi right now. And they're getting an advantage of being able to kind of match the sustain because they have cards with the Glorious Pathway and the Revitalize. But as Geek Fam gets more items, that lead is gonna go away.
What is that damage?
Beloyski's got to watch his positioning though. That's the one way that Na'Vi can kind of win out in the composition against Geek Fam.
Hey man, Beloyski is a war crime general. The sheriff does added bonus, it seems, to Outlaws.
They're here to deal damage. And one point again is X-Magic. He has the glowing one already. It means he can rotate and join in the fights to give that extra, healing reduction towards Geek Fam.
Yeah, he can go for the healing reduction, but Geek Fam also won't be allowing any big fights to happen. Right? They have so much disengage built in already, and it's all about poke at this point. And soon, again, Geek Fam now are actually trying to rotate and be in the neutral objective zone faster. Watch for Gobs, man. Makeits probably will be focusing on the neutral objective. Gobs is going to be the one trying to go and find some kind of engage.
Laning phase is over. It's time for a fight. Only one kill in the past 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Shivet.
Very low, popped and poked. A rumble in the jungle goes to a halt. The Astral Echo connects, and X-Magic has to run with the Shadow Stampede, but no damage just yet. And a boy comes from downtown, snipes him away as the turtle is opened wide for Geek Fam. Na'Vi still wanting to just challenge this. The Glorious Pathway popped, and who wins the turtle trade? It is going to be into the hands of Geek Fam, but the fight continues. The Tsunami Slam comes in. BQ Shy jumps in with the Demonic Pursuit, but no one dead just yet. Chidera will come in. BQ Shy gone. Washy Paul, where he is, there he is, and Beloyski will just try to be eaten from the inside, but it is going to be a prolonged fight. Na'Vi also deliver, but no. One dead just yet from Geek Fam.
Hey, call that a three-pointer for a boy! Shooting BQ Shy down from half court. Wow, Geek Fam, they just can't die, Arashi. Too much sustain.
That's a problem, and that fight had the glowing one factor in there. X-Magic rushing that item, knowing that there's so much sustain built in. But for Geek Fam, it's not a concern. As long as we can keep the fight from devolving into a full-on fight, we're gonna get advantages. Which is why a boy didn't go for the glowing wand. He went straight for the lightning truncheon. And now, it works differently, right? It kind of sends a bolt of lightning through the whole team. So, in this kind of composition, right, especially when Na'Vi are kind of trying to stick together to try and have BQ Shy or Cars to tank some of that, some of those astral spheres, it's still gonna do a lot of damage to everyone.
Revealed and poked. As Na'Vi, they only have Cars and BQ Shy probably to just peel for the team because they, Geek Fam rather, they have the poke to just cut them, play front to back like you said, and that is where Granger is actually still viable.
The Granger with the Novaria, right? The combination that we can see there. Man, even without the vision of the ult, you were expecting damage anyways,
Astral
right?
Echo
The vision is just there. You already have the Astral Echo. Even though Makeits is 2 levels down, there's not much Na'Vi can do. We're back to Ube!
The sieging down as Makeits taunts BQ Shy, locks him in place, but here comes Chidera getting the kill. The killing spree for him as well. X-Magic is gone. Washy Paul having to run for the hills as Cars just left without his teammates. Being poked down as well. Geek Fam again coming out on top as we hear the sirens and the bells of NBAs here in the MPL arena.
Oh my goodness, Na'Vi! they don't know what to do against this. This is something out of the ordinary for them. They didn't encounter this in scrims.
They're clueless. Here comes the glorious pathway. The Lord and Kadera will be the one to secure it, as now they will fight in the mid lane, the Netherrealm as well. Pop and Washipol gets Beloyski, but here might be just the Na'Vi, what Na'Vi needs to the momentum that they have. Akids is gone, as Sive will get the kill as well. A boy bites back. It's a 2-for-1 trade as Na'Vi comes out on top, but they lose the Lord.
Respectable fight there by Na'Vi, man. They understand that Cars cannot go for some of these big plays, but look at this, Gobs.
Stops again, so susceptible. Tsunami slam towards the grenade as Sive will get 2 kills. Will this be the turnaround for the Clint?
Yeehaw! Shive! Sheriff Shive is in town. 2-0 in that team fight. They were 0 kills on the board. They were able to get those big fights, turning it around, and now it's not fully turned around. Geek Fam got the Lord. But we're seeing that mid-game power spike, that endless battle that he got is really playing a big part into why they're able to finally shred through Geek Fam.
Also, BQ Shy there went for the big engage because he knows it's up to him, man. Cars can't really make the plays happen, so he dove in the back there and was able to actually catch Beloyski. But now it happened once. Geek Fam are going to be a lot more careful. But look at the Washipol!
Washipol from the back. Beloyski assassinated, not just yet. The energy eruption puts him in place as Chidera again with the mega kill. Cars just chased down and poked down as well. The Sky Piercer doing God's work for Chidera. As Geek Fam back to square one. Another siege reloaded for them.
Man, that was crazy, dude. It's a perfect flank from Washipol. Geek Fam weren't ready for it. They just brute forced it using sustain. The moment Beloyski popped the ultimate and make it just stops everything in its tracks. Look at this magic.
Oh, the crystal is in their eyes. And Na'Vi, they might just lose here. Chidera gets the monster kill, but no. Geek Fam will pull back. Retreat, retreat, retreat.
They can still defend. They can still defend. Na'Vi are still in it. But for how long? It looks like they're delaying the inevitable. Geek Fam with another siege.
Astral Echo, glorious pathway as well for the lane to just be broken into. Godlike for Kadera. He is insane with the Granger. It feels like Granger never got nerfed. As Geek Fam doing heavy work with this poke front to back composition.
On the contrary, with this composition, it's a buff. Front to back, you don't need those dashes. What you need is damage.
And damage is definitely in the pockets of Geek Fam. Now, Na'Vi were able to sacrifice X-Magic to delay the game even longer, but Geek Fam, they're sticking around, man. They're just taking pot shots.
Magic just looking to cast his wand to create some magic. Astral Echo again, so much vextious for Na'Vi. All they can do is just hold for dear life.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this new style of MLBB. Just with a few changes, actually, quite a lot of changes. Florence back, Arashi, 9-3, and now they can play it super slow. But my question is, do Na'Vi have an angle to come back?
I feel like they don't really have a lot of big playmaking tools available. Like we mentioned earlier, the only way they kind of get something of real value is if they send Washipol along with BQ Shy to make something happen in the back line, right? They got to get their hands on Chidera or Beloyski, and that's through the healing, by the way, that you cannot reduce because the Florian's ultimate removes that healing reduction anyways. Geek Fam making a play for it. Na'Vi, might be now or never.
They need a Hail Mary play, but BQ Shy is just gone, eaten in time. And Chidera again with the double kill. The Lord so low, no one can save it. But Netherrealm will just stop them in place. X-Magic on it's a maniac for Chidera, the Gold Digger from the hood.
That's going to be his MVP for sure. 5 members strong. They're looking to end the game. It's only Sheriff Shiva.
Oh, yes, to arrest these rascals and these rebels. But the Geek Fam players, they know nothing of the law. All they want is the win, and the crystal in their eyes gone as Geek Fam secures game number 1.
13 minutes and 40 seconds, this new style of MLBB. Beloyski has crafted yet another new style there. Chidera with an amazing performance, a maniac in game 1. Man, Arashi, was that all the composition? Was the Granger really nerfed? We got so many questions out in the air.
It has to be the composition, man. The game plan and the draft from Geek Fam was just so solid there. And you know what they say, dude? It's only a war crime if you lose. When you win, it's big brain Beloy.
You shape history. The winners write history down. And you can see it here again in that Lord fight. Arashi, there was no control for Na'Vi.
I mean, BQ Shy tried to do something there. He was trying to walk forward, use the flicker, and he got absolutely deleted, man. the fact that the Granger, along with the fact that you have great poke, you also have a lot of burst damage with the Rhapsody, right? Able to just burst down one of those tankier frontline members. There was just no chance, right? They had to kind of go for some weird three-man flank before they can even make something happen. And at that point, it's not even guaranteed.
Well,
Oh boy.
they wanted to out-sustain the Faramis, I think. That's why they picked up the floor, and it worked very well. I mean, again, it doesn't matter how many anti-heals you stack, anti-regens you stack. When all you do is just avoid the fights and have insane poke damage like what a boy was able to demonstrate, Chidera as well, all the prolongings of the fight just doesn't matter.
Yeah, the healing was too much. And again, the healing of Florian, you can't really deal with it with anti-regen items. It goes through, it bypasses the anti-regen.
The ultimate removes.
So, yeah, I think we're going to see Florian banned out in the next game. I think it's fair to say.
I think so, man.
Against Geek Fam.
I really feel like the Faramis didn't really do anything at all. It wasn't allowed to do anything. This was that flank there where they were able to get behind Geek Fam, but afterwards, Chidera, when he's a sliver of HP away from getting taken out, he just gets back to full. And right here, they tried to do the same thing, get to Chidera, but look at that. Chidera, not even below half HP. That's before Beloyski even used his ultimate.
Wow.
The ultimate was still available, and they were able to do that. At that point, it is a done deal, dude. There's no way.
At this point, hey, we got to give our MVP first, though. Our MVP, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. It's Chidera, 11-0-2, 124,000 damage in this game.
Well, he makes it look like Granger never got nerfed. I mean, again, polar opposites of what you said, even if, the ultimate did get a few nerfs, but the damage is kind of increased, so he has that possibility of playing the front-to-back composition like how Geek Fam was able to show here.
And I think he did a great job in the laning phase as well. We talked about how the Clint is so strong in the early game, but with him playing the lane well in that laning phase, not really allowing Shiva to get any free poke in, and with Beloyski babysitting him, they're able to just mitigate that whole early game completely. And afterwards, it's only about not messing up here. You just can't really mess up. Even here, when they try and go dive past make it towards the back line, that's how they were able to find Beloyski. But just not enough, right? You didn't get all the core members. And here, Washer Paul, look at the HP bar, man. Oh, Chidera, he's going down. Never mind. Get out of heal free, dude.
Yeah, the peel too, Arashi. The peel is just great, right? Again, this is a pure front-to-back composition with 2 peelers and then 2 damage dealers, 1 healer. I mean, it just feels like, yeah, Na'Vi were kind of outdrafted. They couldn't dive even though they wanted to.
For sure, man. Too much AoE crowd control from the Kalea, from the Fredra, and even from the Florin, right? The stun seed.
Oh my, Beloyski.
Yeah, from Beloyski a couple of times. Just stopped multiple members, like 3 members from the side of Na'Vi there. And that's what happens when you try and dive using a Hylas. When everyone's kind of barreling through that glorious pathway, any kind of AoE stun that gets put in the front hits everyone.
Wow. What a game from Geek Fam. I mean, Na'Vi, they were only able to get 3 kills. And again, like you said, the slow approach in MLBB, again, demonstrated in this patch. It feels like it was a very, very slow early game. I mean, but the Clint was bullied out of the lane. Even though Shive was able to get 2 kills, still no recovery for Na'Vi. And they can't really pin it out all on Clint as well.
I mean, the Clint couldn't do anything. This is the best he could do, really. When it's a Florin lane, it's an auto win lane for whoever has Florin. You just continue to heal. Even if you don't win out in a way where you bully your opponent, you end up going even. That's the worst case scenario, right? You need to gank the Florin, like maybe 3 members need to come over to kill him, but even then, that's why Geek Fam put most of their resources up top in gold. Make it. It's not really concerned about the neutral objective, and I think Na'Vi, I guess if we were to nitpick, yes, they could have abused that like a bit more. Geek Fam sent so many of their members up top. Instead of just going for Turtle, they could have invaded. They could have just put more pressure on the Fredrin.
That's because they have no lane pressure anyways, right? The clearing is just so much better from Geek Fam. And when Na'Vi are trying to dive maybe, or orchestrate some kind of aggressive maneuver, maybe, at the Florin, or even on the other side to maybe shut down Kalea, right? Get BK Shy a bit ahead. They don't have a lot of tools available here to go for some kind of maneuver like that. Like, you can't really start a dive with a Hylas, you know what I mean? Like, it's very telegraphed. Your opponent's just gonna walk away. Same thing with the mid lane. It's not a Farsa that can kind of do all that burst damage from far away. It's a Faramis. right? So even though you can kind of help with the sustain, you can't really secure the kill that easily, even for the Joy. And with the Joy not snowballing, maybe if Washer Paul had a couple of kills under his belt, he would be able to burst down Chidera. But he also was struggling. In fact, he was the one getting his jungle camps taken away from him.
Super low kill game early on, but then it became a
rumble.
A rumble, really. It became a full
Was it a rumble?
slugfest.
It was a 3-point match, bro. They just kept shooting.
That's true, that's true.
So, Chefin just texted us.
Okay.
Oh yeah?
So he said, when there is a composition that has 2 pokes, it's called the Splash Brothers.
Splash Brothers. Big fan of splashing.
The
and
brothers.
they are brothers. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We'll just use that reference from Chefin. Thank you so much, Chefin.
Thank you, Chefin.
Because he actually watches basketball.
A lot.
A lot. He's a basketball fan.
Interesting.
What team does he support?
I think it's the Lakers.
He supports Lakers?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, wait, what team do you guys support?
In the NBA?
Yeah, NBA.
Oh, dude, I haven't followed the NBA in forever. It might be
last team you
Golden
supported.
State right now.
Ooh, Golden
I have,
State.
Steph Curry.
I have a specific player.
All right.
Not the team.
Okay.
You know Kyle Kuzma? You don't know him.
No,
I
I'm
do
sorry,
not
I don't
know.
watch basketball
Yeah,
that much.
he was a prodigy, but now he's just wasted talent.
Ooh, what team
yikes.
then?
Lakers.
Lakers, okay. Is Lakers just like the biggest... Is everybody a Lakers fan?
Almost everybody.
Because I'm a Laker fan too. I love Kobe. Used to.
Kobe.
But I don't play, but I just like Kobe.
Ah.
And LeBron's in, right? LeBron James.
How about Shaq though? Shaq was also in the Lakers.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah.
They had a lot of great talent back then.
Yeah,
They
Michael
did.
Jordan. No, I'm joking. I know it's joking.
yo.
I know. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, NBA.
What?
All right, it's a joke. It's a joke. All right. What's your favorite team? Type it down in the chat right now. Your favorite NBA team, your favorite MPL ID team. Write it down. Maybe it could be Lakers Geek Fam. Could be Lakers BTR.
I like how they added the atmosphere as well. Did you listen to the
You
bells?
got the bells. You got.
Usually that music
That's really
happens
cool.
when the game was about to end, and they're like dang, dang, dang. It's very rhythmic.
Hey, good
Fair
predictions. They think the game is about to end. It ended.
Yeah.
Like the bells started ringing and then it ended.
Well, we heard it multiple times though, so hang on a
I think
second.
they also played it whenever there's a neutral, like a big neutral object like the Lord.
Oh,
Yeah.
Played it again.
okay. That makes sense.
I'm waiting for a buzzer beater. Do you know what a buzzer beater is?
Last minute.
Yeah.
How would that
last second.
translate though? What would the MLBB buzzer beater look like?
It's a one team fight in the end
Yeah.
where a team is winning and then the team loses that team fight and then it's a one straight push.
Yeah, it's a
I
buzzer
think it's a
beater.
one straight push kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a buzzer beater?
Or maybe when a split push happens, when
Oh.
let's say
Oh, that's a buzzer beater.
let's
yeah.
say
Oh, it's
let's
like a
say-
base race or
yeah,
something.
Yes,
let's say
yes,
Geek
yes.
Fam are pushing 5, but then you have
I hope.
Sive with Moskov just pinning down
Yeah.
the.
That's cool. I like that. I
That's
like
a
that.
buzzer
That's
beater.
cool. All right, what about you guys? I mean, there's a lot of things we could do technically. We still have 2 more days of this collaboration, MPL ID X NBA. Who knows? Maybe NBA are like, oh, we like it. Let's do another few weeks here.
What's not to like, man? I mean, we're doing pretty well.
I've got it though. Very, very sad. I couldn't see LeBron James today in the arena.
Yeah, I thought, me too. I thought LeBron James would fly
Yeah.
from the US
Would be cool.
here to slam dunk on the
Slam dunk Eterna.
yeah, like literally
A 1v1 with Eterna.
the hoop. Yeah, 1v1.
Yeah.
Because we have you guys can come over, by the way. Buy your tickets now. There's going to be NBA KOLs, NBA Indonesia KOLs, and you guys can just shoot out there. I think if you get a few shots in a row, there's some prizes or something. So
Yeah.
come around. There's also NBA merchandise, so much more for you guys to experience. If you're an NBA fan, if you're a basketball fan, come over. MPL ID welcomes you.
Isn't it time to pick Balmond just for the vibes?
It just got buffed, to be
For the
fair.
vibe.
Yeah.
But the buff, me and Wolf actually went through this. Dude, it's not a buff. It's like a.
It's a glaze.
It's not even, dude.
It's like a change.
It's such a bad change.
It's not even a good change.
They took away 40 base stat of this. All right, let's just take a look at what we have next here. What do we have next? Arashi, realize.
Yeah.
Bude.
Yuhu, Bude Clara di sini dan gak sendiri karena wah sudah ada Pika dengan kostum yang berbeda nih. Halo Pika.
Hai,
Sapa-sapa dulu dong yang ada di sini.
halo semuanya.
Halo, kostumnya berbeda nih ya.
Keren gak Bude?
Keren banget sih, tapi yang keren juga di pojok situ ada Koko. Ini bawa temen sekarang ke MPL.
Namanya Koroki.
Oke, ada Koroki di sini. Halo Koroki.
Halo Bude Clara.
Biasa ngelihat dari kontennya tentang basket-basket. Sekarang hadir ke MPL nih.
Pertama kali nih, perdana nih. Tapi ternyata keren banget sih dan juga seru banget di sini.
Oh, jadi vibes-nya gimana? Tadi ngerasain udah perdana.
Vibes-nya nggak kalah sih sama stadion basket ya ternyata. Sini bawa drum juga tadi tuh. Wah.
Iya, di sini para super fans-nya memang epic-epic banget, keren-keren banget. Tapi kalau kita ngebahas tentang, ini kan lagi MPL X NBA nih. Kayaknya Pika saking hype-nya nih sampai pakai baju basket nih ya.
Ya, ini jersey dari Grizzlies punya Jamoran.
Oh, emang suka main basket Pika? Mungkin ada tokoh yang kamu suka atau apa?
Aku amazed sama LeBron sih, soalnya dia masih kayak udah berumur cuman masih jago banget.
Semangatnya dan belum lagi kita lihat permainannya juga 3-point shooter gak sih dia?
Dia lebih ke semuanya bisa sih.
Semuanya
Serba
bisa?
bisa lah pokoknya.
Oke.
Lo mau apa gue bisa lah. LeBron.
Semuanya. Tapi ini player-player kayak gini kalau di basket mereka gak kenal umur berarti ya?
Kayak kalau untuk LeBron James sih one in a million ya kayaknya. Mungkin kalau di basket bisa dibilang one of one. Karena di umurnya dia sekarang yang udah 40 tahun tapi bisa bermainnya tetap di level yang paling tinggi sih. Dan juga masih produktif banget dengan statsnya dia.
Memang ya, dari mentalitinya udah kuat. Juga atlet-atlet MLBB juga harus kayak gitu ya Pika ya berarti ya?
Bener.
Tapi kalau kita ngebahas tentang MLBB dan juga kita tahu basket, NBA dan MPL sama-sama liga yang digandrungi ini lagi rame banget. Ini kalau di MPL kita lagi half season nih. Mau half seasonnya udah mau kelar. Pika ngelihatnya gimana nih kalau di MPL?
Season ini lebih seru sih, soalnya semuanya lumayan gontok-gontokan gitu ya skornya.
Gontok-gontokan? Oh di basket juga ada gak sih kok?
Kita selalu ada sih mid season ya biasanya. Kalau di NBA itu biasanya itu ada breaknya namanya All Star Weekend gitu. Jadi itu dimana menandakan itu udah setengah season dan biasanya pemain bisa liburan dulu sebelum menghadapi second half of the season. Dimana mereka bisa kan udah capek ya mentally dan juga physically. Dan ya setelah itu baru second half of the season baru ngegas lagi.
Jadi ada breaknya dulu berarti ya. Di sini kita sempat ada break tapi bukan pas half. Tapi penasaran, biasanya berubah banyak gak tuh dari klasemennya setelah half season?
Biasanya sih yang seru setelah kayak seminggu atau 2 minggu setelah mid season itu ada yang namanya trade deadline. Itu waktu yang paling ditunggu-tunggu aja karena paling ditunggu banget karena kita nggak tahu siapa yang akan pindah kan. Dan itu ada acaranya juga biasanya kayak 3 jam gitu. Jadi orang bisa nontonin kira-kira tim mana nih yang mau bikin move baru dan juga mau pindahin pemainnya sih. Jadi seru sih, kadang-kadang setelah mid season gitu juga kita nggak bisa nebak gitu second seasonnya second half of the seasonnya apa yang terjadi dan itu yang bikin kita pengen nonton terus.
Jadi transfer window juga hal yang normal.
Hal yang sangat normal banget.
Kalau di MPL kita ngelihat pemain ada di tim terus pindah, gitu juga terjadi.
Iya, tapi kok Kadera nggak mungkin pindah lah ya, Kadera jago banget sih. Gila, gue pertama kali nonton langsung kayak wah gokil sih, nge-kill mulu deh dari tadi.
Jadi Kadera udah langsung masuk ke dalam radar nih ya?
Langsung masuk di otak paling pertama, wah MVP Kadera. Wah oke, boleh, ini berarti paling jago nih Kadera di sini ya.
Kalau di basket, MVP namanya apa?
Sama most
MVP juga?
MVP juga, iya.
Sama-sama MVP. Penilaiannya dari apa tuh kalau basket?
Biasanya sih tergantung rekor timnya, lalu juga stats pemainnya, efisiensinya seperti apa. Ya tapi biasanya sih yang menang MVP itu biasanya yang rekor timnya paling bagus sih. Biasanya dari situ diambil ya sih. Dari bintang utamanya.
Bintang utamanya. Dan kalau dari Pika kalau ngelihat pertandingan ini kan kita lagi bener-bener rame sama NBA, MPL. Apa yang paling Pika tunggu nih? Apa yang mungkin kesamaan yang paling Pika perhatiin antara MPL dan juga NBA?
Iya mungkin dari ini sih jumlah playernya juga 5 dan 5. Terus juga tadi yang tadi Bude bilang ada transfer window-nya ternyata sama juga ya.
Ya dari para player dan transfer window-nya ini yang paling rame ya. Tapi ngelihat bisa dibilang kita kan juga 5 nih ya, 5 lawan 5. Role-nya juga sama-sama ada role masing-masing. Jadi kalau dari Koko sendiri nih, Koko Rocky ngelihat permainan MLBB dan juga Mobile Legend itu gimana sih ngelihatnya?
Pertama itu kelihatannya komunikasi sih nomor 1 ya antar tim itu karena kalau kita lihat pasti ada strateginya juga kan, nggak hanya masuk ke dalam pertandingan hanya main aja gitu. Jadi mereka harus tahu perannya mereka, lalu mereka mungkin juga harus tahu posisinya. So it is very interesting sih untuk melihat, apalagi ya semua kan pakai headphones ya. Jadi mereka juga mungkin bisa atur strategi bareng, dan itu sama aja sih kayak di basket sih, karena di basket di lapangan pun harus bisa saling help juga ya antar teammates ya. Kalau teammates yang nggak dibantuin juga pasti keteteran sih. Jadi I could see that similarity sih antara NBA dan juga MPL sih.
Komunikasinya ya.
Yes.
Kalau di MLBB, Pika kan sebagai pro player juga, Pika tahu gimana komunikasi itu penting juga ya untuk para playernya. Kalau dari Pika gimana ngelihat apa yang paling penting sih untuk sebuah tim menjadi kuat?
Mungkin percaya satu sama lain. Jadi
Percaya?
Komunikasi, percaya sama satu sama lain.
Percaya satu sama lain. Dan kelihatan banget kayaknya juga tim-tim terus-terusan membangun chemistry kalau di MPL. Kalau di sini mungkin Kokoroki ada yang mau bisa dikasih tahu sesuatu ke kita gitu? Ada yang spesial kah?
Apa dia tentang apa?
Ada tentang dari NBA gitu?
NBA sekarang ini lagi seru banget sih. Jadi hopefully everybody akan jadi fans NBA yang ada di sini, karena NBA sedang masa-masa di mana akan berebut juaranya. Sekarang ini lagi di babak playoff. Udah tinggal beberapa minggu lagi menuju ke NBA Finals. So this is the best time untuk bisa menonton NBA. So pastikan kalian semua, kalau kalian suka basket, make sure tune in, lihat siapa nih kira-kira akan jadi juara NBA di tahun 2025 ini. Apakah LeBron, Stephen Curry, or we got somebody else that gonna win the championship? It's gonna be fun.
Itu bakal seru banget, semuanya juga pasti bakal penasaran, dan kalau mau belajar banyak juga bisa sama Koko ya?
Oh bisa banget lah.
Bisa banget.
Tanya apa aja ke saya.
Oke, nanti kita bakal lanjutin habis ini karena udah mau lanjut nih Navi dan juga Geek Fam. Kalau Pika, prediksinya skornya gimana nih Pika?
Mungkin bisa 2-1.
Untuk
Geek?
Untuk Geek. Kalau Koko kan tadi baru lihat satu game. Punya prediksi yang beda atau punya prediksi?
Sapu bersih kayaknya. Geek, Kadera Magai. Shout out my guy, man. Kadera, man. It's really good.
Oke, udah makin seru di sini. Kita bakal lihat apakah akan ada poin yang langsung bersih disapu oleh tim Geek Fam atau malah ada pengejaran poin dari Navi. Jadi caster, kita udah gak sabar. Let's go.
Chadera's his guy. Oh my lord. Thank you so much, Rocky Padilla. That's a NBA journalist, basketball journalist, Indonesian basketball journalist. And thank you so much to Pika as well as our wonderful host, Clara J-Lo Mongstar.
Wow.
With that win, right? Hey,
with that rip.
There's something with basketball fans and Geek Fam. Shefin's a massive basketball fan. He likes Geek Fam. Rocky Padilla, he said it's going to be a sweep. It's going to be a 2-0 because Chadera's his guy.
My guy.
Is his guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Chadera was everybody's guy in that game. MVP performance, 11 kills, 0 deaths. Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching that game, there's no, it's not surprising you would go like, yeah, clean sweep. It was a dominant showing, man. And potentially, we haven't seen everything that Geek Fam has to offer. But if you don't know what GoPay has to offer, you better check it out, man. From watching MPL, playing with friends to ranking up, everything is #PastiGG, definitely good game, PastiGG, with GoPay Games. Get a free weekly Diamond Pass at GoPay Games, and here's how. You simply purchase a weekly Diamond Pass at gopay.co.id/games during the flash sale from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live stream. You get a bonus of 5 diamonds exclusively for the first-time top-ups.
Go ahead, check it out now because topping up diamonds at GoPay Games is always cheap and 100% secure. And you guys technically can also buy tickets to watch MPL Indonesia through the GoPay app. WDP is only around 26,000 IDR, plus tons of extra diamonds, extra promotions. Top up now and grab that new hero or skin that you've always wanted. Naruto's coming in a week. There you go. Who's your favorite Naruto character?
Minato Namikaze. Do you know him?
I do, of course, I do. Wow, Yellow Flash.
Yellow Flash.
What about you?
For the longest time, it was Kakashi.
Oh, Derek Arashi, you're gonna get a skin that's coming up. So again, guys, go ahead and check it out. Go and top up with GoPay. And don't forget to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders. Especially if you guys play basketball, you do get sweaty. It does get kind of, you gotta wash your hair.
Yeah.
Chefin loves washing his hair. Apparently it's super hot in Solo. That's why he uses the menthol flavor or menthol
He doesn't like the lemon one?
Not flavor.
He doesn't like the lemon one, but like he likes Head and Shoulders. He likes the lemon flavor Head and Shoulders, but he just doesn't like lemon the player.
It feels like lemon is
He
overrated.
doesn't feel. He knows. You got lemon to post a story about it.
Right.
Here,
Bold moves, man.
I'll
Bold
give one
moves.
to you.
Thank you.
Because you're an RQ fan, Arashi, this is your legend lemon flavored Head and Shoulders. And it also comes with the design. Look at that. Zilong on the menthol one and Mia on lemon. What's
hate
your
Zilong.
favorite hero flavor Head and Shoulders?
Mia.
Mia? But you got Zilong. Okay, you want to swap? You like Zilong more than Mia?
I prefer Mia more than lemon.
I prefer the Mia one.
Okay. Well, it's all good because, hey, we got CITB Shepard's in the building for the NBA collab, but also for the hair cam by Head and Shoulders. Look at that right there. Rashi, you gotta guess. Does she wear the... Oh, never mind. She already revealed it. Never mind. No more guessing. She uses the Mia Lemon flavored Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, it's compatible for all hair types. Curly, frizzy, straight hair. Red hair, I don't know.
I don't know about that either. I gotta check, right? I think I gotta like use special shampoo for my hair. But hey, with this red hair, it's supposed to be a buff for the red team. Maybe it's red teams. Geek Fam, currently, they're kind of red, right? 1-0 up with their new style of MLBB, that Ube. It's a new but old but new style. Shive was the only guy who could really hold his ground. The rest of Na'Vi, what are the adaptations necessary?
I think if they have a composition like that requires an early game edge, they need some early game tools, dude. Because they were able to withstand the storm, but overall, they were unable to find ways to punish Geek Fam. And specifically for that Faramis pick, it came out third pick out of nowhere against a Kalia, Fredrin, and Novaria. I feel like after you saw all that, the Faramis was a bit too early, in my opinion. If that's a mid lane hero that has a lot more AoE damage, more crowd control, or just, longer range, I feel like they would have had a better time. Honestly, the Faramis just really wasn't having any impact at all because there isn't one big moment where you need the Netherrealm, right? It's just everyone getting lower and lower and lower, and then you're done. So I feel like that is definitely something they're gonna have to amend. But again, there's no guarantee that Geek Fam have to go for the same kind of composition. They have options.
I think the Florin ban is going to come through if they know that they're going to go up against Aloyski and if they want to play their game, because it was a very, very good draft coming in from Geek Fam. They knew they had to play the front to back to out-sustain the Faramis, plus they had the Florin with the Bloom that just bypasses all the anti-heals, like you said, Mirko. So I think, they will ban out the Florin, and this is where it gets interesting, because we will see finally what Aloyski really does have aside from the Florin.
What if Na'Vi just take the picks that made Geek Fam strong? Because Geek Fam started it off with the Kalea first pick. What if Na'Vi just go Florin, Fredrin? Steal it away and then try to draft that style against Geek Fam. Do Geek Fam have a counter for what they have created? Is the big question as we dive into the drafting phase of game number 2. It'll be the same exact band. So far, nothing changing. Hilda, Lucas, Chip, and then if it's the same, then Loyi, Fanny will come around.
Interesting to see that it's going to be the same order as well. Geek Fam with the first pick approach here. I wonder if if Na'Vi in particular feels like they only need to make minimal adjustments here to get the better out of Geek Fam. On their second pick like this, though, they're going to be forced to ban the Loyi and Chip by default. And I don't know. We were talking about the potential for the Phantom to be left open. Since, it's also nerfed, it's not as strong anymore, requires some really good mechanics. Maybe Na'Vi can try and risk that.
Jusin also banned out, so it's the exact same, no changes.
Identical bans.
So, do Geek Fam now prioritize? No, they still go Kalea. All right. Na'Vi, there's no way they stick to what they went for, right? There's no way it's Phobia's Joy again, knowing the Fredrin is up. They have to take Fredrin now.
That Fredrin will become so much of a prio now. Geek Fam picked it up. Even though they first picked the Kalea, I feel like Na'Vi will try to take the Variant. They'll snatch it away from a boy. So yeah, at least they have one strong pick now. That really just ensures they have vision, they have poke, and they have what it takes to just play front to back.
Right, I wonder if they want to go for the Fredrin as well, potentially. Because the only reason why a boy was untouchable in the Novaria is because the Fredrin is in the way. The Joy cannot get past that Fredrin. So it indeed will be the Fredrin with the Novaria. already setting up to use Geek Fam's own weapons against them. But Geek Fam definitely have ideas on how to kind of work around this.
Exactly. So what's the workaround? Is it contest neutral objectives? Is it play for Chidera again up top with maybe a Moskov pick? Or do they go for something that's a weaker side of the gold lane but can shred through Fredrin in the later stage? Something like a Natan. That has been buffed as well.
Could be an option.
Staple pick for Geek as well, right?
It used to be. I think
Used to be. It was the Geekable lineup.
Geekable.
Exactly. Back then when they were just manning the fortress, waiting out the siege. That's the Geek Fam way. But all right, let's see, man. Against Poke, generally sustain or dive. Right? Those two things allow you to kind of circumvent, allow you to kind of force the issue onto your opponents. They bring out the Suyo right here. They might be gearing for a burst kind of composition because the Fredrin has a lot of sustain. But when you get locked down and you get bursted instantly with a max missing HP burst with the Soul Silver, that should be an angle for Geek Fam to just keep going for those pickoffs before Na'Vi can set up.
I thought they would just go Mathilda Alpha with the Kalea, Mathilda Alpha, and then like Kalea XP, play with the Mathilda Alpha. Now they go Suyo. And you have to understand this, especially with the pick on Novaria. That's a lot of magic damage. That's a lot of poke. Suyo doesn't do too well up against that kind of poke now. With the big and then the Natan too. There you go. Debut pick in Season 15. We haven't seen it in the last 4 weeks. It's been buffed. And now for Na'Vi, this is a completely new composition. We haven't seen any of these heroes played or first phase prioed in the last 4 weeks of MPL.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like Na'Vi pulling out all the stops, all the secret weapons. With Novaria and Natan, though, they're gearing for a very magic-heavy approach right here. Again, I feel like if they want to really get ahead, they need some crowd control to ensure that the Fredrin is going to have opportunities to walk forward with relative safety. They need to be able to hit back to Geek Fam and stop them and not allow them to use the Kalea and just keep going for some of those pickoffs. The Jawhead comes through as well here. Kazuyo Jawhead, that's a combo we've seen again and again. It's definitely the right approach if they really want to try and delete someone before they can respond.
Yeah, it's a very impressive combo as well, the Suyo Jawhead. Mathilda as well taken away to deny the Fredrin Mathilda combo. Almost alike and akin of the, used to be Barat Mathilda combo. But now, at least for Na'Vi, they have assurance for late game. The Novaria and the Natan is a very good high ground defending type of hero. The workaround from Geek Fam is the real question.
What is it going to be? Because so far it does look like Na'Vi, they're just going to play what Geek Fam played. Do they have to ban Florin now? Because again, Na'Vi can still pick up the Florin. They could play the same composition just with a few different picks here and there, like the Natan over the Granger. And then they could go for, they thinking about an Arlet pick here? I mean, they did ban it, right, last game.
Right.
It could be a combo with the Fredrin. That's a Parsa banned out as well, so they are truly respecting a boy's damage. I mean, his potential with these damage picks.
I think that's a fair option here. Looking for the Arlet, I was thinking, again, crowd control is the name of the game right here. It's taken away by Geek Fam. If they want to go for the Florin, that's fine, but okay, they didn't go for it. Because again, the Florin is a very different approach to, when you have a Florin on your team, right? Your roamer is no longer active around the map. Your lanes are kind of left to be independent if the Florin is babysitting. It's not as easy to just pick up out of nowhere. So I feel like Na'Vi are not really that comfortable just yet. So they go for the Cho here in order to perhaps scout out some of that engaged potential from Geek Fam and try and get out, right, with all the mobility.
I want to say, though, for you guys back at home, you probably don't know this, or maybe you do. Tobias Valentina picked up Shive. Shive, his main hero is Natan for the longest time. That's how Bigatron Beta, back when he was in Bigatron Beta, played. They just played for Natan, for Shive, always giving him resources. And so far with this comp, it does look like that's what they're building for, building towards. And especially considering now, first skill, second skill, backswing has been removed for Natan. The instant burst that we've seen in the past, when Natan goes and ults, entropy, skill 1, skill 2, basic attack, delete someone, it'll be even faster.
No delays.
With Cho, this could be really, really good. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. Na'Vi, last pick coming in. CC, XP laner is what they need. I think they need a bit more.
They need AoE, bro.
There you go. There you go,
Hylos. All right. I was thinking they want to get something that can kind of, stun everyone up on the off chance that Geek Fam go for that decisive maneuver. That's something that GeekFam usually are really good at doing, you know, when it's a do or die moment. Everyone on the same page going in together. The Hylas will do just fine, slowing everyone down, more sustained, more back and forth. The Natan, by the way, now also has better self-heal. Yeah. The second skill now is just so difficult to kind of deal with when you're trying to dive in. So I think Navi's jab is looking pretty good.
Do you agree, realize? Do you think Navi's got this in the bag?
I like this. I mean, the way they've been playing is just to funnel for Sive. Now that he is in a hyper carry position, in a hyper carry hero like the Natan, I do think he can carry Navi in his back.
Is this a good plan, ladies and gentlemen? Put your money on Shive is what Navi is going to do this game. All in on the Natan. Let's get into the land of Dom for game number 2. A possible sweep incoming for GeekFam. But for Navi, possible equalizer. 1-1 Navi and GeekFam. Fun fact, GeekFam have never won a game 2-0.
Oh boy, that's a daunting statistic right there. We'll have to see, man, right now. My big question is, for a boy on the Valentina, what ultimate exactly is he looking for? I think the only real options are the Way of the Dragon and the Glorious Pathway, right? Aside from that, nothing else much, so we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. It's a Brave Smite Valentina for a boy, so fully expect him to be abusive in that mid lane. But X-Magic, with 1 or 2 items, will be able to clear the lane immediately. And looking at the emblems by IndieHome, it's about that roaming, man. Agility on the Hylas and the Cho. The Winner's Blessing on X-Magic as well. Yeah, as you can see there, that's going to be the little takeaway by the side of GeekFam. All right. I feel like a big thing here is, again, Beloyski on the pull yourself together, fully expecting to try and make some of those plays happen. So for GeekFam, the jungle and the mid lane, I think, has to be on curve. They need to have damage in the early game to really threaten that pickup potential. Because if you can pull someone with the Tsunami Slam with the Kalea, it doesn't matter if you don't have enough damage to seal the deal.
The laning as well for this new Natan is great because you can keep your stacks that you've built up with skill 1, skill 2 with your basic attack. So we are seeing that he is winning out in the laning phase. Washapal doing a good job as well clearing. Suyo, nothing really changing except for the fact that he just can't take as much magic damage as before. So when it comes to clear, he's still really, really good. Oh!
He's being scouted out, of course.
Oh, cancel! Oh my lord, Chidera's not having a good game here.
He's buying so much time.
Wait, Cars might actually be looking for a kill.
Yeah, he might just go in. Nah, he's waiting in the bush. So no kills towards Chidera.
First turtle though right now. Let's see, man. Washapal going for the orange right now. That means GeekFam has control initially, and they have a Suyo. They might get this before Navi can respond.
Yeah, BQ Shy is there, but look at Chidera. He checks the bush with the Rhapsody, and Cars might just go in. Chidera, is this going to be a solo kill? I think not just enough. It's Cars that has to flicker away. A spell burned.
But this is crazy value. They are shutting down the man that was their biggest problem in the previous game, Chidera. Now he's getting a little bit of the treatment that he gave over to Shive. Not as oppressive because it's not a Florid. You can still clear, but it's tough. I think this gold lead, a lot of it for Navi will be on the hands of Shive, but GeekFam are the ones holding the majority of it, with the other members getting the turtle.
I mean, it's 3 minutes, and that turret on the bottom side is almost taken out. Yeah. That's kind of ridiculous, man. It's going to allow Navi to open up the map more aggressively towards the jungle, and that's an angle to try and shut down the Suyo with that Fredrin. The same way we saw GeekFam do in game number 1. It's definitely possible.
Okay, so we can still see the clear problem for the Fredrin. 2 levels down earlier, now back to 1 level. Baykids is having a good time, farming, clearing the jungle. Washapal. His pathing hasn't been as clean, I would say, as Maykids on the Fredrin in game 1. Maykids was able to invade a couple of times into Washapal's jungle on the Fredrin, but here it's the same. It's still Maykids who was invading in, putting pressure on Washapal.
Look at the gold right now, by the way. On top is Shive, soon after is Chidera, and then it's Maykids. So far, there is a bit of a discrepancy, but in that gold lane, it's only about 300 gold. It's enough to be kind of get a single component, but so far the lane by all means isn't lost in any sense. With 20 seconds to go, I feel like GeekFam are looking to try and make a move here, go for some kind of pickoff first, so that Navi can't really abuse a lot of that long range harassment.
Is it the same power spike that we're waiting for Natan?
I guess. Oh, he was going for the cooldown boots, by the way. Shive, so potentially a lot more aggressive laning to come here. As for Cars, with the Dreadnought armor, he's actually going to be relatively tanky until Chidera gets involved for now. And look at this though, they're the ones definitely holding some control. The moment Na'Vi walk up, Geekfam respected.
Oh, the bells are ringing in the arena and the court as well. Is Geeks fam to take, and Sive has to run away with the entropy as Makits gets the turtle, but Cars is peeled back from the fight. BQ Shy stuck in a rock and a hard place. He is gone. First blood for Makits.
They can't handle it. They can't handle the Geek Fam damage. Na'Vi, I think that was a bad call. Shiva is not in a place where he's comfortable dealing damage yet. Only a Feather of Heaven. We saw it earlier, but they forced it, and now they are in a whole lot of trouble.
Definitely a bit too early right there. Remember Geekfam, when they were trying to play a similar composition with some poke, with some frontline, they were letting go of a lot of the early game objectives, trying to trade, trying to get into that mid game where they can actually rely on the composition to operate better. Right there, going for an all-in when you have a full composition, that's definitely not the idea. And man, was that a missed retry by Washer Paul? Yikes, not a good look.
And now he doesn't have retry for the orange buff. Makits does.
Malloy comes in. BQ Shy stuck. Lures pathway with the Tsunami Slam. Ensures that BQ Shy will have nowhere to go. It's Gobs to take the kill.
That's a slam dunk from Gobs. Slam dunk to BQ Shy on the Hylos. And Makits, as expected, steals away the orange buff. So now, Makits might be 3 levels ahead by the time he clears his bottom side jungle. Oh, there you go. Not even, just purple buff.
Oh boy, man. Makits have been so efficient when it comes to the pathing, when it comes to decision making and where to rotate, where to go after a fight. So that's something that's really allowing Geekfam to get a lot of the gold advantage without doing much. Cars, though, unable to find the pickoff.
It's desperation play with Conceal as well, opened by Cars. But no one in that list of bounties claimed by Na'Vi.
And look at this. It's brilliant by Geekfam. They know exactly how to play around the Fredrin. You want to group up, you want to fight. We don't. We can just go into the sides if you do want to group up like that. Free tier 2 up top, Geekfam. Oh, this is a stompy stomp. Just the macro play alone. They're going to go in on Malloy.
We have the dragon towards Malloyski. He might be gone soon. Sive pops the entropy to look for even more physical damage. Rather, magic damage, excuse me. BQ Shy is gone. Chidera with a double kill. As Geekfam, they catch dibs on the turtle.
Oh boy, Na'Vi, they got Beloski, but at what cost? Losing the neutral objective, BQ Shy and Cars. No front available. Washer Pro under a lot of pressure right now. Geekfam, every single inch that Na'Vi is giving them, they're taking a mile.
5.2k gold lead for Geekfam. 4-1, Na'Vi. I mean, they still can bank on Shive. That's still a late game hero that they can rely on. But it's going to be tough. It's very, very tough. The orange buff taken by Make. Oh, Chidera. Tsunami Slam.
Oh, slam down towards the back line, and it's Gobs to claim the kill. A double kill for him as well with the Infernal Pursuit. But look at the damage from Sive. Deletes Chidera as Gobs next on the pursuit. Cars flickers forward with the kick as well. Gobs has gone. Sive just chimes in with the damages. He dives to the back and Sive is gone. Cars might be stuck, but he has the Jeet Kundo to just run away. No, he won't be able to. As a boy claims the kill. Geekfam, they bite back.
I don't think Na'Vi can go for the chase here. It looks like they are trying to shoo Geekfam away from their own jungle, but that's about it. They get a green camp with the red tree. That's all they could go for.
With Geekfam moving so efficiently there, they cleared a lot of things out before they even moved for that play. It's a great moment for Na'Vi, getting Shive a kill there onto Chidera. We're seeing some of the damage potential. That's just a 2-item Natan. He's, I think, maybe 1 or 2 components away from Holy Crystal. That's where you're going to see Shive's damage really start to ramp up. So Geekfam definitely acknowledge that that's the case. A 6k gold lead is something that a lot of teams have came back from before, but look at this.
Glorious pathway. The Demonic Force as well towards the back. It's stuck in the middle as well. The Tsunami Slam to be popped. Makits gets the killing spree towards the middle laner. Exact Magic is gone as well. Chidera with a double kill. BQ Shy. His health disrespected. And again, Geekfam pounds. They don't stop anytime soon.
They keep on fighting, but Shive has not even reached a Holy Crystal yet. So he's tickling Gobs. Gobs is just jumping all over the place. Shive can't threaten anyone yet. A boy's just walking up.
Alright, the winning waves will be cleared by the turret-based passive. But man, now we gotta slow the game down, dude. Because again, Shive has potential. But like you mentioned, Mirko, he was hitting Gobs the whole time, and Gobs did not feel anything.
Radiant armor.
He has the Radiant armor completed already. Great itemization against Shiva and the Natan. Even Beloyski goes for the Athena and the Oracle. More sustained, and when he's going for those big plays, he knows he won't be able to burst it down.
Oh, kick back.
Wow.
It's going to be Cars. Just beaten by his own weapon. The IMU is perfect to steal the way of the dragon.
The Cho just got kicked. The way of the dragon got weight of the dragon. Oh man, Cars kicked in the face. Tsunami slammed down to the ground, and then Cobbs follows with a slam dunk. Oh, I don't know. For Na'Vi, at this point, even the front lines can't really handle the damage. They're getting shredded.
Exactly, man. Looking at the front lines, the Fragment is supposed to be so effective right now, only as an antique cuirass. And look at this.
The Lord marching in. This could be the three-pointer that Geek Fam is looking for, but the Astral Echo will just push back Geek Fam. The Lord cleared as the priority for Na'Vi. They get it cleared, and Geek Fam, they have to reset Sive. Again, just the front line for Na'Vi in this defense.
He has a Holy Crystal, so that's the power spike, but is it too late, Arashi? Does he now need the Divine Glaive? And boy!
Oh, stolen! With the entropy as well. Boy wants to pounce forward, but no victims taken just yet. Beloy's looking for an angle! The slam dunk towards the back. It's Cars stolen away. Washi pole next to the chopping block, as well as the entropy popped as well.
Whoa.
And there goes the Astral Echo, a mega kill for Chadera. Gobs doesn't stop anytime soon. The crystal is in their sights. Na'Vi, they can't defend this, and the crystal cracks. Geek Fam, perfect 2-0, finally breaking their curse of the 2-1 games.
Geek Fam have only won matches in 2-1 fashion. Their first 2-0 full clean sweep happens today. And it happens just as we see the patch drop, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi couldn't geek it out. It wasn't geekable despite the Natan pick. Bullied from the start to the end. We got Rocky Padilla's boy, his guy Chadera on your screen, celebrating that victory with 2 Granger picks in 2 games. Chadera, I think I gotta go and vote for him as the MVP of this match. Phenomenal performance.
That's Rocky's boy, dude. He called it in between the games. He saw the potential. Post-patch Geek Fam, though, let's talk about that. Man, even before we've seen any kind of inkling that these new strategies are going to be available, Geek Fam seems to have it on lockdown. Na'Vi tried to take a page out of their book, but you know, an imitation of greatness cannot reach the original.
3 points for Geek Fam. And does this mean they climb up to 3?
Ladies and gentlemen, Geek Fam are now 3rd place in the standings with a win against Na'Vi. From 6th to 3rd. Oh man, let's see how the players are feeling up there on the court. Hey, the stage.
Dan yes, Geek Fam, mereka benar-benar memberikan hal yang mereka bilang mau diimprove dan ternyata 2-0 dihasilkan oleh Geek Fam. Menutup leg 1 dengan senyuman. Kok bisa ini 2-0 langsung nih?
Oke Bude.
Hoki Bude, udah muncul guys, udah muncul. Tapi Baloy, patch kali ini gimana sih untuk Baloy? Secepat itukah kalian beradaptasi?
Enggak sih, Chandra aja yang minta keluarin soalnya dia takut buy one sama si B. Harus ditemenin tadi.
Jadi Kadera nih yang minta ya?
Iya, dia minta, tolong Baloy itu.
Tuh, dia langsung gitu.
Iya.
Tapi gimana kalau Baloy ngelihat patch kali ini seru kah? Makin menarik kah? Atau gimana?
Sebenarnya seru sih, soalnya udah nggak yang OP di nerf meskipun masih bisa dipakai tapi di nerf ya lebih seru aja.
Dan
masih bisa lebih fleksibel.
Pilihan hero kalian jadi semakin luas dan dari game 1, game kedua kalian benar-benar ngerubah dari hero-hero yang mungkin nggak biasa kita lihat di minggu-minggu sebelumnya.
Iya, makasih Muntun.
Makasih Muntun. Tapi kita juga mau lihat bagaimana halnya ada satu rookie dari Geek Fam yang begitu gemoy. Jungler gemoy kita, Mekit.
Halo Bude.
Waduh, langsung pada rame. Mekit, kamu menggunakan hero yang sama tapi lawanmu hari ini 2 hero yang nggak pernah kita lihat sebelumnya loh. Gimana kamu menghadapi 2 hero yang kayaknya baru banget nih untuk patch ini? Ada Clint, ada Nathan. Gimana kamu melawan hero-hero yang nggak biasa kita lihat sebelumnya?
Aman sih Bude, ada Bang Baloy soalnya. Gampang belajar soalnya.
Oke, jadi nggak jadi masalah, kamu pun nggak panik ngelawan hero baru?
Enggak.
Nggak ada panik-paniknya. Tapi kalau kamu sendiri pakai hero Granger, di mana banyak yang bilang kayaknya Granger makin sulit nih di patch kali ini. Kamu nggak merasa kesulitan? Padahal magic defense-nya dikurangin, apa segala macam dikurangin.
Aman sih Bude, tetap OP aja hero-nya. Tergantung user.
Widih. Berarti kalau dari jungler, kalau dari si gemoy kita, Cadera, gimana Cadera? Kamu yang melawan dua hero itu, maaf ya Bude agak-agak kolong nih. Dua hero yang menarik juga, gimana kamu ngelawan dua hero patch itu?
Gimana ya? Udah latihan juga sih di Scream, lihat hero-nya juga ya biasa aja sih.
Biasa aja. Tapi kalau kamu pakai kan Granger di sini. Maaf ya tadi Bude kolong. Terus habis itu dua lawan seperti itu. Kalau menurutku Granger gimana?
Masih enak sih Bude, cuman ngedesnya aja nggak bisa ngejar buat musuh.
Ngedesnya aja, cuma dari situ aja?
Iya.
Dari situ aja kalau dari Cadera. Cadera kamu MVP dan kamu bahkan di-mention sama Koko di situ. Namamu disebut katanya, wah ini bakal jadi jagoanku. Ada tanggapan mungkin?
Makasih buat itu.
Thank you Koko. Dan kalau ngelihat hari ini juga benar tadi dari Gold Laner perubahan banyak, tapi dari Make It, maaf ya Make It ya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari kamu sendiri, kan kita tahu kalau hero yang kamu main kan Fredrin, itu bukan hero yang kita biasa lihat. Nah, Make It, gimana kamu membawa hero baru? Emang ini udah meta tank jungler kembali lagi kah?
Nyoba aja sih itu kemauan Cadera soalnya.
Bentar. Ini jadi mau kemauan nih ya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari Make It sebagai jungler yang pakai, ini bisa dibilang kamu kan yang bawa gebrakan baru nih. Dengan patch yang ada. Gimana sih kamu mungkin mempelajari patch dengan secepat itu dan membawa kembali Fredrin di game 1, Make It?
Seperti biasa Bang Baloy, efek. Efek Bang Baloy.
Efek Bang Baloy. Semuanya gitu ya. Tapi untuk jungler gemoy ngelihat leg pertama, kalian sudah selesai. Apa nih sebagai rookie, apa yang kamu pelajari dari leg pertama ini?
Mental sama pressure aja sih Bude.
Mental dan pressure.
Iya.
Mental dan pressure, apakah ini sudah kamu lalui?
Udah.
Sudah?
Udah.
Apa tuh yang paling membuat kamu bisa melalui itu semua?
Ya kayak seru aja.
Seru aja?
Iya.
Jadi kamu ngelihat di MPL ini atau di Land of Down seru, nggak menegangkan?
Nggak menegangkan sama sekali.
Wah, ini banyak banget yang bilang juga kalau wah ini mental yang harus dimiliki. Tapi ada juga nih yang Bude baca-baca, ada yang bilang ini Make It cuma bisa pakai Suyo. Apakah Fredrin tadi untuk membuktikan diri? Apakah itu jawaban untuk kata-kata dari semua yang bilang-bilang gitu?
Itu Fredrin aku anggap Suyo aja. Makanya bisa.
Mirip ya gitu ya? Tapi memang kamu mau dibilang kayak gitu cuma bisa Suyo?
Gak apa-apa, yang penting menang.
Gak apa-apa, yang penting menang. Tapi Suyomu juga kelihatan banget bahwa masih nyaman. Fredrinnya juga nyaman banget di patch kali ini. Dan yang menarik Gops, kamu tadi melawan mantan timmu X Magic yang ada di Navi. Gimana kamu ngelihat X Magic yang sekarang? Dulu kamu teman, sekarang jadi lawan nih.
Ini aja sih dia. Wih.
Apa? Dia kenapa dia?
Belum ini aja, belum nyaman sama panggungnya aja paling.
Belum nyaman sama panggungnya. Kalau Gops sudah nyaman belum?
Udah dong.
Udah dong. Tapi ngelihat X Magic, berarti dia masih punya potensi yang belum dikeluarkan.
Ya.
Mungkin ada yang mau kamu samain gak sih sebagai mantan teman, mantan teammates terdahulu yang sekarang X Magic tuh lagi butuh banget poin kemenangan loh. Memasuki leg kedua.
Buat X Magic ya tetap semangat aja terus. Semangat aja.
Semangat aja. Mungkin ada tips untuk bisa lebih mengeluarkan potensinya seperti Gops?
Gak ada sih.
Yang penting semangat ya. Semangat adalah kuncinya. Oke. Dan yang menarik adalah leg 1 ditutup dengan manis 2-0. Kemenangan ini sepertinya membawa kalian masuk ke dalam top 3. Aboy. Leg pertama, apa yang paling berkesan nih buat kamu?
Kali ini sih soalnya menang 2-0 pertama kali.
Akhirnya.
Akhirnya udah pecah ya.
Apa ini yang berbeda untuk match penutupan kalian? Mungkin sebelum-sebelumnya nggak bisa, tapi match kali ini bisa. Ada apa nih?
Kita berlima ini sih mau komit banget pengen 2-0 sih.
Dan emang beda menang 2-1 sama menang 2-0?
Beda dong, beda 1 poin.
Apa yang kalian rasakan mungkin? Atau apakah ini mau membuktikan dominasi? Berarti mungkin latihan kalian gak sia-sia? Sesuai dengan latihan kah?
Ya sesuai sih, sesuai.
Sesuai. Tapi untuk leg kedua, siapa nih yang paling dinantikan kalian untuk bertemu?
Yang kalahin kita sih. Yang kalian kita pengen banget ketemu lagi sih.
Tim-tim yang gagal untuk mereka taklukkan, mereka nantikan di leg yang kedua. Kalau Baloiski sendiri, match pembukaan di leg kedua kalian nantinya akan bertemu dengan Onyx. Ini Onyxnya menurutmu gimana sih, Loy? Onyx yang berbedakah di season ini?
Gak tau sih, mereka sih masih jaga tapi kadang under, kadang enggak. Tapi ya tetap Onyx sih.
Onyx tetap Onyx.
Iya.
Buat dari kacamata Baloy, Onyx tetap berarti akan menegangkan dong nanti.
Iya, kalau mereka bangunnya bagus.
Bagus. Untuk hari Minggu, kalian akan memasuki leg kedua. Apa nih yang mungkin Baloy fokuskan untuk tim Geek Fam?
Ya fokus aja, try hard di scrim sama belajar terus nongkrong bareng-bareng aja.
Nongkrong bareng-bareng aja. Dan kita juga pasti penasaran dengan jungler gemoy akan bertemu dengan tim Onyx. Kembali nih jungler gemoy kita, Make It. Apa nih yang ingin kamu sampaikan mungkin ke Kairi? Atau sesuatu?
Tetap semangat aja Bang Ganteng.
Jungler gemoy menantimu.
Iya.
Jungler gemoy dan juga Bang Ganteng akan bertemu. Tapi Cadera, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk leg pertama ini?
Tegang sekali.
Tegang.
Cringe.
Oke, leg kedua. Apa yang harus kita nantikan nih dari Cadera, the gold laner?
Semoga hal baik menunggu kita.
Amin. Semoga hal baik menunggu. Baiknya ada personal goal nggak untuk Cadera?
Juara sih.
Juara. Jadi bukan regular season, langsung nanti babak playoff. Leg 1, kata-kata untuk leg 1 dong. Leg 1 kelar nih, Kops. Apa? Kata-kata penutupan untuk leg 1.
Seru.
Seru. Tadi jungler gemoy belum ya? Kata-kata untuk leg 1. Bisik-bisik ya sama abangnya ya. Bang Chandra kasih tahu.
Mantap.
Mantap, ditunggu lama-lama jawabnya mantap ya. Tapi inilah dia penutupan yang manis dari tim Geek Fam. Dengan 2-0 mereka, perubahan patch membuat mereka semakin memukau. Sambutlah penutupan yang sangat baik untuk Geek Fam. Thank you.
Santai bro, santai. That's the Geek Fam emote. It's all chill right there in the whole interview. That was a long interview, by the way.
Yeah.
And you know, they were talking about the patch again. They were talking about the changes that definitely favored Geek Fam over Na'Vi. But who's to say? Because Na'Vi, even last patch, right, they weren't really adapted. I think it's because they're also, not only are they adapting to the patch, they're adapting still Cars in Rome, BQ Shy in XP, and still, they don't know who their main jungler is. Is it Aether? Is it Washa Paul?
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of conversations, a lot of decisions to be made for Na'Vi here. But for Geek Fam, this is actually one of the Geek Fam rosters that have stayed the same from the start. Usually, we've always seen different Geek Fams.
Right.
One, back in the day, it was Ray or Hazel. Then we saw, was it going to be Vince? Oh, sorry, not Vincent. It was Ray or Hazel. And then there was another.
Veldora?
Yeah, Veldora or Gobs.
Right,
It was always like Chidera Masako last season.
Masako, yeah.
Who's now in Ocean Black. Shout out to DJ Y.
DJ Y.
But Rashi, who are MVP be?
It be the gold digger from the hood,
That's
Chadera. Back at it again.
That's Rocky's guy.
Rocky
Rocky's
Padilla's
guy.
boy. Clean sweep as predicted, like we mentioned. And in this game, by all means, we can say that you know, the team was playing so well. The comp just allows him to get so much value. True, right? But at the same time, there were some moments right here, like we highlighted earlier, the laning phase where he was doing good things, good trades, good farming patterns as well. And afterwards, in game number 2, oh boy, we saw a lot of moments where the team obviously starts off aggressive, but Chidera, again, never overextends, even though in theory, right, he is the guy who can afford to be too aggressive, to kind of overextend and be overzealous and looking for the kills. He's calm, cool, collected, always spacing perfectly. Look at it, man. Always just at about basic attack range. And so it shows again, with a hero like Ranger, with mobility and with like a skill shot mechanic, Chidera just works so well with these heroes that doesn't have a lot of targeted skill. Like the Harith as well. He just knows exactly how to get in range and get out. Like he's doing calculations passively.
And look at this. Look at this. This is what Gobbs felt. He's just laughing. He's getting tickled by that damage. Jumping all over the place, standing in front of a Natan. And he takes that much damage. He went from half to a quarter. That's all.
Yeah. It's insane how active he was with all he did, and Beloyski actually very, very clutch player as well in this match at least, with important Tsunami Slams that really ended Navi's streak, or rather Navi's existence in this game.
I wonder why they didn't just go for the floor then, right? If the plan was to go Hylos and Fredrin, I wonder why they didn't just go and double down on healing. It just go for what GeekFam went, just with a different gold lane, right?
Well, maybe Cars doesn't play it. Right, Cars has always been a frontline engage type of hero, right? So shifting from that mindset towards a support backline utility, that's tough, man. I think it's just a whole different outlook on what you're supposed to do in the Land of Dawn. So I can understand that. But man, GeekFam, I feel like towards the end, you can really see that even though they have a different composition, they're still really relying on sustain, right? Their sustain is just so good in game number 1 and even in game number 2. The fact that Beloyski was on the Kalia, getting some of that healing with Oracle. Maykits also has good sustain. Gobbs as well with his built-in tools. So they're good at identifying these small factors that allows whatever composition they're planning on to just excel even more. It seems like it's not just looking at like the laning phase, looking at like early game or late game. It's also like looking at overall the synergy past the first layer. It's not just how the skills work together, but you know, as a team in a formation, can they still work together and allow for the greatest chance of success? I feel like that's where GeekFam really is shining right now.
Definitely are, and this patch, again, they are up against Na'Vi. It does seem like Na'Vi have more than just a patch to think about sometimes. a lot more than just even a role swap, a player swap. They have so many things going on, so they gotta figure out things, man. I think the biggest question for Na'Vi is that right now. What do they figure out first? Because it's getting scary. We're getting to the second leg of MPL Indonesia, and they are still winless. 0-8 currently. GeekFam have went from 8th place to climbing up, getting 2 wins last week. Now, with a win here, they're 3rd. Next to the likes of BTR, EVOS,
Onyx.
No, Onyx are 8th. Sorry,
I mean,
fair enough.
It's also really cool in a sense that, like, you know, with a couple of victories, GeekFam are able to climb so far up. Shows again that the season's like super competitive.
Yep.
The top teams aren't in a very dominating position any longer, where some of these teams, if they're trying to catch up from the 8th place, it's gonna take them like 4 wins or something. You know, GeekFam with, what, 3 was it? Like 3 wins more or less, are able to just shoot up immediately to the top 3. That's kind of insane if you think about it.
Yeah.
Again, it's just a different game right now, man. The season's so close to each other.
This is why whenever you see GeekFam with the slump in the early phases of the league, you shouldn't really think about it too much. That's why this season, when we did, you know, the recaps and stuff, it's all just like, yeah, this team needs to work, this team needs to function. GeekFam, they're fine. They're fine, you know, just like you guys. You'll be fine with Santai, bro. Santai. That's my favorite. What about y'all? Oh!
Probably this one.
What is that? Oh, I mean, that's not a team emo, Arashi, but that one is very good. That was very good.
Thanks for a great fan, honestly.
Are you a poo sapu kind of guy? Do you like this one more?
Or maybe you like to sleep, and you just snore.
I think this one has more meme value. I mean, that is a very accurate sound effect, Mirko.
Yes, sir.
Do it again.
There you go, guys. Go ahead and get yours today. We have the Kalas one. Unfortunately, we don't have it here on the desk. Oh, we do. Arashi, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right here, right here. Poo, Sapu, Santai, bro, Santai. Realize? And we got Arashi. With the... And we got the Evos one.
Class.
Go ahead, get yours today.
They're playing, aren't they?
They are playing today,
Today,
Evos. So
after this.
check it out, guys. I personally have gotten the Team Liquid one, Navi one. I got all of them. Unfortunately, Pusapu doesn't really apply to me because I don't really respect my elders. No, I'm joking.
Oh, yo! What the? Respect your elders.
Respect your elders, children. It's a joke. It's a joke. But what's not a joke that I thought was a joke from my friends when they told me about this last year was, Mirko, MLBB is gonna collab with Naruto. I'm like, no, it's not gonna happen, brother. Naruto ended like a long time ago. What we have now is Naruto's son, and it's not really that good. But you know, MLBB proved him right, proved me wrong. Check it out. It's MLBB X Naruto Shippuden, the good one, before it became, we don't want to talk about that, become a legendary ninja on the 2nd of May, 2025.
Who do you think are the villains of MPL ID now?
Oh, the villains?
Yeah. One team.
I don't know. I don't know. It's gotta be Bigatron. Bigatron? Maybe they're the Akatsuki, right?
This collab happens next week. They walk in as Akatsuki.
With the
with the red cloud and black
cool.
robes. Wow.
Well, Arashi, this is your favorite, one of your favorite characters. Not the character as in the, but the hero, Veil. You play Veil.
I do play Veil.
How do you get Veil?
How
do you get Veil?
How do you get Veil?
Gara Veil.
Well, I mean, I believe if you keep playing, there are gonna be missions you can kind of complete in the Land of Dawn, and if you do that, you can get that one for free, right? The rest you gotta have to pay.
Spin.
But that one is pretty value, man. It's Gara. Someone was saying that Mirko now is cosplaying as Gara, kind of. I can see the resemblance. He needs a bit more eyeshadow though.
I need eyeliner
and the tattoo over here.
I need G the Aiko's Aiko.
Right.
How accurate is this?
You gotta be more
you need the gourd.
more quiet and more sinister.
Not happening this.
Yeah, that's more like it.
I can Photoshop a gourd behind him. That'll be perfect.
Someone put a sandbag behind me.
And Shukaku as well.
Shukaku.
Well, you just called a sandbag.
Yeah, I mean
it's a sandbag.
It's a gourd.
What are you doing? Constructing a house?
Gourd is a hero. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a
gourd
sandbag.
with you, brother.
It's literally a sandbag,
It's
right?
a sandbag.
Full of sand.
He's about to build a house.
It's a sandbag right there.
Yeah.
And then Shukaku isn't really part of it anymore.
Yeah.
He got it's no longer Shukaku.
Expelled.
Yeah.
It's just a raccoon now.
What?
It's a raccoon.
Shukaku. Gara? Oh, I thought Gara.
The one-tailed beast. Gara's a raccoon now. Yeah.
Gara. I forgot that update, but we're gonna get into a break, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 2.
gak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rank ku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Ping stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やらずやかましい奴らだ。
とは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah. Di aplikasi GoPay transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash, makin-makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
Konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah. Di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
sini aku sekarang lagi ada di MPL Arena di mana di belakang aku sedang ada Basketball Challenge. Jadi seru banget. Jadi akan ada kompetisi antara KOL versus KOL, ada Superfans versus Superfans. Ada juga segmen di mana kita akan melihat KOL versus Superfans. Jadi siapapun bisa ikutan dan yang lebih serunya lagi yang menang akan mendapatkan official merchandise dari NBA. Jadi berharga banget apa yang bisa dilakukan di sini guys. Seru banget. Mereka lagi mau syuting tuh. Dadah. Hai, semangat. Ada Boloiski juga, dia kayaknya mau ikutan juga. Mau ikutan ya Bolo ya? Mau katanya. Jadi pokoknya seru banget. Jadi ayo guys, jangan lupa this collaboration cuman ada di week yang kelima. So don't miss out, langsung datang ke MPL Arena. Jadi Eternal signing out. Bye-bye.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Aku telat gak? Nggak telat kan? Aduh capek banget guys tadi dari depan. Abis ngeliatin orang main basket. Oke, guys, kita sekarang udah mempersiapkan untuk match yang kedua antara EVOS dan juga Onyx. Dan di sini nggak akan sendiri aku, karena aku akan ngobrol-ngobrol dulu sama orang yang sangat penting. Tapi udah lama banget nih yang nggak lihat ya. Jadi kita akan panggil aja langsung. Halo, Coach Mars. Manggilnya masih Coach nggak sih? Nggak apa-apa ya?
Boleh.
Masih Coach.
Boleh.
Apa kabar, Coach Mars?
Baik. Aterna gimana kabarnya?
Aku baik, capek aja tadi habis
MPL
layangan.
gimana kabarnya MPL?
MPL even better than ever.
Wih, nice.
Gila ya.
We own
Keren
this,
ya.
we own this.
Nah, berhubung kan kita next match-nya itu EVOS dan juga Onyx. Sebenarnya kita mau sedikit background story nih. Jadi kan kita sekarang melihat Albert mengisi EVOS.
Betul.
Dan dulu sebelumnya dia ada di Onyx. Sebenarnya waktu itu pas pas Onyx mendatangkan Onyx,
Onyx
apaan
datengin
sih?
Albert.
Nah, ya itu.
Onyx datengin Albert.
Nah, itu alasannya kenapa sih kita penasaran?
Iya,
Soalnya
waktu
kan
itu ada Kyrie kan,
Bener,
maksudnya.
soalnya season 12 sampai 14 kan itu kan rosternya udah cukup bagus ya kita
Ya,
lihat
waktu
ya.
itu kan lagi yang
Lagi
juara-juara terus
on-top-nya
ya.
tuh, ha.
Lagi prime lah kalau kata-kata orang ya kan
Betul.
ya. Sebenarnya alasannya salah satunya tuh ada beberapa lah alasan. Yang pertama itu kita ambisius. Salah satunya. Kita tuh waktu itu pengen bukan cuma dominate MPL atau apa gitu-gitu doang. Tapi ke arah kayak yang ini juga internasional gitu loh. Yang pengennya tuh kayak SEA Games lah. Bahkan kayak ya yang begitulah. Yang nggak bisa, yang full Indo gitu.
Iya.
Nah jadi tuh makanya kita ada salah satunya tuh dengan Albert.
Oh.
Kan kalau Kyrie kan ini kan Filipina kan dia kan.
Jadi nggak bisa roster bareng yang full Indo gitu loh. Itu satu yang alasan pertama. Alasan kedua tuh sebenarnya kita juga ya regenerasi juga sih sebenarnya salah satunya gitu loh. Kan Albert juga salah satu player muda juga ya. Bukan, walaupun lama di MPL tapi dia player yang masih muda lah bisa dibilang. Nah kita expect-nya dia bisa adapt main beberapa role gitu loh.
Iya kita
Waktu
lihat
itu kan
sih.
dia bisa main gold lane, dia bisa main jungler, nah itu kita tertarik.
Oh, sempat mid juga kan?
Kalau mid itu emang membantu aja sih, karena Sans lagi sakit waktu itu.
Oh lagi sakit.
Iya.
Jadi selain all role karena juga ngelihat ke international
Benar.
events ya untuk
Iya.
Onyx. Oke, that makes sense. Jadi itu guys kalau buat kalian yang penasaran ya. Nah sekarang Albert ada di EVOS. Dan banyak banget fans di luar sana itu merasa kalau misalkan ini ajang pembuktian untuk Albert. Apalagi dia akan melawan mantan timnya.
Kelas Bob.
What do you think about that? Menurut Coach Mars gimana tuh?
Ya sebenarnya senang sih dia bisa main lebih banyak waktu itu daripada di Onyx kan. Sekarang dia starter lah ya di EVOS gitu loh. Ya dilihat-lihat sih lagi gacor gitu loh. Kemarin-kemarin juga oh, boleh-boleh lu Bob gitu. Ya kita lihatlah nanti gitu ntar kayak gimana. Cuma ya kita selalu dukung juga mau itu album di Onyx, mau itu album di EVOS kita tetap dukung.
Tetap seneng ya ngeliatnya
Iya,
ya?
tetap senang.
Ngeliat dia grow.
Ya kan dia juga datang ke kita welcome juga lah, bukan enggak gitu.
Oke. Kalau misalkan Albert lawan Kyrie, do you still consider mereka dua top tier jungler di MPL ID sekarang?
Ya of course.
Top 2?
Kalau top 2 belum tahu lah ya.
Oke.
Onyxnya kan masih belum top juga nih gitu. Tapi kita cobalah. Tapi untuk Albert sama Kyrie ya masih atas sih, masih top sih mereka.
Masih top
Mungkin
ya?
ini salah satu pembuktian itu tadi juga. Gimana antara mereka berdua match up antara jungler gitu.
Oke, jadi akan seru banget ya ngeliat match up
Benar.
mereka hari ini.
Betul.
Oke, selain Albert, selain Kyrie, let's throw that out for a minute. Kita mau ngeliat what you think, menurut Coach Mars gimana pemain-pemain yang baru nih, our young bloods. Khususnya Savero di gold lane yang mengisi role-nya cewek. Menurut Coach Mars, dia gimana so far performance-nya?
So far sih kita bangga sih sama perkembangannya dia gitu loh. Dari dia pertama masuk ke kita itu dari dia masih sekolah. Bahkan masih belum bisa ikutan MDL atau MPL gitu loh. Umurnya masih di bawah itu gitu. Dan dia datang pulang sekolah, datang ke kita gitu, dianterin orang tuanya, ngeliatin scrim gitu-gitu. Ya seneng lah sampai sekarang dia ada di MPL itu bangga banget sih perkembangannya. Gitu.
Bangga ya. Performance-nya gimana?
Kalau dari segi performance, dia masih bisa improve lagi sih, gitu.
Out of 10?
Out of 10, mungkin sekarang masih di 8 mungkin.
8/10 ya Savero di gold
Masih
lane.
bisa lah naik lagi
Masih
nanti
bisa
dia.
berkembang. Oke. Selain Savero, kalau kita lagi ngomongin rookie, karena kita lagi banyak banget kan kedatangan player-player baru dari MDL, dari other liga. Menurut Coach Mars selain Savero, ada nggak sih satu player yang benar-benar tersorot atau ter-highlight sama Coach Mars?
Wah siapa ya? Mungkin coba ada beberapa nama kayaknya.
Lumayan banyak sih, jujur. Atau belum ada?
Kalau yang sekarang, ya sebenarnya yang player-player yang di RRQ yang waktu itu seangkatan sama Savero kayak si Rins gitu-gitu, bahkan si Hazel itu kan seangkatan tuh sama Savero ya mereka sih salah satu yang kita lihat juga gitu loh, emang jago lah.
Jadi highlightnya ke mereka ya?
Iya.
Oke, kalau gitu. Jadi thank you so much Coach Mars atas waktunya. Hope you enjoy the show. Next
Thank
match,
you.
EVOS versus Onyx. Jadi akan seperti apa? Ladies and gentlemen, kita akan langsung aja lempar kepada Bude. Silahkan.
Yes, di hari Jumat ini match penutupan akan menjadi sangat bersemangat karena kedua tim punya histori yang berbeda di musim lalu. Sedangkan musim sekarang mereka seperti berpindah tempat. Inilah dia pertemuan antara tim Onyx dan juga EVOS. Di mana match ini akan menjadi match penutupan bagi kedua tim. Dan kalau mengingat dari season sebelumnya, Onyx bukan berada di posisi papan bawah, namun mereka menempati papan atas. Sementara EVOS di musim lalu mereka berada di papan bawah. Sekarang mereka berada di papan atas, sedang memperjuangkan posisi yang lebih baik. Keduanya nggak akan berdiam diri di tempat yang sama. Sama-sama ingin menutup leg yang pertama dengan kemenangan. Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pecahnya, bagaimana serunya, dan siapa yang akan mendapatkan poin terlebih dahulu, izinkan Bunda mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua para super fans yang telah hadir, yang ada di rumah juga, yang lagi nobar-nobar. Dan Bunda juga ingin mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan official dari coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Beserta dengan supplier, ada Hokpen dan juga Sukro. Dan tak lupa ada kita punya supplier RSV Helmet. Jadi ada advertiser tadi, lalu ada supplier, banyak banget yang telah mendukung acara hari ini. Dan kalau melihat bagaimana sepak terjang dari kedua tim ini, tentu banyak yang penasaran apakah mereka bisa menutup dengan baik leg yang ke-1 ini. Karena untuk mengawali leg yang kedua mereka membutuhkan mental boost. Dan di minggu kelima ini kita akan menyaksikan bahwa pertemuan dari dua player yang dulunya sempat bersaing, lalu berkawan, dan sekarang harus bersaing kembali. Kedua jungler yang tadi udah dibahas di belakang bersama dengan Eterna dan juga Mars, tentu akan menjadi perbincangan bagaimana Kyrie dan Albert akan berhadapan satu sama lain. Dua jungler yang sedang dipandang seluruh super fans. Jadi para caster, bagaimana pertemuan mereka di Land of Dawn? Mari kita sambut, inilah dia, EVOS dan Onyx.
Welcome back to Friday Night MPL ID Season 15. A squabble against two teams today. It is going to be EVOS against Onyx. Who will get the slam dunk and who will get the 3 points?
Rumble in the Jungle is up next. We got EVOS taking on Onyx, and this is quite a high-stakes matchup because EVOS would want to win here. If they do, they will secure, I believe, top 2 back again, taking that spot away from Bigatron because they also have that head-to-head victory. Currently, GeekFam, after the win, are sitting at 3rd place. So if EVOS want to keep being in the top 3, they really got to win this one. Onyx, though, they got to climb.
They have to climb. Climb. It is going to be the climb for them because they are stuck in the dumps. 7th for now in the standings. It has been an abysmal string of results for them. So this is where it gets real because, again, there's going to be a trip down memory lane. They'll be facing against Albert, their ex-player, ex-super sub, I would say. What do you think, Rashi?
Ex-super sub. I mean, that's a great way to put it because he was subbing for multiple roles. You know, not at the same time, but he was just hopping around like there. And funnily enough, there's a same situation right now happening for EVOS with Lord Natko. Right? He's been going all over the place and he's been delivering at a decent level. I'm not going to say he's like the best when he's moving into those new roles, but it's not bad. I mean, we've seen great things so far on occasion. So I think it's definitely going to be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, but let's jump into the audience topic voting. Facing the White Tigers. Can Onyx get out from this red zone? Red zone, of course, 7th in the standings, like we said. A, Savero plays, Onyx wins. B, CW returns, Onyx wins. Or C,
I like option C,
will
bro.
they struggle against EVOS?
It's just struggling to face EVOS.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty straightforward.
That's been the reality for Onyx. They have been struggling against a lot of different teams.
They have been. I mean, a string of bad results, like I said, and seemingly enough, a lot of speculations on chemistry issues and draft issues in which we had said this multiple times in the past that, you know, Adi needs supporting staff. He wasn't able to really draft out something, you know, multi-dimensional for the whole team. When you have, you know, super players like Kyrie, like Sans, who, by the way, hasn't been in top form, like if we compare him to previous seasons before.
Right, definitely. But even though Sans is a big name, right now the spotlight is on Albert versus Kyrie, man. The revival of a fierce rivalry is how we're spinning this. The head-to-head history here, since MPL ID Season 10 and 11, you can see that for the most part,
it's Kyrie.
It's kind of even, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, the blue represents Albert, the yellow represents Kyrie.
So
But this is
equal.
an MPL ID.
3-on-3.
We have a tiebreaker. The tiebreaker was at M4.
Wait,
that
you're
was
right.
in the lower brackets. It was a battle for top 3.
Yeah.
Albert won that one. So technically, it's 4-3. But then we take a look at M3, and Kyrie did beat Albert when he was in Onyx Philippines, so it's back to 4-4.
It's a very, very long history for both these players. We talk about this as, you know, a rivalry outside of the teams. What about inside? Internally, they had a rivalry, even though, you know, Albert was brought in. He had to sacrifice himself to play other roles. He basically had to flex as someone who was about to be all role. He was playing mid, he was playing jungle, and he was playing gold for the most part. But again, he was also competing for that top spot against Kyrie. And now in EVOS, he has the chance to prove his worth. He has the chance to prove that he has been a top quality jungler. Now is his time to shove it up in Onyx face.
I mean, that's true. We've seen Albert perform really, really well. By all means, we were all excited to see him finally back in a main lineup. And at least for EVOS, he's been put to good use, man. He's been getting a lot of good objectives. He's been able to get a lot of the early game snowballs. And here's the question now, right? Albert's always been known more for a bit of an assassin type approach, right?
Yeah.
I mean, back then, I guess there was a time where he was playing fighters, like Paquitos in the jungle.
Balmans.
But, you know, now with the new patch, is there an angle here where Albert, with his experience, can actually pivot better and place a lot more of these new heroes in the meta?
Okay, but now we will take a look at the audience topic voting. Facing the White Tigers, can Onyx get out from the red zone?
Let's
and
see.
the answers are in. And
Ooh,
CW
wow,
returns. Onyx
dude.
But as well as 20% on the audience saying that, you know, Onyx will struggle against EVOS.
What do you think about this,
CW
dude?
return though?
CW, man.
Okay, so we had this conversation backstage.
Yeah.
KB, by the way, I think we do have a poster for that later on.
Okay.
That, you know,
Sorry,
he
KB?
said, yeah, KB. He said that Savero feels kind of disconnected with his seniors in Onyx. It feels like he has a chemistry issue with other senior players like Kyrie, like Sans. What do you think of this, Miracle?
I think they're just all disconnected. I don't think it's a Savero problem. I feel like... Okay, so here's the quote, exactly.
Yeah.
Savero needs to communicate more with his seniors to build better team chemistry. Personally, for me, I'm not too sure. Maybe he has the inside scoop of Savero again, right? Maybe he isn't communicating, but from what I see, the mid trio has just not been a team. They've been playing all alone, Keyboy, Sans, and Kyrie. And again, for Onyx, they've always kind of been known as a strong team when the trio mid performs. So the fact that the trio mid has been disconnected and hasn't been performing, I think the side laners can't really keep up with whatever they're doing because they don't know exactly what they are doing together.
They were completely shut down for the most part of the season. I mean, Keyboy was an inevitable roamer back in his prime days. So take a look at this replay on that match against Na'Vi. What can you pick off from this, you know, the match last week?
Well, he's definitely still doing a good amount of damage. He's kind of delivering when it comes to being in that role. I mean, just earlier, we saw the stats. He was #1 on average KDA and 2 other stats there. So definitely, statistically, numbers-wise, he's been doing great. It just seems like there's other factors at play here that's kind of limiting his usefulness. And I think I can agree a bit more with Mirko here. Of course, you can kind of, you can't say that he's blameless by all means. He's still part of the team. But there seems to be a lot of other factors here that might be a bit more decisive, aside from just Savero's own performance in the gold lane, that's causing the team overall to just not do as well. Because by all means, again, this is a team game, right? Even if Savero is not all that good, I feel like if it's really just him, we're gonna see a lot more, something a bit more, you know, a bit more obvious that he's the problem. But we're not seeing that, right? It's some really subtle problems that you can kind of attribute to him.
Yeah, and we do agree that, you know, Savero has the qualities of becoming CW's successor. I mean, for the most part, back then, CW was seen as the weak link of Onyx. He was most of the time this gold laner that's very, very passive. He needs a few conditions to reach that, you know, level that he has. But for the most part, he's also been an underrated member of the team. And now Savero comes in with that burden on his shoulders to cover for CW. Again, of course, the critics and the scrutiny is in him. And he is in that spotlight, but at least his mechanics are proven to be very, very good. And now we talk about the baby alien, of course, it's Albert. With these accolades, #3 jungler, total kill in MPL ID Season 15 with 69 kills, and the rest is just good numbers right there.
Yeah, really, really good statistics here for the man. who has just been dominating the jungle ever since Season 7, I would say, right? And then he moved on, obviously, to win MPL ID with RRQ in Season 9. It's a great run that he's had, and the fact that he's still here playing professionally at the highest level while also doing a really, really good job in MPL with a new team. Again, this is his third team that he's played with. It was RRQ to Onyx to EVOS. It definitely seemed like at the start of the season, this was the team to be in for him. He looked really good together with his duo, the Prot duo, Key.
Key. Indeed, and of course, on the opposing side, it is going to be Kyrie.
Whoa, whoa.
He's a Hall of Legends inductee, by the way, which means that he has left an impactful mark on MLBB in a large scale, of course, for the longest time. He is, praised for his longevity, the way he plays mechanically. He is very, very gifted with the accolades as well given. But do you think Kyrie has been, slumping in performance, Arashi, or do you think it's just a team problem?
Again, I feel like it's hard to judge in a team like Onyx that works so well off each other, right? It's really hard to judge one person without kind of looking at the rest of the squad to try and kind of contextualize his performance. Especially the current meta, we also have seen the junglers being so important, but also being vulnerable. The moment the game goes south for your team, the jungle is the first thing that people start looking for, right? Can we steal something? Can we get in there? Can we, after we shut down the EXP lane, can we use this strong EXP lane to go into the jungle? It's always the jungle here. So when his team doesn't deliver, immediately it just makes him look a lot worse. I feel like on an individual level, when it comes down to those crazy 50-50s, when it's like just personal mechanics, I feel like he's still up there. Now, maybe if you want to make the argument that he's not at his prime anymore, a bit lower, I can agree with that. But to say he is just down all the way, I feel like that's way too inaccurate.
Okay, then we will get into the team lineup. Of course, Onyx. It's Ryota, Kyrie, Sans, Tavero, and Keyboy. Still, the same 5 players from the previous week.
Let's see how they perform right here. Ryota coming in the EXP lane. That's usually a very telling situation, and whoa, they're right there.
There we go. We're going to start off with the gold laner. It's Savero.
Savero, the one to fill in CW's shoes. He was able to perform in a high mechanic game.
The shoe filler. We'll see how he performs, man. But right now, the crazy man himself.
The man in the mid lane, Mr. Gila himself. It's Sans.
Gila Sans has been quite average for this week, or season rather, but we hope that he improves even more.
Hey, in the XP, don't you forget the newcomer. It's Ryota.
Ryota with a great debut when he first showed up, and of course, he needs no introduction right here.
He does though, he really does. Every time you see him, it's the Sky King, Kyrie.
The jungler that has all the capabilities, and now, who is it?
That's the guy who asked the question, where's the spicy boy? Where's the miracle boy? It's Keyboy!
Onyx S5 lining up on the MPL arena. They are ready for this match, and they will come full guns blazing.
The audience, the fans definitely have their backs, but now up against them today, the all-new revamped EVOS.
EVOS, what?
Wait, what?
Natco XP?
Oh my god, he's back to his
main
role!
Roberts, Loki, and Erlan. We thought it was gonna be Jabran. We thought it was gonna be someone else, but it's Natco on XP.
In the gold lane, Brants came in, but it is Erlan's time to prove those doubters wrong. Welcome him on stage as Erlan.
Erlan coming back in, trying to prove the haters wrong, but comes in the spicy man.
Hey, you can see him right here, ready to come on stage. It's Sway Low.
Hey.
Look at the moves.
Ready and warmed up to hit those 3-pointers and the slam dunk, but look who's here.
All hail the king, all hail the lord, King Nat Goat.
On is a roll to a lord, but now comes in one of the bigger names right now in the team.
One of the duo, the Prot duo is the baby alien, that's Albert.
Of course, baby alien ready to show who's the king in the jungle, but hey, XBDR by the way.
That's my boy, that's El Momento. Henky, Mr. Key in Rome.
Ready to complete the Prot duo, and that is this lineup. They used to be known as the Gras, the solid lineup, but now with a change here, what does it spell? It spells Kasan?
Kasan?
Impactful
Snake.
lineup? Or you can switch it around and say it's the snake lineup. So watch out, watch out. As now, our Marshal brings in the brains behind the entire operation.
Of course. No longer alone. Adi finally has some company where Greed was recently promoted into the main team. Of course, it is going to be Coach Adi and Greed, as well as Avila. Which coach? Caleb.
Yeah, phenomenal coaching staff here for EVOs. Again, able to make it to top 3 right before the 3-week break, but then after that we saw a dip. Though I will say, I don't think it's really a coach or draft problem, it's more so a clutch problem. They haven't been clutch. Some of their players, namely one dude, who's been probably the most clutch player in the first few weeks. Erlan, remember the steal against BTR on the Granger? We didn't get to see that level of clutchness from Erlan, and I hope that comes back here.
I do wonder, I mean, do people think he just lost it? He lost focus?
That's my boy,
or could
man.
it be the case that he's been doing so well, he's been so crucial for his team, that now he almost feels like he must make those plays, even when it's not really quite necessary? That's a question a lot of people have been asking, right? Why is he forcing a lot of these moments when he plays smart? We've seen what this man can do.
Missteps, bad decisions as well made by Erlan. Of course, last week. We hope it's all mended for this week, because this is where it gets real for EVOS if they want to cement themselves in the top 2 position. For Onyx, they want it as bad as EVOS does. I mean, they're down in the dumps, 7th in the standing, so they want to be up there. But of course, it is Mr. Bombastic.
Hey man, these are some, I don't know, I don't want to talk about these stats, man. Mr. Bombastic.
They're doing him dirty.
Yeah, they are.
He's Mr. Fantastic. Yes, flip a coin.
This is Season 14. And yeah, Season 14 EVOs, to remind you guys back at home, they didn't even make it to playoffs. So this is a bad stat to take for Mr. Bombastic. But he has been Mr. Fantastic in the past. He's also ex-BTR, by the way.
And Real Madrid fan, by the way.
Oh my, that's the only L he's taken in his life.
That's a W. The only L he is he's not up there with the roster right now.
That's true.
So maybe we'll see him play a few weeks from now, or maybe even this week. But let's talk about Onyx new generation goal laner. Again, stats 11 and 1, but 1 in terms of GPM in MPL ID Season 15. What can you say about this stat, Arashi?
Means that he's efficient when it comes down to the farming patterns, right? And when it comes down to the early game, that also shows that he's kind of safe. Because if you keep getting ganked and keep getting taken out, you can't really amass a high amount of gold that way. But looking at the kill department, number 1 to number 11, you're comparing him to the Red Raider right there. Still in BTR, by the way.
The Red Raider. Oh, my goat, my glorious goat, now with his pink hair, not even red. But yeah, Savero, this is unfair, to be fair, because Savero hasn't played all his matches. It's been CW at the start, and then Savero joined in. So we have to see him, rack a few more kills. But to be fair, it has been very, the way that they play with Savero has been weird. He hasn't been active. It's always Moskov in the side lane, playing weak side and then split pushing.
And of course, for EVOS, they have first pick selection with 80% on first pick, which is blue side. That is a very, very high win percentage in terms of the blue side.
I feel like they're a team that really wants to have a say when it comes to the first pick, right? Kind of pressure their opponents. Because again, one of their big advantages right now, EVOs, is that they have experience on their side. Key and Albert, we've always talked about this, but they are very experienced players, literally veterans who have been in the game for a long, long time. So they have a lot of, they have quite a very impressive hero pool, along with ways to how to use them. So that is what EVOs can use here to kind of pressure their opponents and keep them guessing. And now with the patches introducing new variables, new factors in the drafting phase, I feel like this is a good move by EVOs.
Yeah, that's what we're about to talk about as well, is the patch adjustments and the changes. Of course, a few jungle changes. I mean, Fanny was still respected to a certain degree by both GeekFam and Na'Vi, but we saw the Suyo pop up. Do you think, Mirko, it's still viable for either Albert or Kyrie to pick it up?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Fredrin will be greater than the Suyo, will be better than the Suyo, especially when it comes to neutral objective takes. But it really depends on the user. We saw a Fredrin Suyo matchup and Makekids was able to win on the Suyo. So yeah, especially when you have mid lane pokes, the mages will start to really impact that Suyo performance.
Of course. But now, we are jumping into the drafting phase of match number 2, game number 1, EVOS against Onyx. And now we will see what are the bans coming in for both teams.
Well, one of the big factors right here is also the gold lane. And to remember that now that Erlan is up against Savero here, if Onyx wants to use Savero in a passive way, it's quite dangerous because Erlan is an aggressive gold laner that can take control of that lane, can try and zone him out, make sure that he misses farm, he's forced to recall, orchestrate dives as well. So they're going to be a bit more careful in this one.
For those of you at home who aren't able to see the bans, currently we have total of 5 heroes banned out. It's Nuoyi, the Phoveus, and the Moskov taken away by EVOS. And for Onyx, they take out the Joy and the Chip, barring one more ban. So of course, good Moskov ban to deny Savero of that strong pick, because it's been very influential on the Moskov with the SODs, with the split push and the global presence he can really possess on that Moskov.
All right, yeah, interesting stuff here. Seeing the Moskov ban in the first phase, considering there have been some new picks that should be able to bully the Moskov, the Clint, the Natan as well, who's just been buffed. It's cool to see that it's still banned out. They just have that much respect for Onyx and their playstyle with Savero on the Moskov. Yi, final ban for Onyx. First pick here coming in. No way, yeah. It's still gonna be the Harith. First, They're thinking about it. They're still thinking about it. Look, they're canceling it out so many times. It looks like they will just stick to the Harith first pick. It has been nerfed, but it's not like a massive nerf that'll make the Harith useless. Yeah. It's still very, very viable. So there you go. Okay, there you go.
All right. First pick, Harith. Like you mentioned, if the hero isn't gutted, by all means, it's not as strong as it used to. I think one of the big factors is the animation of the Synchrovision now takes a bit longer. But by all means, it's still a hero with great laning, a great sustainability, and good all-in with the Zaman Force. Like we said earlier, it's gonna be Erlan on that Harith, so Savero. Now with the Moskov, he needs to ensure that he picks something that he's comfortable with in the laning phase, because the Moskov usually allows you to trade and also disengage from fights. That option might not be possible any longer. And for Onyx, Chushin and Kaela, so going for a lot more of a brawly composition, but EVOS with the Harith, I don't think has any issue with this.
Yeah, Kalia of course picked up on the Chushin as well. For EVOS now they have 2 picks. I'm thinking of the matchup though for the Harith. And Onyx might just brew something to face against the Harith. Usually, you would go with the Granger, but again, the Granger has been, it's a mix. It's a buff, it's a nerf. But what about Clint?
Yeah,
against Harith.
The Clint has actually a really good lane against the Harith. The Clint should be able to win it out, especially now in the early game where Harith has kind of lost a lot of power. Again, that shielding really helped him win trades in the last patch. In this current patch with that shield being nerfed. Oh, they're still gonna go for Fanny for Albert, even despite the nerfs Gatot Kacha. It doesn't seem like EVOS have been phased by the drafts at all, by the patch at all. Hayabusa making his way into this game.
Let's go. Now this is what I call a rumble in the jungle. Fanny against Hayabusa.
I mean, dude, it's gonna be a lot of moves there for sure. We talked earlier about the Fanny and how now it's only really viable in the hands of a select few. Is Albert one of those people? What do you think, Mirko? I think he has it in him, but...
Yeah, I don't think so, Rashi, unfortunately. No? I think, like, I don't know. His Fanny is very explosive, but once he uses that combo, it's done. Like, he's very in, win, or lose kind of Fanny. He's not like not the Kyries, not the Rays, not the 5 Avians. And we do have a stat. He has already picked it once. It's sitting at a 0% win rate, unfortunately, for Mr. Man Albert. So, yeah. And also for Erlan, this Harith isn't really, like... I mean, well, actually, never mind. He's 100% win rate on the Harith previously, but because he's so comfortable on the Harith, could be a mistake picking it up, because miscalculations can happen with the new patch.
Exactly. Shielding problem as well, but... I do think the Harith still survive a Hayabusa gang. Do you think so? I mean, the possibility of that will just brew even more, because Hayabusa now has prior when it comes to picking up Jusin and Kalia. They have that freedom of movement when it comes to just playing to the gold lane.
So usually EVOS, the other factor here realized is the fact that there's a lot more mages available in the pool right now that can provide some good wave clear. And wave clear is the main thing you want against a Sushin. Wave clear and kite ability. That's why the Heat usually comes in handy, the Sicilians as well. So Evos can get something like that, and if the Sushin doesn't really have the lane cryo, the opposite happens, man. They can shut down this Hayabusa by ensuring that he's never having any backup from the mid lane and the roamer.
Looking at it here, it does look like Onyx is setting up for, again, a lot of kill pressure, a lot of just early game pickoffs. They picked up the Hayabusa, now they need some solid lanes. They need lanes that will actually win. Again, against the Harith, we did mention about the Clint, it's not the best choice against the Fanny. But it still can work. If you're really just looking for kill pressure, that should be enough kill pressure for the Hayabusa to capitalize on early.
Yeah. Beatrix banned out. Severo was able to pick it up once in Season 15, but that was a loss as well. 0% now sitting at that stat now, of course, for Onyx. Still yet to pick.
Fight for the ultimate.
They will pick up the Hilda. Okay, so this Hilda will definitely try to contain the Fanny, right?
Would definitely be used to try and stop the Fanny, be a problem for sure. And again, it's just like a safe pick. There's not a lot of heroes that can hard counter this Hilda. At the end of the day, even if you're a strong laner, all the Hilda has to do is regen it back up, clear the wave with 3 skills built into one on her second skill, and just roam around. Use that movement speed passive when you're running through the bushes. So they can really stop Evos' rotations in their tracks, unless of course they get a strong EXP laner that can do damage and attempt to gank the Hilda multiple times, get her shut down immediately.
This needed. Okay, Arashi, you're more of the Zask guy. Why Zask? And it didn't get touched at all.
No, I don't think so. I think the idea here...
None of his items either, right? Only Lightning Truncheon got...
Right. That's even if you go with the Lightning Truncheon. Yeah. Zask does not have to go Lightning Truncheon either. I believe this is a response to all the dive, all the aggression, because the Zest is actually very safe in a sense. When you're into the Domineer's Descent, you, first of all, aren't really easily burstable. You can cover a lot of distance, and of course, if everyone's clumping up like how it seems to be shaping up with the Hilda, with the Hayabusa, and the Chushin, a single will play stun and you win your team-to-team fight.
And technically, it is Suelo's signature pick from when he was in RBL. So there you go. Granger will be the last pick. So, they don't have any lock. Tsunami Slam, I guess.
Kalea. And probably the lift off, but again, it has to telegraph time to wait for the enemy to get lifted up. But that's the picks coming in from both teams. Granger against the Harith. Again, a classic matchup we have been seeing down in the gold lane. So it's just up to how they want to execute it. I mean, the Hilda is there to answer the Fanny, but for Evos themselves, it feels like they're very confident in this pick, right? Again, comfortability, Suelo on a signature pick, and Albert on the Fanny.
Oh boy, I think it's gonna be aggressive for sure. Onyx is the one that has to kind of push the aggression, use the Sushin to kind of pressure everything, because later on, with Purifiers in the hands of Evos, then there's gonna be a lot of moments where that Tsunami Slam gets neutralized and Onyx are gonna be forced to play Evos this game instead.
White Tigers against the Sky Kings will be the closure of today. As we enter the land of Dawn, who will take game number 1? It is Evos against Onyx.
Welcome to the Rumble in the jungle. The Tigers takes on the Porcupines. Ryota, Erlan. Ryota technically on a signature pick too on the Hilda.
Right. He picked it up when I think it was his debut game as well, right? Yep. The Hilda.
Oh, the Hilda now running the Fury. Oh, hang on a second. I have to wait and see more from the emblems later on. But in the early game, as you can see, I think Onyx are the ones that are going to be pressuring Evos for the most part. Evos, though, later on at level 4, level 5, once the ultimates start rolling in, they have the Demand Force, the Average of the Guardian, Domineer's Descent. They have a lot of the tools there to get ahead, but I don't know if they want to fight immediately at level 4. They might wait until the second turtle to try and make any aggressive moves. Looking at the emblems right here, actually, pull yourself together for Keyboy. As to be expected, he's the sole playmaker right now for the team. Everyone else, Fury and Season Hunter for Albert, so trying to optimize the farming speed as well. For Erlan, running with the Inspire Bergen Hunter, so he's going to have good mana regen in there, have less cooldown for his spells as well. So expect a lot of trading attempts, which maybe Onyx can kind of predict, look into, and try and to punish with some ganks.
There's so many divers here, so many things to take care of. I'm really concerned about Onyx's way to shut down the Fanny. You can already see it up top. Key already looking for this dive. Severo, no flicker. but they will not commit onto it. They notice mid lane has been shoved in, and getting the juice in, already on key. Doesn't have the flicker. He only has Revitalize. Now going back onto Keyboy. Gets away. Turtle spawning in 3 seconds.
Again, Prio up in the gold lane for EVOS. They know the Stranger is very susceptible in the early game, and they can just punish that with the kill threat coming in from Albert, but Albert under pressure.
All right, Turtle gonna be taken down. The bottom side, Kyrie able to get it, but the purple buff stays in Albert's hands despite that invade from Sans and Keyboy.
Good presence of mind there for Albert. Not really panicking, just trying to get some harass back, get the buff, and get out. Like we said earlier, Evos have a fighting chance, but it's risky, right? They don't want to allow Onyx to get the snowball going. If you're up against a snowball intrusion, Ranger, Hayabusa, so many ways for things to go wrong. Whereas for Evos, if they keep it standard, they kind of stay equal, there's a chance that they can pull off a great mid-game here.
On predictions for the new application, Go Pay, it's just me and Mr. Wawa, or Wawa, right at the Indonesian desk.
Yes, sir.
Going
Keyboy.
for Onyx.
Tsunami Slam, locking him down now. It's giving the cables. Albert able to get first blood on Keyboy. He's still surviving. Kyrie. Keyboy. Oh my goodness gracious. The explosiveness of the Fanny. Suelo takes another 4 for 1.
It felt like Fanny never got nerfed. That damage was disgusting.
I mean, when you clump up together like that, we already talked about the potential AoE combos. Onyx just handed it over to Evos on a silver platter, dude. Evos took everything. Suelo diving in as well with a Dominus Descent. The Keyboy trying to chase Erlan down now, but only a roam won't be able to do so. They have to avoid situations like that, dude. Evos' combo is disgusting.
And the problem again, Arashi, only Kalea can lock Fanny down. So once he used the ult on Key of all people, that was just like, Albert got the jackpot on that one.
It's immediately a signal towards Evos to dive in. There's nothing threatening them any longer. And again, Albert is not the only person, the only member that can dive in. Later on, Erlan and Suelo can do the same. So Onyx are going to be forced to again ration out their sources of card control. They have to really use Sans right here and use his Lantern Flare to its maximum efficiency, because that's the only other tool they have.
So then again, it's very telegraphed, right? It has that wind-up time to lift off someone. So
look at the zone.
It's not a hard lock towards the Fanny. The Fanny can still just take out a way out of that Lantern to just run and avoid the lift off. But now, little fight happening soon. Ryota still there to zone out. Will EVOS or Onyx get this?
Great poke coming down. Turtle already there. Keyboard gonna lock it up as well. Won't be able to find a Tsunami Slam now. Oh, he tries to go on Albert, but gets the cables. Good Purify out from Erlen as he dashes with some hot force. Keyboy taken down by the Heron. Ryota caught in the Dominator's Ascent. Taken low. AOG to zone Kyrie away. Evos taking all the dubs here.
Beautiful play by Evos there. Who cares about the 50-50? We want bodies, dude, immediately. They were able to get so much more value using the Nightmare Spawn. Onyx, without any real way to easily clear the Nightmare Spawn and not having the liberty to use anything there, they just are forced to take the damage coming out of it. And Evil's oh, Albert!
What? Why would he stay? Severo! He just took that. He thought he could survive. Albert making quick work out of Severo.
Questionable decision again by Severo. Not backing towards the turret at any time as well.
Uh-oh, Shadow Kill just to clear the waves. They're getting desperate, and the little Johnny boy is taking a turret shot, so they will have enough damage to take a turret in the mid lane. Kyrie say goodbye to his purple. That's Grand Theft Purple for Albert.
Dude, I was expecting Severo to back up there. I just kept analyzing.
Yeah, the Rondo.
And turns out he just came back in. Oh boy. Now look at this, dude. When it comes to control, because of the Nightmare Spawn, and because Onyx are falling behind, they can't clear it without losing a significant amount of HP. So now it's gonna go from bad to worse for them. Oh boy, they cannot afford to be giving any more to Evos. At a 3k gold lead, they're already taking full control of this mid game because of that Fanny presence.
Maybe he thought he had Sans shadowing for him in that bush, but again, Fanny can just move so fast. And now, of course, Albert will try to push out the side lanes, and that is also another plus point for the Fanny when you pick it up. And the mid to the late game, it's very, very quick on clearing the side lane, just putting that pressure and having Onyx to just assign someone to deal with that. And now Turtle, 7 seconds, Albert has his way onto the bush. this might be another clash again.
Yikes.
Erlan also joining, rotating away from the gold lane. Evos know this is the big one, man. They're looking for a chance to just start that massive snowball and really take control over the game completely. Onyx have to respect this, man. I don't know what the right move is for them right now. They have to try and find the pickup initially, or go for some kind of flank first. Try and find Albert, of all people.
They're conceding this. Savero is way too far. Kyrie looks disinterested in taking this turtle. He's gonna focus on his purple buff. It feels like EVOS, they will make the move. And Keys just there zoning out. Yeah, free turtle for EVOS yet again with the objective prio in their hands.
It's unfortunate for Onyx, but I feel like that might be the smart move there. It's only a turtle after all. They can kind of afford to let it go for now. They got some more gold in the hands of Savero. Trying to get some recovery there, even though they're 5k gold behind. But if you look at the numbers, man, almost 2k gold ahead. Wow. Erlan is just getting all the value, dude. He's so much further ahead.
He's so rich.
He is. Crazy rich Erlan with the Silent Sight and the Feather of Heaven. On the way towards the Holy Crystal, usually you'd see it being picked up by, minute 9 or even 8. And this is just going to speed up the process, considering the fact that EVOS is having a near flawless game so far in this game. And Keyboy, again, just looking for the zone again. He has to be able to lock down the Fanny. He has to be picky of when he will be using that Tsunami Slam, because if he uses it carelessly like this...
That'll kill, but really no kill threat. Dominator's Ascent used by Suelo, and that's what Arashi was talking about. That is the survivability.
Get out of jail free card, but of course a game fact by GoPay. The Zask pick marks the hero's first appearance in MPL ID Season 15 because, again, it was picked in MPL ID Season 14, mostly by Suelo as well. A signature pick of his in Rebellion.
Yep. When you're up against a lot of dive, when you are you have to be annoying, the Zask is just the right answer, and Suelo understands how to use it so well. Sans is the mid laner, and he can't have enough damage, but look at Key. Whoa.
Picked up twice, has Revitalize, will be able to tank it up again! Savero can't get him down! He doesn't have the Sky Piercer yet, that's why. Went in for the hunch right now, Tsunami Slam, we're gonna key back all the way. It's gonna be Key taken down, now Albert still with the cables, Ryota taken down in a single bitch, and Albert! Gets Keyboy in the back with the cables! 2 for 1 only, Key fallen.
Oh boy, man, Albert on this Fanny. Again, this is a nerf Fanny. Where is the weakness we were expecting, man? We've seen so far in the season, the Fannies hasn't really been all that amazing. And just like that, Albert just burst through the scene. And you can see the difference in impact, dude. The damage, the pressure. It's not just the fact that Albert can actually output the damage. It's the fact that Onyx are forced to play, respecting that potential as well.
Free Lord.
Can't believe it.
For EVOS, Onyx.
Oh boy.
Can't even contest, can't even enter their foot into the vicinity. And now, priority on EVOS. They can activate the side lanes, they can create that push to just, firstly, take away the holy defenses of the base.
Oh man. I can't believe it, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Arashi, the reason the Fanny hasn't been doing well in, before Albert picked it up today, is because usually teams have 2 at least members who can lock her down.
Yep.
Onyx, wow. I don't know.
This was a second pick Fanny, and they did not find any solutions, any badangs in the sort. I mean, it was banned by EVOS in the second phase, but they really should have found something else right here. It's not wise to let Albert have his way, and he's really making Onyx pay for that decision. The purple buff is something that Kyrie hasn't seen in a long time, man.
It's a long-lost brother of his. And now, of course, it links back to Onyx and their problems in the draft. Again, we talked about Adi needing a supporting staff. Now that he has one, it feels like the solutions are still not there yet, at least for this game, as EVOS are trying to siege into the base. Onyx, they still hold, they have the poke from the Juicin and from the Ranger as well, so all is still good for Onyx, but they have to, yet again, defend.
Many waves coming down, AOG locking Sans all the way in the back, has it come to Beacon, but Suelo gets the Dominator's Descent to lock him down. Sans out already, Savero trying to clear the wave in the mid lane, he goes together with Ryota, Suelo, 2-man stun. Luckily, Albert was not there to follow it up. He's in the mid lane clearing for another push into the mid lane.
One turret cracked up top on the mid though. Next on the chopping block, Onyx. They be able to defend this.
Albert with the cables, back and forth, just waiting for the angle to present itself. Ooh, Ryota getting chunked down. Albert again with the cables. Look at the play now, dives in deep! Takes Savero to a corner, forcing him to the fountain. Now, looking at Bot, trying to go for another three-way push with another mid lane coming in. Let's see.
Exploring heavy territory. And Erlan jumping in.
Oh, that burst key up in front has the AOG. They'll be happy with 3 base turrets.
All 3 base towers taken down. Brute force, by the way. There was no force error. There was no 3-way push, no macro play. It's Evos just bringing the fight to Onyx and saying, come on, in your own base, we'll take you. And look at the items, the item difference at this point. Albert going with the Antwic Cuirass, by the way, after going for the War Axe and the Malefic Roar. So even now, in a 1v1 situation, even if Onyx do find ways to get to him, he has so much more of an easy time itemizing because the only real magic damage threat is Sans, and it's never really a burst type of threat. So as long as Evos have a good deal of physical defense, they're kind of good to go.
And you know, Arashi, realize we've been saying the draft, no lockdown, but we can't criticize Adi. Maybe that's just his ninja way.
Yeah, he wants to go for the Hayabusa because it's his ninja way as well.
Look at Kido. Keyboy looking for the play. Albert gonna be locked down by the time he slam. Now Shadow kill. Albert still able to escape. Albert gets the victory win despite the all-in on him. And now it's Suelo on Kai. That is Suelo recalling to kill Kyrie in the mid lane.
A terrestrial being. The baby alien descends onto the land of Dawn and they will end this game.
Savero locked down. Albert getting another. Savero in the base. Zoned away in his zone. Fountain 13 minutes. Evos 1-0.
Insanity from Evos. And from Albert, no less. What was that Fanny game? It was insane. And Onyx left speechless. 1-0 for Evos.
Oh boy, what was that, dude? That final Lord fight. I don't know, that has to be demoralizing if you're an Onyx perspective. They jumped and used everything for a Hail Mary play. They identified that as long as they don't get Albert, that's the only play they had. The one member, the one carry without the Purify. They try and get him. He bought time, he still got the Lord, he got out. That's ridiculous, dude. I have no words. Like, how else? What more do you say? What?
That's his ninja way, man.
He has to sync different things that he has to do. Number 1, he had to escape, obviously. Number 2, he had to pin down the retreat, and that he did as well. Get the Lord for himself. This is a statement from Albert.
XRRQ, by the way.
Hey.
Oh boy.
Are we playing X's now? Because I hate my X's.
Hey, Key. Oh, wow. That went real deep. Oh man, that went personal. Okay. BTR. Key, by the way, I just want to say.
Yeah, we're, you know,
friends. We're sitting in the bench right now. But wow, bro.
So it's we are technically on Evo's side due to history.
I voted Evo.
So I'm alone.
And there's Onyx. So hey.
I mean, it shows that Onyx has longevity.
Adi is XRQ, by the way.
That's
you're
true.
right.
XRQ, by the way.
It is what it is.
This is unfair, but yeah,
man.
Of course. Again, it feels like the 2 nerfed heroes that has been picked today. Number 1 was Ranger, picked up by Chidera. It wasn't really showing the flaws of the nerf. And number 2 was Fanny. We talked about how this hero was hard, like it was badly nerfed and still able to deliver for Albert.
I think it's the fact that we haven't seen good performances on it and then it got kind of nerfed. I don't know if the nerf was horrible, but clearly if you can perform like this, if it can still be this big of a threat, I don't think you can consider the hero unplayable just yet.
Wow, and of course the man on your screen, the baby alien. It is, of course, Albert, 5-1-6. But that performance speaks for itself.
The extraterrestrial tiger, dude.
I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, like, obviously, Albert, amazing game. Don't want to take anything away from him, but it's going to be really hard to defend Adi on this one, on this draft.
It's really tough to understand what the idea was. Again, like you mentioned, Mirko, there was nothing to really threaten Albert at all. And even before we talk about the draft phase, even the execution, right? Like what Savero's decision was there, and also how Onyx were fighting, right? We talked about how the AoE is just too much to handle, but they keep fighting in those enclosed spaces all the way from the beginning. And afterwards, it's a bit too late. They were 10 1K gold ahead at 10 minutes, by the way, Evos. I don't think we've seen Onyx take quite such a beating. And oh man, that moment was crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. Out of his goddamn mind. That's Albert, of course. The player of the game as well. And then was very swift as well, Evos. I mean, everyone played a very, very good game. Asuelo, he did his job, surviving as long as he could, poking for the team. Natko, just doing Natko things. He's the GOAT. We don't need to talk about him. He knows what he's doing. We all know what he's doing. And Key with the engages as well, just peeling for the whole team. Again, the problem was the lockdown. They had little to no lockdown, only the Tsunami Slam and the Kalia. We talked about Jujutsu maybe, possibly just lifting away the Fanny. But again, so telegraphed. The Lantern Flare needs a wind-up time.
And there's also the biggest problem, I feel, as well. A problem we've seen again and again. You pick Kalia and you don't have a lot of burst damage technically, so we saw Keyboy try and make plays. In the end, he couldn't find anyone. He was forced to go on Key. And what happened? Key survives, right? When your mid lane is a Tushin, when your jungler is a Hayabusa, you know, there's not a lot of burst damage there. I mean, technically Hayabusa is burst damage, but it's incremental, it's slow. And the Kalia doesn't survive long enough. When you take that long to secure the kill, the Kalia becomes the victim.
That's true.
Yikes. Just yikes, honestly.
A lot of questions, of course.
Yikes on so many levels.
No, the thing is, to be fair, both these teams drafted like the patch didn't come out. To be fair, it really feels like the old patch, but what was the vision for Onyx? Like, was it just to get mid prio and then invade with Ryota? Because the Haya isn't really that guy, right? Like, he's not that invade type early, because Fanny actually clears a bit faster. I don't see the vision, man.
Yeah, I think taking neutral zones was what Onyx really wanted to do. Again, that has been their playstyle ever since Ryota was inserted into the team. He was very aggressive in just taking away space for his team. Again, with the Hilda, with the glue, anything, you mention it. But now then they had the Hayabusa, and with minimum lockdown, they had to face a Fanny. It spelled trouble for them. It's big time trouble for Onyx.
Yeah, so talking about the drafts, we talk about the execution as well. I feel like there's just so many things they have to kind of ironed out almost instantly, because you know, second game is upcoming right now. You can bet that Onyx are definitely in review mode immediately. Like, what went wrong there? And we've highlighted that there's so many different oversights all the way from the execution, the team fights, and even in the drafting phase. So in a moment like this, it gets difficult, because if you're in the coaching staff for Onyx, which do you blame, right? Is it the drafts? If the drafts are actually okay, it's just the team that can't execute, that's a whole different thing. But you have to decide on what exactly is the real reason, the core reason why they weren't doing so well.
Wow. By the way, Arashi.
Yes?
I think we have our M Watch for next week.
Oh.
That play by Albert?
Yeah.
I think you studied that. You're going to highlight that.
Or
I
highlight
thought
the draft, Arashi.
Or the draft.
the drafts? Sure, I'll take notes.
What not to do?
Nah, that draft was fraud watch, bro.
Oh, that's from an Onyx fan, by the way. Oh my.
I'm very sad.
It's your boy, man. Come on.
They're all my boys.
So I think I'm gonna stick with my prediction.
But it's okay. It shows that I'm not a plastic fan, and I'll stick by my Sky Kings, whatever happens.
My Sky Kings.
My Sky Kings. I'm a Sky Peasant, by the way.
You're a Sky Peasant?
Yeah.
Realize the loyal.
You're a Sonic. You're a Sobat. You're a Sky Friend.
Sky Friend.
Sobat, yeah.
Sky Friend.
Sky Friend.
Sky Friend.
Well, I mean, again, it feels like EVOS didn't really draft to rely on the Fanny, but the Fanny was so explosive.
Yeah, I don't know. It really feels like, because again, the first moment where Albert kind of popped off was at about like level 5 or something. How is it that when other players have played the Fanny, it just doesn't seem all that dangerous? He just made it do so much more damage somehow.
He's very explosive. I'm telling you, he's very explosive. So he uses the cables in a way where it's, to be fair, not efficient, but it does a ton of damage when it lands.
Right.
That's why he's kind of like, he needs to go in, gets a kill, and then backs away. Or he gets nothing. In all the scenarios earlier, he got what he wanted.
True, wait. Even in level, when he went for that level 4 dive, technically,
in the mid.
On the, no, golden, I believe, was it?
No, that was not level 4.
Level 3, was it?
That was like, I think, right after Turtle.
I think it was before.
Towards Avero.
Yeah, the one on Severo.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's true. He didn't stick around. He just came in, output all the damage.
Bounce.
didn't get the kill, doesn't matter. Peace is out.
Oh, that was the first level 4. You're talking about the first ever gang.
Yes. So yeah, that's exactly what you're saying there. He just comes in, does what he wants to, and then leaves, regardless of the result. And in a sense, that's an efficient way of doing it, I think.
Yeah, and it feels like it's a coin flip. Somehow you gotta kind of gamble on that play style. If the Fanny does not deal a lot of damage, then you're basically done. You lose your Fanny. You need to back up as well. So yeah, Onyx down 0-1. I mean, there's still a game number 2. It's a best of 3 anyway. So I'm pretty sure Onyx will bounce back. But of course, we want to take a look at what Eterna has to say in the side of the court, or rather the arena. Eterna, what do you have to say?
Thank you so much, casters. Aku di sini di MPL Arena sama Natse. How are you, Natse?
I'm good.
Oke, dia baik ya guys.
Soalnya.
Gimana? Jadi katanya Natse mau cerita sesuatu yang comeback nih.
Lagi banyak yang comeback kebetulan nih Kak. Ada apa? Ada Brands.
Connect.
Selain itu pasti juga ada emot yang paling ngeselin, yaitu emot kelas.
Gimana
Sudah
sih emotnya?
comeback.
Emotnya gimana sih?
Emotnya kelas
gitu.
Lucu banget kan?
Lucu. Cara belinya gimana sih emotnya?
Cara beli gampang banget, cukup ke shop MLBB dan dengan 100 diamond aja kalian udah bisa pakai emot kelas.
Ih, murah banget ya?
Iya, murah
Beneran
banget.
100 diamond doang?
Langsung beli gak sih Kak?
Aku udah punya.
Oh, udah punya?
Aku udah punya kebetulan. Aku udah punya.
Oh, keren banget.
Soalnya aku juga denger untuk yang udah punya emot kelas, itu ada kejutan. Bener gak sih?
Iya, betul banget. Jadi Minroar tuh lagi ngadain challenge momen terkelas. Caranya kalian bisa pakai emot kelas pas lagi mabar atau partian sama teman-teman. Terus bikin konten yang paling keren, lalu upload di instastory kalian dengan highlight yang ada di Instagram EVOS Esport. Nah, buat fans yang menang bisa dapetin skin epic gratis dari Minroar.
Skin epic gratis?
Iya.
Ini beneran?
Bener.
Wah, ya udah guys, langsung aja beli ya untuk bisa mendapatkan skin epic gratis, karena kapan lagi?
Iya, kapan lagi
Daripada
kan?
ngemis-ngemis, Kak, aku minta skin dong, Kak.
Bener
aku
banget,
minta skin
banyak
dong.
banget yang sering nge-message gitu ya kayak minta skin dong gitu.
Iya, nah itu dia, dapat skin kan?
Betul sekali kan.
Oke, that's so cool. Kelas. Terus kalau misalkan itu berarti kalau aku tiba-tiba bisa buy one in Fanny, pakai Angela, aku pakai stiker kelas, itu juga bisa masuk?
Bisa.
Bisa ya?
Bisa dong.
Oke, cool.
Pokoknya yang keren aja.
Yang
Ditunggu
keren
ya.
Kalau yang agak nggak gitu keren gitu bisa juga nggak?
Enggak
Kayak
sih,
misalkan
ya
kayak
mungkin nggak
blunder
menang,
gitu.
Oh, blunder
nggak bisa ya?
justru itu yang kita cari ya.
Oh justru yang dicari
Kita
blundernya
suka
ya?
yang blunder-blunder sih.
Oke, kalau gitu kan kita lihat sekarang EVOS udah 1-0 nih.
Ya,
2-0
Abis
atau
ini 2-0
gimana nih?
lah.
2-0.
2-0.
100% ya? 2-0 ya?
200%.
200%. Kalau salah gimana? Ada challenge gak?
Challenge.
Challenge-nya, hah?
Enggak bercanda.
Ini beneran gak sih? Challenge botak guys, aku yang panik.
Enggak dong. Tapi 2-0 lah, aman aja.
Oke, dia udah sangat
Ya, easy.
Wah guys, itu dia udah confident banget ya.
Iya dong, harus.
Oke, kalau gitu ada mungkin message yang mau disampaikan kepada EVOS yang lagi berjuang untuk mendapatkan 2-0 itu.
Ya, pokoknya tetap semangat. Easy kill, bro.
Anjay. Oke, thank you so much Natsu. Kita akan langsung kembali ke para casters untuk game yang kedua. Kita akan melihat apakah 2-0? Apakah dia akan botak? Kita akan saksikan. Let's go.
Thank you, Eterna, and that was Nadse. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Nadse.
One of EVOS's talent, and she said easy kill. It's
Very easy?
It's easy.
Oh.
So he thinks that, she thinks rather that Onyx did not retaliate.
I agree.
But they did not retaliate.
They sure didn't.
They
The
couldn't.
tail of the tape tells us as much as well.
Well, I mean,
Stompy stomp.
What does Onyx has to do, by the way, in game number 2? Before that, though, what do you have to do, Arashi?
What do I have to do?
What do you have to do, Onyx? I was about to say Mirko. I said Onyx.
I am not Onyx.
You're Onyx.
I am.
Your pin is yellowish, so
That's MPL, sir.
Our pins are
that's true.
all.
Well, you know, I just want to tell you guys a little bit about my phone.
Sure thing.
This is my new phone. Are you guys part of the awesome generation?
I am. I'm awesome.
If you guys are, then if you want to play games with auto win streaks and smooth performance all day, there's something new from the Galaxy A series 5G. Introducing the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, equipped with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of RAM. With up to 256 gigabytes of storage, play games without lag. Say goodbye to that, thanks to the 120 Hertz screen. There you go.
120
Super AMOLED, by the way.
Super AMOLED as well, by the way, but you already knew that. Plus, charging doesn't take long with 45-watt fast charging. You guys can get playing and then get to your games, get to charging again in no time.
Don't play while charging. So, of course, the very, very quick charging feature is there on this phone. But of course, the gaming content can also be more awesome. The 50 megapixels camera with OIS on the Galaxy A36 5G. Plus, there's the awesome Intelligence My Filter feature, so you can create your own awesome filters. And with Circle to Search, finding gaming items is easier. Just circle it. And by the way, CTS, or Circle to Search, is one of my favorite features in this phone, because if you see a picture and you want to find out something, all you need to do is just circle it. For example,
I'll do it.
Mirko will take a picture of the products here on the table. He's going to circle it, and it just shows up.
The AI knows, bro.
AI. It's called intelligence for a reason.
Yep. If you're interested, well, we're waiting for Mirko to demonstrate. Head over to Samsung.com/ID or the nearest Samsung store to get the Galaxy A36 5G, starting from around 5 million rupiah, and get awesome bonuses worth over 1.1 million. So you're kind of getting value. It becomes about only 4 million until April 27th. So not so long at all. So get to it immediately and get to the Team Galaxy Zone right here.
This is the unspoken privilege and benefits of having a Samsung phone.
It's pretty spoken.
It's pretty spoken, bro.
But if you guys don't know,
if you guys don't know,
I don't know if you guys can see it, but I circled Head and Shoulders and Good Day, and it's found Head and Shoulders and Good Day. I gotta.
Wow, that's very, very high tech and advanced. But of course, now that you have your phone, you gotta fill it up with applications. One of the applications you have is GoPay. And with GoPay, you can join the MPL GG, or Good Game Party, by voting for your favorite team in every MPL ID Season 15 match at gopay.co.id/games. You can just click on GoPay, right? And then you could go to where you can find the MPL GG Party, and you can vote for your favorite teams right there. Yeah, just right there. Or you can go to gopay.co.id/games. You can win guaranteed rewards. Your first vote, you'll definitely get 3 diamonds and 1 token. Hey, 3 diamonds is not much, but when you do stack it up, you know, it's going to be 3,456 diamonds.
Whoa, that's a quick math.
That's a lot of days, but yes, you can continue to do that, and you can win GoPay coins, MLBB skins, smartphones, or Arashi's favorite, his electric motorcycle.
Electric motorcycle. Are you gonna drive that to Bandung?
To Bandung? Yeah.
It takes 2 hours.
That's a bit too far, bro.
Bit too far?
Bit too far.
It takes 2 hours.
Not with a bike, bro. Not with a.
That's true.
Not with an electric scooter, bro.
I think you might lose out on your battery might be drained.
That's true. And he has to take the highway as well.
I don't think you even reach half.
Yeah, no.
It really depends on the range on the electric motorcycle.
And by the way, we're talking about electric motorcycles. We need to know how to win that.
Okay.
Right. And of course, the way is very easy. You can go to gopay.co.id/games, or you can open the GoPay app and select the top-up game icon.
Okay.
Number 2 is you can click the trophy icon in the top right corner.
Okay.
You can click vote now to get a token.
Okay.
Number 4. Click vote for your champion and enter the winning team and final match score.
And then?
And number 5, lastly, collect as many tokens as possible by playing Vote Your Champion and spin wheels in the gift arena right here in MPL Arena to win your dream prizes.
It's as easy as that. Go ahead and check it out, boys, because Onic! They're back on blue side now. They have taken blue, and they have done better on blue Evos. They're on red.
Let's see if they can get the lead, the advantages that they had in game number 1.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that Clint should be picked?
That might be the case, partner.
Clint
when
is the answer.
When you got the sheriff in the game, it's a whole different story.
It's a different story.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw indeed.
But
all right.
The surprise is
Matthew McConaughey.
The surprise is Clint hasn't been that prio. I think, is it still going to be situational? Is it not going to be, it's a blind pick. It's a first pick.
That's an interesting question, realize, yeah. Mirko, as our token gold laner, gold lane expert here, is it strong enough to be
blind picked
into anything, or is it still very situational? Because I think
situational.
in the gold lane, right, it's not only about the lane, it's about later on in
The ganks.
in the rest of the game with the ganks and all that. Can you still be effective? So there's a lot of layers there, which is why usually we see that the gold laners are a bit more flexible, like the Moskov. You can kind of trade, you can self-peel, you can do macro. Harith, you can have good poke, good laning, a good team fight, and technically good gank escapability with the Zaman Force as well. You need heroes that can kind of cover a lot of bases, whereas the Clint is a bit more one-dimensional. So I'm not sure how he kind of fits into the meta puzzle right now.
I have a new word for that.
What's up?
Surviving a gank. Do you know what that word is?
What?
Gank proof.
Gank proof.
So Harith is gank proof.
Harith? Yeah,
implies he cannot be
gank proof. Maybe he's but yeah, the Clint, it's situational. Rashi.
Gank resistant.
Gank resistant. Harith banned away, by the way, so there you go. Respect from Evos, but yes, Clint is situational. It really depends if you have the right composition to make it work. Because Clint relies heavily on the early snowball. You need to win out the lane. So if you do get like assassins and maybe like a Jawhead early on and you're looking to just play for early game, then Clint makes a lot of sense. That's why I thought that's what Onyx wanted to do. Maybe they beat the Fanny by just out-damaging the Fanny by winning the early game. But they ended up picking Granger, and that's not really an early... It's more like a mid-game pick than an early game pick, so... Yeah.
I mean, shutting down the Fanny early on would be the answer, but they did the opposite of that. What they wanted to do was just fight. And the Fanny was like, okay, we'll fight, and was able to dish out so much damage, by the way.
See value in
Insane amount of damage for sure. Now,
Fredrin
Onyx,
banned.
though, with the respect towards the Fredrin, is that a sign that they themselves want to go for the assassins, right? Because the Fredrin is really a really big, I don't know, solution to mobility, right? Can lock people down so much, even more so now, by the way. So that's something that Evos can definitely start thinking about. With the fact that Onyx has banned away the Lucas and the Fredrin, right? It has to be some kind of vulnerable assassin jungler.
Yep. And of course now, last ban for Evos. They can still take out maybe the Luoyi if they want to try to diminish and just close out that global presence. Or maybe the Chip as well as possible, but they take out the Chusin. So, rather, Chip is banned already from Bionic, and now Bionic might just take the Luoyi, but they will take the Joy. By the way, an untouched jungler in the previous patch, or rather this patch, did not go through any nerfs or buffs.
Right. We highlighted this potential in the previous match. The fact that the Suyo already doesn't do well against the Joy, so now without the magical damage resistance, even more so in theory. Evos with the Kalia Granger early on, not really showing their full hand here. This can still be pivoted towards a poke composition or a pickoff or even front to back composition. So there's still options they can play around with right here. Onyx though, it's just time for the Moskov, the signature Moskov, while it's still available.
Yeah, Persevero as well. I mean, it's a very, very strong pick for his, considering the fact that he had a very, very questionable Granger game in game number 1. But again, the main point of Kalia as well, it's still able to be flexed into the XP or into the roam. They will take the Aerithel again, and the Hilda as well. The Aerithel against the Granger, of course, is a natural counter to it. It's very hard to hit the Aerithel when it's on that ultimate heavy crossbow, so yeah, the Granger will have a hard time.
You gotta remember what part of the Granger got nerfed. It's the dashes. So Aerithel, the reason Aerithel beats the Granger is because of the mobility advantage. You can just run him down. So even more so now, and Evos go for the Suyo. Yes, the Suyo is not bad right now, but against the Joy, remember last patch even, the guy already kind of struggled against Joy 1v1. Now, he doesn't have any damage reduction to magic anymore. That immortal form of his, it went from pure damage reduction to physical damage reduction. Oh man, I don't know about this. Evos, they're playing with fire. They're playing to just win out the retry battle and then snowball against the Joy.
Yeah, I mean, in a 1v1 straight out, the Joy does have the upper hand with so much magic damage as well, right? Internally by Joy, but now, of course, the second phase of the bans, the Yves taken out. 3 more bans for both teams.
Yves banned out. I mean, interesting. Again, I do wonder if the whole idea is that they're going to have a full-on dive composition. If that's the case, Onyx needs to be very careful of the potential engage tools, the badangs, anything that can kind of keep them in place for the full-on assault coming in from the side of Evos will be a problem for sure. Aside from that though, again, the Suyo definitely is a bold move here. You do wonder if Albert's just trying to say that, yeah, okay, the facts aren't really in my favor, but who cares? It's a skill issue. It's all in the mental department.
Oh man,
Hi,
all right.
oh my.
He's gonna be banned out by Evos, again, knowing that this is a big problem for the Suyo. The pokes, the magic damage pokers will get even better for this against the Suyo, and that has been something that Onyx have relied on a lot. Like it's Eve, Sicilian, it's poke damage. That's why it'll do great for them if they are up against Suyo. That's why they banned the Fredrin, by the way, right? The Fredrin would be the natural pick against the Joy.
That's true. And now without the Fredrin, I mean, the Suyo does have to be put into such a susceptible position when it comes to taking away the objectives. Sure, he does have the upper hand in terms of the Retribution battle. He has the Soul Sever. He has that Retri, advantage as well. But in a 1v1 and that clear speed, when it comes to the invasions towards the jungle, the Suyo will surely struggle. And now the Loi taken out. What will Onyx ban?
Again, I'm wondering if they're considering something more for Natco to shut him down even more. This is the problem here. Natco hasn't been in the EXP lane, right? So it's kind of a bit of a wild card.
It's hard.
And while they're worrying about the potential engage tools from Natco, there's a chance that they can move the Kalia into the EXP lane and pick up something like a Tigreal or something. And El Momento likes the big moments there. So a lot of options available for Evos, a lot of questions that Onyx are forced to consider because they just don't know.
Yeah, you need someone to catch the Joy, right? And Tigreal might be that answer. The Farsa ban for Onyx. Interesting ban. I mean, they're probably scared of the Granger Farsa combo, right? That poke is insane. You have so much reach to catch the Joy as well. And that's why they take it out. But again, now, cards on Onyx. Remember, they still are able to flex his Kalia onto the XP. And they might just pick up maybe a Tigreal to stop this Joy. Again, like you said, key, El Momento.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Evos are like, you know what? There's the Irithel, there's the Joy, there's the Hilda. When you're a mage and you're afraid of all the dives, what's a good solution? Hey, the Zask worked great in the previous game. I wonder if they're willing to double down and go for it again. As you say, that the Hylas comes through, not what we were expecting, not big a moment, but it also allows Evos to chase well against a Hilda that wants to run around, against an Irithel that wants to run around as well. So that might not be the worst option here when it comes down to catch potential.
We're on a marathon today. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we have the Hylos, the Irithel, the Hilda. Everyone wants to run with their running shoes. And now Natco, or rather, one last pick for Evos to conclude the draft. CC and Valentina picked up. Is the Hilda alone enough to stop the damage from Evos?
Oh, I think so, actually.
In the early game at least, but if they don't control the game, if Evo starts snowballing, the Hilda will not be able to solo tank all this damage, dude. Especially again with the Suyo, you have to remember, the more HP you have, the more you can get nuked when you're low, and the Zask comes through again! I love it!
But this time, it's up against Valen. Valen can take away the ultimate, right? Like he can. So, I think Onyx, this time it's not horrible for them. They have pretty good ways to actually deal with what Evos have brought to the table.
I would say though, right now, the composition-wise, I feel like the Zast Dominier's Descent is going to be a lot more troublesome, a lot more annoying to deal with for Onyx, rather than Evos, right? Depending on how they play this game out. So, even if it gets stolen, might not be the worst of situations, but again, we'll have to wait and see, right? Can Sans actually be creative enough to actually use all these tools available from the side of Evos against themselves?
And of course, into the land of Dawn we go. Will Onyx again falter and dive deeper into the rankings and the standings, or will Evos be the ones to play a game number 3? It is game number 2 of Evos against Onyx.
Wait, with the CC pick, that means the Hilda's going Roam.
Yeah.
This is the first time in MPL Indonesia Season 15 that we've seen a Hilda roam, so... Did they even They have lockdown? Do they have enough lockdown?
Nope, I don't think so. It's only maybe Keyboy jumping in. The part of the wilderness.
They don't
and-
have CC.
They don't.
They don't.
They have
Well,
CC.
Yes.
They have CC. Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no
true.
crowd control, so they figured that the
Adi's
name,
ninja way.
the name CC will be enough. Better
Deceiving.
than nothing. Looking at the emblems right here, tankiness for sure for the frontliners, firmness and tenacity for Key, and they catch you miss it. What?
Solo kill Ryota. No vengeance used by Ryota. Oh no, you hear the bells too.
What happened there? Wow. Before talking about on a team level, individually, Evos are outclassing Onyx, a team that used to be known for the individual playmaking. Oh boy, what is going on, dude?
This is Natco's first XP match. He was a mid lane. Before this, he was a gold lane.
Albert trying to give damage.
Oh, you can see the magic damage. Tear through him, Key. Not able to escape. Glorious pathway from Suns and Onyx. Now diving on Sway low, so able to flicker out. No, Dominator sends Suns. Walks up one basic attack. That's 3-2-1 on the scoreboard.
There you go, Sway low, no DD, Airline 1v1.
Almost getting that dub. Will just take the dub in the trade, forcing Savero to recall.
Gonna force Savero to miss a couple of minions here potentially though. So that's a win for Erlan. But in the mid trio, right, Onyx showing that they have an advantage there, especially in the early game with the base damage, with the fact that the Valentina has a bit of an overloaded kit. We'll wait and see if Evil's going to try and fight this.
No current call already. Ryota's already used it. Here's Sans trying to poke Albert down. He's trying to play with the space now. Nako walking up, Tsunami Slam coming down. Only onto Keyboy. Now it's going to be down. No damage is sent just yet. Kyrie diving. Nako still able to survive for a bit, but Kai gets the kill.
Kyrie again, just running around, becoming such a menace towards EVOS. EVOS alone, they only can rely on Natko with the Tsunami Slam, and it was used on Keyboy, so Kyrie had the agency to just move freely, untouched, undeterred.
Yeah, not ideal of an early game here for Evos. Already giving 4 kills over to Onyx. So Onyx, with the advantage here, they can, you know, kind of be so aggressive. Whoa!
Tsunami Slam into Savero with a heavy crossbow. Sans taking a kill. He dealing some damage. Good shot. But now it's Kai getting all the stacks necessary over the Key. Won't use electrifying beats. Albert walks up just a poke.
I think we asked what the lockdown was, and probably it's going to be Sans with the IMU, just constantly stealing the Tsunami Slam, and that is a big if as well. I mean, sure, he could still actively steal that, and now he has 2 options in his cards. Does he steal the DD, or does he steal the Tsunami Slam?
Or the Glorious Pathway.
Glorious Pathway as well.
Right. Again, it all depends on Onyx actually being ahead, right? If they need damage, I mean, if they want to play without crowd control like this, then they need the damage, right? And more than that, they need Evos to oblige them and trade with them like this. Look at this. Whoa, Natko.
It's just going to dish out some damage, and Keyboy is still tanky, so he will surely survive. 1 minute towards the next turtle, and the goal laner still going at it as Keyboy, again, he needs to be active with the Hilda. He's trying to give space for his teammates. And Kyrie is just so quick, 1 level ahead of Albert, but that's not going to be such a significant lead. But Kyrie has 2 kills now to his name.
Oh. Ooh. Onyx is trying to find ways to kind of annoy Evos, get in the jungle there. And they can't be punished after the sustain. Look at, ooh, man.
Forcing out Dominator's Descent. No damage yet. Sans walks away from it. Glorious Pathway, hold up. They've already used a lot of their resources here. Up top, it's Erlan now losing the trade against Savero.
That's because Savero already has the Haas clause, so the sustain is actually allowing him to kind of trade evenly, sustain back up. Now it's tough for Evos, man. They need to find more ways, more damage here, because otherwise Keyboy is doing a great job just being the distraction, the damage sponge, because Evos don't have enough to actually force him to use anything, to kind of zone him out.
Oh, Savero gets away with the heavy crossbow. Has the Purify still. Wants to go for the steal. Oh, not too sure if he got that. But it's Kai on the turtle. 2 turtles to Onyx.
Albert hasn't been given the chance to really play onto the objectives. And now they will go on Keyboy.
All-inning on Keyboy, has revitalized and is in the push. Now it's going to be the all-in from Ryota, walking up as well. Sans,
Back up.
he's seeing Albert. That's him taken out.
Man, the fact that Onyx is able to use Keyboy to absorb so much damage and still buy so much time. He took the full brunt of the aggression there, and he's still at higher than half HP. It's allowing Onyx trio mid to rotate and punish Evos. It's all sustain, man. It's all about the sustain.
Yeah, and Sans has been very active, very proactive rather. Play with the ultimate stolen like this. A Tsunami Slam on his hands could prove to be lethal, and that will be the lockdown that they need. But again, it's a one and done type of situation where if it is really used on the tanky members, then Albert can just chime in, or Erlan can just jump in as well. So this is going to be very, very calculated by Onyx.
Again, as long as Evos don't find a way to deal with the Hilda presence, it's gonna be tough. And now they're kind of channeling their aggression to the top side. But look at this! Whoa!
We're gonna cause Tsunami Slam, locking him down. Has the vengeance, but Erlan will take the kill.
One kill, and the Sky Piercer as well. So will this be the time for EVOS to really take the fights?
I mean, in theory they can, but the Sky Piercer, it's a stacking item. You buy it to snowball even harder, and they're not really snowballing. Key taking a lot of damage.
Severo walking up, heavy crossbow. Key taken down despite the revitalize, and now Onyx look to collapse up top. Erlan's gotta concede this turret. Dashes forward, Keyboy wanting to put that axe on Mr. Erlan, but they will just take the turret. Turtle 3 spawning in the game. Albert will try to look for the trade. Ryota walks down, so Albert's got to leave.
Man, it feels like both teams are playing the same way. They're just sending out their tankiest roamer, Keyboy and Key, just to zone each other out. And the thing is, right now, Onyx has so much more damage to speak of, right? They kind of spike a lot harder early, but look at this. Whoa, Sans!
Whoa, Purify already used up. Natco trying to go for the pick, but won't be able to find it. Good moves. Free turtle over. It's perfect for Onyx. 3-2-0, sway low. No, Natco won't engage on that.
3/3 for Onyx. In terms of the turtle, they're able to take most turtles uncontested. It's because of how much priority Onyx has in every department of the lanes. 1v1!
Oh, this is what we're talking about! Albert running away, electrify beats!
Wow!
Kyrie looking for the chase. He has another chance to go in. Albert able to form. Shot Quiller! Lands on Kai! No kill just yet. Dominant percent up top. Keyboy isolated, taken out by Erlan as he grabs his first stack on the Sky Piercer. Looking to go for another. Sans poked by the Detonata. And Evos, suddenly they look alive.
Vengeance in Kyrie's eyes. He wanted to take that kill towards Albert, but Suyo, again, so slick. And has that mobility to just dodge everything.
He's got 2 flickers, man.
That was close though. I mean, that was definitely a clincher for Albert there. Wasn't expecting the move. And fortunately for Kyrie, he didn't get taken out either. But while that was happening, you do wonder if Onyx were kind of looking down there with interest, seeing the 1v1. And then Keyboy gets taken out. So Evo's are trying to strike back now.
Tsunami Slam, Ryota only has the vengeance, but that won't save him. Sans pops the glorious pathway. Albert gets the kill. They left the mid lane all alone, and Evos pounced.
Evos sharpen their claws, and this might be the turnaround they're looking for. It's minute number 9 soon, and Erlan has 3 kills to his name.
Oh boy. 3 kills already with the Sky Piercer. I think he's got 2 stacks at least.
20 stacks.
Man, that's gonna be an extra layer of care that Onyx will have to do. Again, they were able to actually bully Evos in the early game because they were able to sustain so much better. But at 9 minutes, Evos are picking up some items right here. Yes, Onyx and their tanky frontline can kind of sustain, but they need something to kind of threaten, because otherwise Evos can just walk in, 5-man dive like that, and Onyx can't do anything about it.
Yeah, this Lord might change the course of the game, but no one wants to take it. Tsunami Slam!
All right, and all in over to Keyboy now. Not enough damage to take him down. That's not enough there. Sway low.
Kyrie!
Jumps in damage to set now. Electrifying beats. Able to deal enough damage for the damage to set. Sans out of it. Natco jumping back. Blade Surge charge. Natco low. Sway low, no old Key has already used his 2. Lord at half.
Oh, the Lord. Half HP. And Onyx will surely take this. Evos. They still have to hold their hands on the trigger.
Wow, that was a respectable attempt there, Evos. Seems to be a bit of a disconnect on whether or not they want to dive in and go all in for it. But Onyx are able to get the Lord now. Are they going to overstay though? Whoa.
Hey. They're looking for the play. Okay, Albert.
Just going to check the bush with the Queller. The Lord spawns down bottom. And Evos Is this their way of playing now, Rashi? Will they group up as 5-stick and look for a fight?
I think so. As long as they group as 5, they actually have the scarier composition, more crowd control, more ways to control the fight. Whereas Onyx, it's all about damage and chase. So if Evos get caught in a 1v1 or 2v2, Onyx in theory can outmaneuver them, chase them down.
DHS for Irithel. That's new. Usually it's just a full grid. Sans walks up, purple buff. Disintegrated by the CC.
It's a lot of damage. Constant damage as well. Adelan has the Sea Halberd to help with the anti-heal, but for now, all Evos can do is just defend their base. The holy defenses under threat as well.
Yeah, Adelan now with the Sea Halberd, it's actually doing a respectable amount of damage. Pilot passive will get popped there on the middle and bottom side. See if they can save the one on top. But again, the sieging for Evos isn't bad at all, dude. With a Zask, Granger, and a Suyo. Decent amount of poke tools available. Onyx, as you can see there, they need to go and burst someone down like they did earlier. Because otherwise, Evos are the ones that do better in these shorter trades, in the back and forths.
Let's go for Evos still has that power to ram through Onyx's defenses. But Onyx, they're so proactive, they want to take the zone controls. And now they have control of that purple buff, or rather orange buff.
Riota gonna be all in now, Pots of Vengeance, and will it be able to survive with the glorious pathway plays down. They are gonna be hiding back now. Queller lands, Airline with a double. Sans running for the hills. Airline with a shot. That's Sonata not in range. 2 for 0 for Evos.
And the Granger is online. 5 kills so far, 2 in that fight. The Skypiercer stacks are through the roof.
Yeah, the Granger is the main problem for Onyx right now. You're seeing Keyboy and Ryota getting chunked really hard by even a single shot from the Death Sonata. They've been able to be so active in the early game, but as you can see, I mean, Erland is not shut down at all. 5-0 and 1, having a decent amount. He's actually the highest gold in the game right now at 9,700. Close behind him is Kyrie.
And of course, MPL ID Extremer by Good Day.
Good day.
We have Ko Lius.
His name is Ko.
Ko Lius.
Hello, Mr. Elias.
Mr. Elias.
How you doing, Mr. Elias Andre?
He still hasn't realized that.
Realize?
Oh yeah,
exactly.
That's true. There you go. He knows.
Hey, hey, put that gun down. Okay.
What's that?
He's doing? He's dancing. That's the R7 dance,
Is
you know?
that?
Yeah, the woot, that one, yeah. That guy who looked like R7. But now, Lord on the cards for both teams. Onyx, they don't want to lose out on this exchange.
Ooh, look at the damage.
Evos are still waiting as well in the wings. I think this time Evos can contest it.
And Evos can play this long game, right? The wave, no one's having the wave advantage, but if both teams are just stuck waiting here, Evos can poke so much more efficiently. Look at this. Keyboy already taking a ton of damage, Sans as well. Wishing Lantern is in the inventory for Swalo too, so even if you're a tanky member, you're still gonna suffer from those procs. So Sans, what?
Sans, that was a risky move. Dominator's Ascent. Does he move forward? That's Sonata coming down. Sans very low. That's Sonata not landing. Sans gets away with the help of the Revitalize. He was looking for a play with a Tsunami Slam, but ended up getting caught. No Purify on him. He's forced to recall.
Nako. Ooh. Waiting for a chance there for sure. Again, it's just about this team fight. And the wave in the bottom side, I'm not quite...
It's good for Evos.
I'm not quite sure, but it seems to be pushing 4 Evos towards Onyx's base. So this is looking awful for Onyx, and Evos, they might know it, man. They just want to stay here as long as possible.
They clump up. And Atko got down to half HP. The Lord again just reset. It's a dance for eternity for both teams. No one wants to pull the trigger first. But Keyboy is there to just hide in the bush and maybe look and zone out the players of Evos. They're waiting, and yeah, Evos can play the long game. They have the pokes to work with.
Ooh, they gotta play with that though, just poke, because Evos, they can play with the time. They have all the time in the world. It's Onyx who are the ones who are forced to make a move. Either they deal with the bottom lane, which seems like that is the plan with Joy being sent down, but then Evos can hold on to the Lord, so Kyrie has to come back. He can't show himself down below.
And Evos has a lot of engaged tools as well, so the moment Carry shows up right there, Evos can force a fight. They go for it now.
Keyboy was half HP, now Airline doing damage! That's giving the Skypiercer stack. Nako's able to survive. Ryota dealing damage on them though. Kyrie stunned up. Glorious pathway to disengage, and Evos got one. Now they can play the long game again because the slow push is still pushing. That will be a turret taken. It is shoving all the way. Onyx forced to recall. Forced error out of Evos.
Two healthy members as well. Natco will join the fray. The Lord in their hands. They catch dibs on this. Is Albert still healthy as well? Onyx though will re-enter the premises of EVOS.
They can reset. That's a big wave. That's a massive wave down below. That's going to be crashing into the base turret. Queller, that's Sonata. Now they take it as the Lord gets taken. The minion waves are in the bottom lane. Is it going to take? No, there's no way it did, right? The base turret's still alive. No! See, that was a massive wave!
Oh,
Played
man.
to perfection. Break that down for us, Arashi.
I mean, what more can you say? The wave was like a 50-50. I don't know if that was planned or it was luck. It met in the middle. It's hard to see where it's going to push towards, and it pushed for EVOS. And knowing that, they want to have that moment where they're the ones harassing, they're the ones doing damage, and Onyx can't dictate when the fight can happen because they have no catch tools. Their confidence in the movement, in the burst damage, is not coming to haunt them. With the Lord pushing the bottom side, EVOS, all the cards are in there, has to play.
Natco. No Suns has the Purify back up. Lord in the bottom lane, that's the enhanced Lord. They're gonna have to deal with it, but it leaves the mid lane base turret to be taken by EVOS.
Oh,
looking for the top lane. You can see the Keyboy having to body block that Death Sonata. Savero, Rose Gold Meteor. Can that be the game-changing item? EVOS still looking to pounce now. Natco walks forward, goes to Nami Slam, but it's only on to Keyboy. Now they go all in with a crown by Keyboy, trying to buy some time. As now Glorious Pathway gets placed down. They're running him down. Savero running back all the way to the fountain. Really waves dealt with. Kai jumping in, stunned up by Key, and Erlan gets a double. Now with just Sans, Ryota and Savero against 5 Tigers. Stun on Ryota, still able to kite away. Sans gonna be stunned up and quelled by Albert. The base is wide open for the taking. EVOS get the wipe out before they get the clean sweep. 2-0.
Onyx still down in the ground. They hit the floor hard as EVOS claim the 2-0.
Oh, man. That was ridiculous, man. It seemed Onyx had the game going for them. They're able to impose their game plan. They're able to force EVOS to just take all the L's in the early game. But after withstanding it, after adapting, adjusting, taking the game to the late game, that's exactly what they wanted, man. They got Erlan the kills he needed, the items he needed. And with those items, the front line, the sustained gameplay that Onyx were able to use was just rendered useless, irrelevant.
Wow, what a game that was. The Sky King slowly losing their throne. The White Tigers sharpening their fangs and their claws. And they will ensure top 2. And that was a very well played game for EVOS, considering the fact that in the early game, they struggled hard with the pressure brought upon by Kyrie in the Joy. Again, the magic damage was surmountable. And the crystal is gone, but of course we want to hear on what the EVOS boys has to say.
Bro, what's wrong with you?
Dan penutupan leg pertama 2-0 didapatkan oleh tim EVOS. EVOS fans, mereka berpesta dan bahkan di situ ada si Gemoy hadir di sana. Semuanya happy, tapi di sini mungkin kita bakal langsung say welcome back Natco, King Natco hadir kembali, tapi kali ini mengisi EXP lane. Gimana sih kamu menghadapi penutupan leg pertama dan kamu berganti role ke EXP yang akhirnya EXP-mu nih muncul, Natco EXP lane?
Emang harus gantiin posisinya Regi aja sih.
Tapi kelihatan udah nyaman ya.
Iya.
Iya, memang udah latihan berapa lama sih kamu?
Apa?
Udah latihan berapa lama untuk EXP? Dari awal?
Berapa ya? Berapa bulan doang sih? Sebulan, 2 bulan.
Sebulan. Awal-awal mid lane.
Awal-awal terus pindah lagi.
Wah, ini super sub dari Natco menutup permainan yang begitu indah dan mungkin kita juga bakal penasaran tadi Ranger Mas bilang rivalitas dari Albert dan juga Kyrie yang bener-bener lagi ini banget ya. Kamu dan juga Kyrie, gimana sih pada akhirnya kamu bermain, beradu bersama Kyrie hari ini?
Ya seru lah, udah lama juga kan udah lama juga nggak lawan Kyrie, jadi ya lumayan seru aja sih, excited aja sih tadi. Soalnya kan sebelumnya setim juga kan, jadi kayak ya pasti bakal seru aja.
Ada momen-momen yang ini nggak kayak kamu benar-benar berkesan banget tadi akhirnya bertemu di Land of Dawn? Momen yang berkesan?
Main Fanny menang aja sih, jadi berkesan buat aku.
Fanny menjadi satu hero yang bener-bener kayak kita lihat tuh susah banget menang, tapi kamu membuktikannya. Apa nih kunci kemenangan Fanny-mu?
Belajar dari itu sih yang kemarin kalah main Fanny pas lawan Dewa. Jadi ya belajar dari situ lagi terus biar lebih matang lagi aja sih.
Biar lebih matang. Tadi pertemuannya seru dan momen-momen yang mendebarkan sudah kelihatan. Ada Fanny. Namun melihat Kairi pada saat jadi temenmu dan sekarang jadi lawanmu. Ada perbedaannya nggak? Gimana sih kamu ngeliat dia pada saat menjadi teman dan pada saat menjadi musuh?
Perbedaannya nggak ada sih, sama-sama emang ya dia masih salah satu jungler paling jago juga. Ya masih sama-sama jago aja sih.
Masih sama-sama jago, tetap respect dan ini menarik di mana ada dua jungler yang kita lihat assassin battle juga sudah dimunculkan. Mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih Albert dengan kemenanganmu ini melawan Onyx mantan timmu?
Gak ada.
Gak ada.
Ya semangat terus saya buat teman-teman yang di Onyx semua semangat terus. Ya aku tahu mereka pada masih jago-jago lah.
Karena masih jago-jago dan dinantikan untuk semangatnya membara lagi nih Onyx. Dan semangat sudah didapatkan. Tapi yang pada penasaran pasti dengan adanya munculnya Zas dari Swaylo. 2 kali ada Zas muncul di tanganmu. Muncul dari mana ini Zas? Ide dari mana nih?
Dari coach.
Ide dari coach?
Ya, coach menggali arsip zaman dulu terus kayaknya asik. Iya. Iya, soalnya tahu dulu cuma bisa Zas.
Oke,
Ya.
dan setelah dipakai, apakah memang patch ini patchnya Zas atau?
Lebih ke arah request sih, request hero.
Oke,
Itu
jadi
juga.
arsip sudah keluar, bisa nih Zas.
Iya.
Dan dimainin lawan Onyx, apakah sengaja mau pakai cheese strat buat lawan Onyx?
Nggak cheese juga sih, emang asik aja. Jadi bagus pakai dah.
Bagus pakai dah.
Ya.
2-0 loh, ini kayak minggu lalu kita lihat 21-21 sekarang 2-0.
Ya, puji Tuhan.
Puji Tuhan, ini kemenangan yang dinantikan sepertinya ya oleh EVOS ya.
Ya,
Iya, ini bakal ada hero-hero menarik lainnya kah?
lihat aja nanti.
Lihat aja nanti, tapi tadi Zasmu emang hatam banget ya, bisa sampai solo kill gitu tuh.
Hoki Bude.
Hoki Bude, tadi nge-solo kill Kairi dan itu hoki.
Hoki Bude.
Oke, kemenangan hari ini dari Ki boleh. Kalau kemenangan hari ini kuncinya apa sih Ki? Datang di minggu kelima, tiba-tiba 2-0.
Kemenangan hari ini karena kita belajar dari kekalahan sebelumnya aja.
Kekalahan dijadikan pelajaran pastinya bagi tim EVOS. Dan kalau Ki sendiri ngelihat persiapan kalian setelah patch, seberapa siap sih kalian menghadapi patch terbaru dan minggu kelima dan akan menuju ke leg yang kedua?
Sebenarnya kalau dibilang siap kita pasti siap, cuman masih banyak yang perlu kita ngulik tentang patch baru lah. Jadi harusnya masih bisa lebih jauh lah kita nguliknya.
Bisa lebih jauh lagi. Oke, jadi memang kayak kita ngelihat banyak banget hal yang bisa digali, masih bisa lebih lagi. Tapi leg pertama banyak banget perubahan yang terjadi di EVOS dan bahkan sekarang bisa dibilang kalian berganti-ganti tuh sungguh bener-bener ganti terus gitu loh Ki. Gimana sih cara kalian, apakah ini memang pergantian player, pergantian role dari para player ini menjadi salah satu kunci kemenangan kalian?
Sebenarnya kalau buat pergantian player, dari playernya kurang tahu sih, lebih balik lagi ke coaching staff. Mungkin coaching staff pengen cari opsi tambahan kali ya. Jadi ya coba nanti ditanya coaching staff ya, Bang Afil.
Oke, dan kita habis lihat videonya sih, tos, tang. Ada yang kembali tuh, sobat lamamu, Brans, hadir kembali. Ada apa ini?
Temu kangen.
Oh, temu kangen.
Ya.
Jadi emang dari manakah asalnya atau memang sudah direncanakan sebelumnya bahwa leg 2 Brans akan muncul?
Kalau udah direncanakan, aku kurang tahu ya. Balik lagi kan itu semua keputusan coaching staff kan. Jadi kita terima aja main sama siapapun.
main bersama siapapun dan bagaimanapun ini adalah semuanya sudah dipersiapkan. Leg pertama sudah usai tapi Erlan perjalanan yang cukup up and down. Erlan hari ini, wah mic-nya udah 2 nih. Erlan, bagaimana kabar untuk minggu kelima ini?
Lebih baik lah daripada minggu kemarin.
Lebih baik, minggu kemarin kenapa Erlan? Ada apa?
Gak tahu sih Bude, gak bisa moskop aja kayaknya aku.
Waduh, jadi ini kita gak akan lihat Erlan dengan Moskov lagi?
Mau lah, tetap pakai terus lah.
Tetap pakai dong. Tapi kalau melihat kayak minggu lalu bukan minggu yang baik, gimana sih cara seorang Erlan bounce back? Gimana nih?
Lebih semangat aja sih aku Bude.
Lebih semangat aja ya. Tapi juga kita ngelihat semangat yang terus membara, benar-benar terjadi. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari segi pet sendiri buat Erlan ini lebih menguntungkan untuk Erlan dan juga EVOS kah? Atau ada hal baru?
Menguntungkan ya. Lumayan sih Bude.
Lumayan?
Lumayan menguntungkan.
Apa berarti pas ini kamu lebih nyaman, lebih suka?
Iya.
Dari apanya tuh? Apakah ada hero favoritmu yang di buff atau hero yang kamu benci di nerf?
Ada hero aku yang di buff soalnya.
Apa tuh?
Gak boleh spill di sini.
Gak boleh di spill. Oke, gak boleh di spill tapi ini bakal jadi pertarungan yang menarik. Leg pertama buat Erlan, apa yang paling berkesan buat Erlan?
Ya jelas minggu kemarin.
Minggu kemarin malah. Minggu kemarin malah paling berkesan. Apa yang Erlan? Oke, ini menarik. Ini kan jadi gunjang-gunjing banget kan. Minggu lalu banyak yang jadi meragukan, banyak yang AIUEO. Gimana sih kamu menghadapi yang seperti itu?
Nggak mikirin itu sih, sama didukung teman-teman juga kan aku kan.
Semangat terus. Nah bahagia. Oke. Tapi ngelihat hari ini banyak sekali yang terjadi, kemenangan yang sudah dinantikan. Satu kata untuk leg pertama dari EVOS. Kasih dong Natko, King Natko. Leg 1 dari EVOS.
Leg 1, hah? Gimana?
Ini udah match penutupan. Kata-kata untuk leg 1 dari EVOS.
Mantap.
Mantap. Oke.
Emang ada NBA?
Ada yang mau disampaikan lagi? Terima kasih. Dan kita akan bertemu kembali. Leg pertama sudah usai dan EVOS sepertinya akan merangkak naik dan tetap berada di papan atas. Inilah dia, EVOS Sam, sambutlah kemenangan dari tim EVOS. Yap, dari tim EVOS Fans, mereka benar-benar menselebrasi dan merayakan kemenangan penutupan leg pertama yang begitu mutakhir 2-0. Dihasilkan comeback terjadi dan kita akan merayakan bersama-sama buat para super fans. Bersiaplah karena saat lagi akan ada GoPay hadiah GG. Caranya gimana untuk ngedapetin GoPay coin secara gratis? Kita akan lihat bersama-sama, inilah dia. Dan kalian tuh cukup gampang banget asal kalian punya GoPay. Kalian sudah pasti bisa ngedapetinnya. Pertama-tama yang belum punya nih ya. Download atau unduh aplikasi GoPay di Play Store atau App Store. Selanjutnya, buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR code-nya. Nanti QR code-nya itu yang biru-biru kosong itu akan ada di situ. Jadi siapin ya. Dan setelah nge-scan, kalian tinggal buka hadiah untuk terima GoPay hadiah kalian. Jadi setelah itu pasti selamat, saldo GoPay akan masuk ke akun kalian. Jangan lupa traktir Bude ya. Oke, semuanya udah pada siap? Udah siap? Oke, kita hitung bersama-sama dari 1. Yeay, inilah dia. GoPay hadiah GG. Cepet ya. Hayo, 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 hayo. Pamerin ke Bude dong, EVOS Fans. Semuanya teriak, terima kasih GoPay. Jangan langsung kabur, tunjukin dulu dong. Tunjukin dong. Sonic juga jangan mau kalah. Semua super fans. Semoga beruntung siapa cepat dia dapat dan pastinya kalian GG bersama Gopay. Buset, happy banget. Mantap. Keren tuh, langsung pada hoki ya. Tapi ngelihat semua super fans sudah senyum-senyum bahagia. Dan tentunya kita juga melihat bahwa Gopay hadiah GG sudah usai. Banyak banget yang ngedapetin Gopay secara gratis, cuma-cuma kalian kalau kelewatan besok bisa ada lagi. Jadi pantengin terus, tapi di sini Bude penasaran banget bagaimana tim Onyx gagal mendapatkan kemenangan di game yang kedua. Padahal mereka udah punya game yang early-nya udah milik mereka. Seperti apa? EVOS bisa membalikan keadaan dan menyapu 2-0 Onyx. Langsung saja, Talents.
I'm still gonna raise this because I still believe in this porcupine. For you guys, yeah, EVOS won fair and square to all. Yeah. Congrats, EVOS.
Congrats to EVOS.
And I think Albert is the only X that I can excuse.
Interesting.
Albert.
Wow.
Ex-Onyx, by the way.
Ex-Onyx.
This moment though.
Onyx, by the way.
Again, it's when Onyx just did not expect that EVOS are gonna do what Onyx were doing to EVOS the whole time.
Yeah.
EVOS were able to find some, pull some attention away to the side lanes, and when Sans and Ryota were stuck in the mid lane, EVOS just ran over them with 5 members, man. It's all about getting to that point where it's 5v5. You can see that when they started grouping, immediately the game that was moving in favor of Onyx stalls.
That's true. Now, of course, the MVP of the game and the match as well. It is Baby Alien Albert. With the Suyo, he was able to at least deny that 1v1 against Kyrie, but this game, yeah, he was doing all he had to do.
The Space Tiger strikes again there. Even though initially, right, you can see the early game prowess again by the side of Onyx. More AoE, more sustain. So they're just able to bully a lot of the members of EVOS, especially before level 4. Look at Sway Low right here. No ulti, can't do anything. But soon after, right, when the things start becoming more team-oriented, it seems like it's going to be decided with a big team fight. And then you saw the macro game, right? Unfortunately for Onyx, I don't know if they predicted or whether EVOS actually planned it out really well. But because they have the control on the side lanes, it allowed for this moment that gave them 2 kills and the mid lane turret, which means more control. And afterwards, it's the kite back. The only time Onyx can get any steam going is if they kind of burst one guy down. Aside from that, look at this, Kyrie doing a ton of damage to the backline. Was a respectable attempt, but there's just not enough damage solo to really seal the deal. And with that big macro movement there, and the calculations for EVOS to pull back when the timing is right, they've just got so much value. And with the Lord, they're able to just force Onyx to even more 5v5s, and that was, you know, the way the dominoes tumbled.
Yeah, it was a symphony of effort and luck as well. I don't know if they manipulated that wave down bottom, but if not, then, you know, it crashed onto the favor of EVOS, but still very much appraised by EVOS on that win. 17 minutes for the build, not many changes right there, but Erlan, 9-0. This guy, we talked about it, you said it, Miracle. He received a lot of hate after what he did last week with the Moskov, out of position, indecisiveness. But I think it's unfair because he's still able to perform on the highest level.
Dude, it's crazy how one match, and that being a classic derby, a super high pressure match. His first classic derby, by the way, ever. Everybody thinking like this guy has to perform in every single game, every single match, but even the best of the best don't do that, right? Can't do that at times. And this guy is still a new player on EVO, so I still think give him time. This is finally the first season where he's actually gotten a chance to play like more than one match.
Time.
No, more than one game.
Yeah, that's really true. Last season was definitely quite brutal for him to develop as a person, as a player as well. But how about we draw some attention to that build from Savero, man? The Demon Hunter sword on the Iritel. I wonder if the idea is to help him, if it's to help him deal with Ki, with the Hylas, right? Because it's a HP stacking type of hero. But it's definitely an odd one. And because of that, Airtel usually excels when you're trying to burst down the squishy targets, the targets that are not as tanky in the side, right? You're not really relied on to nuke down the main tanky frontliner. So because of that, he kind of has like the best of both, kind of, but kind of not really on both either.
Yeah. And of course, a very, very staple and monumental win for EVOS. They can continue their streak after a string of losses last week. They're cementing themselves on towards the top 2, as we will take a look later on their rankings so far. It's still day number 1 of week 6. So, yeah,
a couple of changes though, I think.
Yeah, a lot of changes.
Geek Fam went to 3, EVOS were 4th.
Yeah.
EVOS winning this means I think they're back to 2.
Yeah, but of course we will go and take a listen at the mic check of that match of EVOS against Onyx.
Oh, ada Jay.
Aman. Dapat kok.
Bawasan.
Nice banget Niki. Mahal Niki.
Belum pengen. Gue bisa arah bawah juga nih. Kita bisa 5 ya guys bawah.
Ya 5 ini yuk.
Double dash.
Mau Cici? Cici yuk. Gostan. Cici. Golti belakangnya. Nice one. Gituin terus aja guys.
Ya satu-satu aja.
Dapat balik Sen, gua balik Sen. Mau 1 F lagi Sen.
Jangan.
Kita limit lagi yuk. Ayo.
Ada ulti Niki?
Ada banyak. Main atas yuk boy. Cici depan gua nih. Bisa Niki?
Boleh sih Nick.
Cici. Lihat.
Nice.
Gua stun lagi. Goltin.
Ambil.
Gua tempel.
Nice banget.
Lord 40
Guys, main kiri dulu guys.
Gua tetap di river ya.
Ya.
Wave dulu ya, sabar ya, pelan-pelan. Gua tarik siapa aja
Wave keluar,
bisa kayak. Gua udah sakit banget.
Lihat Niki guys.
Sabar. Ini Kiboy. Dia udah angkat.
Yang ada depan.
Nih,
Gua masukin.
Goltin belakang.
Mati. Oh, iya, nice.
Dari kanan.
Aman. Gua stun lagi.
Nice.
Puri, udah puri. Udah puri.
Bisain kok, pelan-pelan aja.
Nih, gua stun.
Nih, gua
Nodes, puri. Iya, ayu.
Boy. Udah end kok.
Let's go. Nice.
Wow, the comms are very, very fluid. It's very good, and they have good
really
vibes as well there.
Yeah, really good vibes there for EVOS. A 2-0 win, you could see how hyped they were to get the 2-0 win. It was clean. Shot calls were good from Key, Natco participating. They all got super hyped with the solo kill in the bottom lane. That's, I think, the morale support, right? Whenever someone in your team gets a solo kill, it's always a big boost.
It is. It is a big and huge boost as well. So technically, EVOS now have 2 flex players. Albert and Natco.
Dude, Natco has moved gold to mid. He started his career as an XP, by the way. So XP, gold, mid, XP.
He's a GOAT.
So back where he belongs. King Nat GOAT, man.
King Natco.
And then when Reggie comes back, Reggie will probably replace him again. I don't know what's going on, man.
And he'll probably be the coach. What? Who knows?
He'll be a coach. He'll take Albert's position, and then, yeah.
But we will listen to Onyx on the losers interview backstage with a turnout.
Who's this?
Thank you casters. Sekarang aku lagi ada di backroom sama Coach Greed dari Onyx. Jadi setelah kalah 2-0 gimana nih Coach? What happened?
Apa ya? Ya kita kurang rapi aja eksekusinya sih buat di hari ini kayak gitu.
Eksekusinya kurang rapi?
Iya.
Oke. Kita lihat ada beberapa perubahan mungkin dari EVOS membawakan Natco di XP lane. Itu jadi problem gak sih? Issue kah?
Mungkin lumayan nggak problem sih, cuman mungkin kayak kitanya kurang data aja karena kan kita belum pernah lihat Natco-nya main di XP kan kayak gitu.
Oke. Jadi surprise juga ya pas ngeliat Natco juga main di XP ya?
Lumayan.
Oke. Kalau Swaylo nih, Swaylo di mid lane, we haven't seen Yves, Yves. Zask, udah lama banget nih kita nggak ngeliat Zask.
Ya.
Gimana? Zask?
Ya hero power kan, mungkin dari musim-musim sebelumnya juga dia emang lumayan player Zax juga kan, jadi kayak nggak gitu kaget juga sih sebenarnya kayak gitu.
Udah prepare, kemungkinan Swaylo nih bisa bawa Zaz nih di mid lane.
Ada maksudnya sebenarnya kita pede aja sih apapun yang mau lawan gitu.
Oke, tapi tetap balik lagi ke eksekusi ya.
Benar,
dari
eksekusinya
Onyx-nya.
kurang lagi baik aja.
Oke, selain itu, Fanny lepas di game yang pertama itu emang sengaja?
Iya, kita udah plan juga sih tadinya.
Oke. Balik lagi ke execution lagi ya?
Ya, seperti itu pastinya.
Oke, berarti
gitu.
satu kata hari ini ya guys, execution.
Iya.
Soalnya aneh aja gitu, kita ngeliat Onyx berseason, biasanya mereka performance-nya sangat stabil. Mungkin kita flashback ke season lalu, kita melihat kalau misalkan Onyx itu after leg pertama, itu mereka peringkat 3. Karena kalah 2-0 hari ini, sekarang Onyx ada di 8 loh. Gimana tuh?
Ya tunggu aja lah kita bounce back-nya gitu. Buat sekarang kayak tetap percaya kita aja.
Oke, tetap percaya kita.
Ya.
Berarti masih semangat ya?
Masih dong.
Yang penting semangat.
Masih.
Oke,
Terus.
tetap semangat. Berarti para Sonic yang ada di luar sana, it's okay, never mind. Tetap akan bounce back. Mungkin ada message dari Coach Greed
Buat siapa nih?
buat para Sonic, lah.
ya. Tetap dukung kita aja dan tetap percaya sih. Kayak kita tunggu aja nanti momennya pasti datang sendiri. Gitu.
Amin. Amin, thank you so much Coach.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you. Oke, gitu guys untuk loser interview di Backrooms. So, jadi kita akan kembalikan kepada para casters.
It's not the tuna, it's greed in the back.
That's not Beloy. That's
Beloy,
greed.
that's greed. I
That's
know
greed.
there used to be a player in Onyx, PH, named Greed. Renamed to Beloyski, but now they have a reincarnation, I'd say.
Yeah.
Of greed.
The second coming.
Yeah,
That's
and
Alan Beloy.
Alan Beloy. But a few key points of that losers interview. Number one, execution. It's not too tidy, not too neat.
Okay.
But number two, though, the fact that they let the fanny open.
It was all planned, apparently.
It was all planned.
Yeah.
So
what are you guys talking about?
Sometimes things don't go as planned, if you know what I mean.
That's true, but what was their plan? The Kalia? Was that enough?
Seems like it. I think they really had faith in maybe Keyboy trying it out. Because they're doing this style, by the way. They consistently went with that style where they don't have a lot of crowd control and they're just relying again on just dashes and chases and burst damage to really get ahead. And it's just kind of tough when you're up against a team who likes using crowd control instead.
Oh my lord.
Look at this.
Realize Onyx are down at 8th.
I don't know.
Didn't even play today and they got... oh boy. Oh man, Bigatron also
You're welcome,
dropped.
Dewa.
Evos went
two.
up to 2. Geek Fam from 6th to 4th. Wow.
I mean, it's not a perfect sight. It's not a beautiful sight for us Sonics, but I think it contributes to the competitiveness of the league. I mean, it's going to be once in a blue moon that you'll see Onyx down on 8th. So
Alright. I mean,
we learn from our lessons.
I remember someone once said, like, dude, if Onyx keeps winning again,
They won't lose.
we gotta
a
watch
single
something
match.
else.
Well,
Oh yeah, that was me.
Yes, it was.
hey, take a look at
and they
tomorrow's
didn't win.
schedule.
Oh boy.
Dewa against RIQ. Rashi, that's your team.
Yes,
Ultra
it
Ego
is.
against TLID and EVOS against Bigatron. EVOS, I beg you.
That's a fun one, I think.
You beg. What do you mean?
No, I mean, I beg you to show some good MLBB. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So-
okay.
The other teams don't have to, but EVOS,
Yeah, EVOS, they have to, they do have
they
to.
gotta, bro, they
Okay,
gotta.
Okay, realize.
And after they win, you're gonna dye your hair blue.
No, I'm not gonna die. Hey man.
But hey, it's going to be very interesting if tomorrow on the players' interview, your hair will stand out, right, from the stage.
Yeah.
What if you stand together with the players? That's going to be
Yeah, what
very
if you
funny.
just walk on stage, bro?
Yeah.
With a Bigatron jersey.
Yeah, I'm a Bigatron.
Oh my lord.
I'm a Bigatron player with my red hair. But yeah,
Sounds pretty funny.
Mirko, your red hair, by the way.
Yeah.
When are you gonna turn back to black?
Hey, I don't know. When it fades, I guess. When the color fades, then maybe we're gonna go back, or maybe never. Maybe
How
it's just
funny
my
would
color.
it be, right? If tomorrow they all showed up and their hair is like already black.
Nah, I don't think
If their hair
that
is all black. Go Ed.
Dude, I'm
You
just
got
saying.
some explaining to do.
I'm just saying. It's hilarious, dude.
is.
That'll be
You got
such
some
a,
explaining to go Ed.
such
If
a funny
all
situation.
of them have black hair tomorrow, I'm done.
You're done.
I'm done with
We got
PCR.
problems.
Go Ed, I swear, bro.
I can't wait for Moreno and the gang to turn up and hey, natural hair, no
Hey,
more
what's-
redness.
What's wrong with you?
Well, technically, it can't be natural anymore because it's black dye, right?
That's true.
By that
Yeah.
time, so-
Yeah.
God, hey, Moreno, I swear to God, bro. Luke, Moreno.
We need a backstage photo of you tomorrow.
Yeah, we do. We will. I will get a picture with them for sure.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Red
Very
hair.
excited. I'm very excited for tomorrow because I think tomorrow's gonna be a good day.
Really?
It'll be a very, very
Well,
good day.
it's a good
for me.
day as well for us as well, Mirko.
For
Well,
us?
no, it's not a good day for I realize.
Why? Nah, it's a bad day, but now it's a good day because
okay.
a good day. Because good day, coffee.
It's back to groovy.
Exactly. I was about to say it's a good
ready
day for
to
us,
drink
especially.
3-in-1 bottled coffee with a variety of delicious flavors, including fantastic mochaccino,
Fantastic.
original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss, avocado delight, my favorite, and the newest addition, groovy cookies.
I'll try the balance. Good day.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, the groovy, it kind of suits our theme today because it has been a groovy day.
It has been.
And a bottle of Good Day is the perfect companion to make your gaming sessions even more GG. To achieve GG, you'll have to get
my
GD.
Lord. Groovy cookie.
Good Day.
That's the stuff.
I love me some groovy cookies, man. That is amazing.
We've been waiting for these for a while now because it's always been like the tiramisu, the mochaccino. But we're cooking people. We've been very vocal about our choice. What about you, Realize? What's your favorite flavor?
Avocado.
Avocado?
Avocado.
Have you got to try the avocado?
Avocado Dalit.
We're talking about avocado, by the way. In case you guys are like, what the hell are they saying? Avocado.
It's an old reference.
Avocado.
Avocado.
Fresh
Wait, now I
avocado.
can't pronounce
Yeah, exactly.
Fresh
That's why.
avocado.
Avocado. Avocado.
We have turned his brain inside out, man.
Yeah, and I'm lagging right now.
Avocado.
I'm lagging.
Are you lagging?
Can't spell. Yeah,
Rashi, tell him what connection we got, bro.
Stop. You gotta upgrade first, and don't
Okay.
let the lag cause you to lose your ranks. The same way, like how this is going on the desk right now. Enjoy a seamless gaming experience with Indie Home Pocket G21, bro. It offers fast and stable internet, get speeds of up to 100 Mbps for just 375k IDR. Subscribe now via My Telkomsel or tcell.id/nacional.
Nacional.
Now I'm fast as lightning.
Ciao.
Ciao.
That's Lightning McQueen for you guys. We saw Cars just earlier today.
Cars.
And he was snacking on Sucro for sure. That's why he's a pro player. He is an ultimate gamer. If you guys want to be a gamer snacks like champs, okay? And you can do it with Sucro.
Who's the face behind that white ball?
That's no, there's no face. That's just Sucro, man.
So he was born like that.
He was born a Sucro ball.
That seems like a tough time at the hospital, honestly.
That looks very painful, yes. But hashtag Gasla. That's why you gotta use that hashtag, Arashi. Gasla. Just keep on going, man. Just keep on going. Go ahead and get yours today. You want to get the original, barbecue, or gribo? Gamers have to be good. Have to snack like champs. Are you a champ? Champ?
I'm crying.
Are you a champ? Realize?
I am.
Whatever you eat, I eat, champ.
I need tissue. I'm crying.
Onyx, we're 4P champs because of Sucro. So go ahead, check it out.
Check it out, man.
And you know what? Onyx actually have a special collaboration with RSV helmets. And you guys, if you need protection, go ahead. Get yourself some protection on the road, all right?
Yep. And, you know, it's all about strategy and speed. Those are the key. And focus and protection as well. It is everything. So both in game and on the road because they have to, you know, ride their way onto the MPL arena.
You can get there's a Geek Fam one.
There's a Geek
Exactly.
Fam
Don't
as
forget
well.
about the designs, bro. The drip is
the design.
Onyx.
We got the
Alter
first
Ego.
tease last season, right?
Yeah,
last season.
Bandang.
Bandang.
And
Of course, 2 hours from here. And yeah, it's providing everyone with maximum protection. It's now available on your favorite marketplace. You can choose your favorite team helmet, like we said, either Onyx, either Geek Fam, and the other teams.
Look at that
are also
MPL ID design. This is the official MPL ID design. Does
Wow.
that not look crazy?
Is that a dragon?
It seems like it'll make you go faster.
It will. It will.
will.
You know, actually, I was a biker before.
Ah.
And I rode a sport bike, right? So
Okay.
almost like these actually help a lot. The ventilation in them because it's a full face, right?
Right.
The expensive ones, like you see here, the ventilation is really, really good. So, you know, usually you take off your helmet, your hair is wet. Like your hair is just down.
It's wet.
It's super, it doesn't look too good. But with proper ventilation, with good helmets, that's no problem because your hair gets enough air.
If you want to see, though, the comeback of Onyx from 7th to maybe, 5 or 6, you can come in towards the
Give him the
MPL
fifth place
Arena
trophy.
because MPL ID Season 15 tickets are now up for sale and they're selling fast, so you can buy it.
It's gone.
Through the GoPay app or
Most
the
of the-
official MPL ID website, and you can get free diamonds.
Go ahead, check it out. Most of the
Check it
tickets
out.
are sold out, unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
But for the people who still want to buy tickets, there are still a lot of matches, some matches, that have not sold out. So go ahead, buy them now because it's selling like hotcakes.
Very fast.
Super hot fire.
Super hot fire.
Super hot. Okay, well, yeah. Make sure you don't miss out because again, there's so many fun things happening here in the arena. The audience going through the fun moments there. You can hear the players also when they get heated on the stage. That's a pretty fun experience, man. It's definitely worth the time and money.
Boo.
I'm just trying to pass by. Yep, that's the Sky King.
Put that next to that.
No longer kings.
There you go.
Yeah, crying.
You should put this over here. And there you go, boys. This is the... He's an Onyx fan, by the way, so this is...
Accurate depiction.
An accurate depiction of the Sonics back at home right now after watching that performance. Shout out Sagani, who's also probably... right.
Or not.
Onyx
to Baba Yeba.
Onyx.
Baba Yeba, huh?
Onyx every time they want to win.
Oh.
No.
It's a bit direct. Realize?
Realize.
Realize.
Realize has been realizing a lot of real lies today.
Yeah. From the draft.
Like the filter lie. Told you this was
Yeah,
a filter.
I replied to his story. So I asked him, obviously, is that real? Is this hair real?
Is that filter?
And he told me, nah, this is all filter. But I convinced myself that this is not filter because it looked too real. And then he posted a live stream. I entered and it was like, whoa, it's all red.
It is
real.
all red. It is.
Wow.
Full red. We went full red. I was supposed to get highlights. Barbara got confused.
Really?
No, I'm joking. No.
Okay.
No, this is just a joke. Yeah.
That'll be a wild story, dude.
Obviously, that red represents your love for Indonesia, right, Mirko?
For Indonesia, for BTR,
for
and
BTR.
for my girlfriend.
See, if you dye the other half like white, you can turn it to a discount Todoroki, yeah. So realize,
fire
why
and
the red
ice.
tie? Are you trying to match your spirit today?
Red tie, red means
Because he knows the red teams will win.
anger. Yeah, that's true. Because Geek Fam won today.
Yeah, and BTR tomorrow.
Yeah, BTR tomorrow. Good luck,
Thank you, sir.
Bigatron.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, good luck for your team as well tomorrow
I
playing.
don't think he needs luck.
Doesn't need luck
Our
because
two are
he's
really
very good. But I think that's all it for today, and we will continue tomorrow. MPL ID Season 15. We own this.
Leg yang pertama, kita sudah melihat banyak sekali tim yang menghabiskan match terakhir mereka. Namun belum berakhir karena esok juga masih akan ada penutupan untuk leg yang pertama. Jadi dari tim-tim masih berjuang untuk naik ke peringkat klasemen demi posisi yang terbaik. Dan untuk hari ini memang hari Jumat yang mengejutkan karena 2-0 terjadi di 2 match yang berlangsung. Pembukaan minggu kelima memberikan banyak kejutan dengan pace yang berlangsung membuat hero-hero pun lebih bervariatif. Dan kita melihat bahwa tim-tim sedang beradaptasi. Mereka pun sedang mencoba untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Dan kita di sini tugasnya adalah mendukung dan turut menjadi saksi bagaimana para tim akan bertumbuh. Esok hari, hari yang kedua akan menjadi hari yang panjang. 3 match akan berlangsung, namun kita harus berpisah terlebih dahulu hari ini dan bersiap-siap untuk hari esok. Budi ingin berterima kasih kepada support dari kalian semua, para super fans, dan juga khususnya yang datang ke MPL Arena yang seru-seruan bareng NBA X MPL, ada main basket bareng, dan juga khususnya kepada para sponsor dan partner karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, official dari e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome, beserta dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawk Band. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Semua yang telah mendukung acara ini pasti benar-benar deg-degan karena posisi menentukan prestasi. Dan prestasi dari beberapa tim memang meningkat. Dan ada tim-tim yang terus terjun di dalam jurang terdalam papan klasemen. Akankah ada perubahan esok hari? Kita tak tahu. Maka untuk kalian semua super fans, hadirlah di hari yang kedua di minggu yang spesial NBA X MPL Indonesia. Hari kedua, hari Sabtu. We on this. See you.